Okay. Well, welcome back, guys. It's been a week. I've been driving myself crazy thinking about this battle. So I'm glad. It's like having a part of a song stuck on loop in your head all week, and you just need to finish the song to get it out. So we'll finish the song today. Last time on the Black Aurora, I think last time we picked up with you guys after the Dullahan fight in the Fool's Throne ballroom. You identified the sword, figured out what it did after I gave you guys it in advance. You went and rescued Evark, who was trapped in the back with a jester mask on. He's a pompous asshole. You freed him, let him out. Made your way back through the streets, fought a few more masks. I think Felix made the discovery that he can't actually cast spells on the way back. Got back to the library and finalized your alliance with the Cobalt clan, as you have rescued their heir. And as agreed, they will now help you in whatever you need to get out of here, as well as uniting the clans. You guys spent a good bit of time in the library. You had a lot of insights, a lot of insight rolls. I may as well just call the last one insight, title-wise. There was a lot of revelations. You managed to convince the Cobalt through being incredibly open and honest about what you guys have experienced and your abilities, especially with Paria. You convinced the Cobalt to also be very open and honest, that they had in fact been in contact with the Verdant clan, as well as they think they said they were in more communication with the other clans too, but they didn't really bring that up. It was just the Verdant that they'd made arrangements with, that there was one of the Verdant clan coming to basically spy on you guys as a part of a deal with the Cobalt to provide them some protection in case you guys were crazy or something. But they realized they could trust you and revealed all that. Additionally, I think Q had a bit of a meltdown last session, realizing that all of the clans are still infighting after 900 years, after Q basically laid down her life to save them all in a massive war.
Mm-hmm.
Nearly attacked them, but managed to restrain herself, went upstairs to pout and sulk. Tirale went and joined her and unlocked some of her distant memories, which gave some very new insights for Q, which you guys do know because Q at the end of last session had just this "the Cobalt killed my family" moment. It was like, okay, hold on, we need to backpedal there. But Q did learn that she was apparently at one point just a normal little girl with a family in the Crimson clan. Q herself was barren and in a impoverished family. And the Cobalt clan attacked and killed your parents and apparently stole you away for some reason, but you were rescued by a troop of Violet soldiers led by Violet Emperor Andurius, who adopted you. And your feelings towards Violet Emperor Andurius are conflicted. You, on one hand, feel this desire to kill him, and the other desire to hug him. It's very confusing for you. You did pass out after that. Tirale had to stop the spell because you were no longer conscious. And the party, meanwhile, was discussing options moving forward. I think the consensus was to go seek the Alabaster clan as the next most logical step, as they're typically pacifists. And there was also some discussion regarding Zephanatal, the large Thunderbird pseudo-companion the party had made previously. Felix confided in Morgana the true abilities of the sword, and through their discussions decided to talk to the big bird about it. Felix did reach out to Zephanatal and alluded to having the sword, saying, "I will give it to you." At which point she was just like, "Cool, I'll come pick it up now." And she did. And she immediately came on her way. You informed the Cobalt of what was happening. Quill and Tirale went with you to meet Zephanatal, and there was a very tense discussion between two people, and no one else could hear it because it was through Windspeak. Felix managed to negotiate with the bird, who could not take the Crusading Blade, kind of like a Mjolnir, Thor's Hammer situation, ye who are not worthy, and thus realized the terms of the negotiation have to change. So in exchange for help, whatever that means from Zephanatal, Felix would become her champion and kill the other two primordial guardians in exchange for aid. Um, and you really didn't feel like you had much of a choice in the matter, as Zaphanatal wasn't going to just let you walk away with the sword without some sort of agreement, as the sword is the only thing that probably can kill her. Or at least one of the things that can easily do so. You feel like they might be able to be killed without the sword, but the sword is definitely going to make it easier.
Yeah.
And you agreed to do this, to go after the other two beasts anyways, even though you were kind of hoping to avoid using the sword. I'm not sure if Felix actually plans to use the sword or has some other idea once you get away from Zaphanatal. I don't really know. But that's the situation as it stands.
We'll talk it over with my
He
friend.
doesn't know.
You'll talk it over. Arriving back at the Cobalt House, the Cobalt House, technically their safe house. You spent the night, had some more revelations. I think something happened with Peria overnight, I believe, or did you have a dream? You didn't do no dream. You talked to Billy.
Talked to Billy, and I did research on the Leviathan.
Right, you learned about Trizus and its abilities and such. Good. And in the morning, you guys had a hearty meal of magical pancakes, because that seems to be a running gag in my games. I just realized there's been 2 campaigns with magical pancakes now. That's a weird thing to realize about myself. I guess I really want magic pancakes.
I guess so.
And you had a visit from the Verdant envoy, Sting, a small kobold, smaller than Q, little tiny thing with a very long bow on its back. Thought twice about killing you all, because realizing it was outnumbered 12-1, and decided to sit down and have some breakfast with you. You discussed with it the plans moving forward. Peria was very open with this little kobold, and it decided to, whatever happens, it decided to contact its clan through Ascending Stone, and you guys let them leave, and with the idea that there'd be discussions moving forward. They seem to be open to some communication. After that, you guys prepared and set out to go to the God's Repose, where the Alabaster clan was. We were going to end the session there, and then as you guys decided to continue talking outside, you touched on some very juicy subjects out in the open, outside of town, and I decided, you know what? We're going to have something happen a lot sooner than I expected, because it just makes sense with what was revealed. You guys did some perception, some really good last-minute perception checks, and noticed a little hiding kobold in the woods. And when you called out to them, they shot you with an arrow. Almost tried to. It was a shield spell, thankfully. Do mark that you've used shield for spell slots and everything. And at that, the Verdant clan stepped out. Apparently, it was not just one envoy sent; it was the whole clan. I know, shocker. Becky called it like immediately too. When the kobold was like named Sting, Becky was I was rewatching. Becky was like, "Oh, they're all surrounding us right now," and I'm like, "Oh, Becky, man, you're on it." But Sting did approach from the tree line, and did say that now that we know what you really are, there's no way we'd ever align with you, looking to Peria. And you saw over his shoulder in the tree line is the small child, just smiling from behind the trees.
Shit.
And just as we ended last session, you noticed there was a green gas building up around your feet from the arrows shot by Sting, which don't matter because Peria and Q don't need to breathe. So that's there now, but whatever. So that's where we left off, with on the cusp of very obviously a battle about to break out. Before anyone does anything, before I roll initiative or do any combat stuff, I'm going to give you all basically a round to just observe and kind of react to what's happening before we just go into combat. You guys have had all week to look at the battle map. Is there anything you guys would like to do? Now, keep in mind, they all probably have readied actions if you do anything that is obvious or like battle-centric. So casting a spell, drawing a weapon might initiate combat.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you guys wanted to look at or ask or do real quick?
Yes.
Okay.
Silently, without anyone knowing that I'm doing it, I'm going to use the price of truth on the child.
Okay.
Wisdom save. Wish me luck, guys.
Yeah.
Okay. So, this is... Okay.
In the description, it says they don't know I'm doing it.
Yeah. So this was discussed in a previous session, I think 2 sessions ago. You don't know if the child was telling... He
Is
said...
lying or not. I don't know.
He did tell you his powers won't work on you and your powers won't work on him as antithesis apostles.
The rules are also changing.
That's
The rules
how
are
I
also
interpreted
changing.
It. So it's a risk, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't.
I will roll a d30.
Sure.
20 plus, something might happen.
Great.
Come on.
It don't matter if it fails.
Nope. So, I'm gonna say it is not expended because you just can't use it on him. Like, you feel yourself reach out to try to do this, tell the truth, and you feel something inside of you just kind of reject it. You know this entity cannot be compelled to tell the truth via your power, but that also probably means it can't do anything to you via its unique power.
Hell yeah.
All right. Well, I used my one action.
Okay. Does anyone else want to do anything real quick before combat begins?
Cry.
Cry? Cry works? Cry works?
Cries
Q is going to look at this guy.
Okay, that's strike.
What would be like a perception to like, I don't know,
size him up?
Perception or insight to like see if maybe he's being influenced like mentally by the kid or something.
That would be an insight check based on like what he said in his stance. Felix did try an insight last time and got like a 7, unfortunately. Q, you can give me an insight check.
Oh, good, she's great at those.
I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Seems very insightful.
Very in tune.
Yeah,
with
I have a +5. I just rolled a 2.
10.
Still rolled better.
Yeah, could have rolled better at 9 on the die. Yeah. Q, I mean, he hasn't said a lot. He stepped out of the trees, said, "We were just looking to talk." Felix retorted, "Then why'd you shoot us?" And he was like, "Well, we're just trying to get your attention, and we knew that wouldn't kill you. But now that we know what you really are, we would never align with you." He's also a very well-trained liar, so you do know from insight, like, you can just tell that you would have to be very perceptive to note anything on him. Hard to say.
And what exactly did the child say that she is?
That's Felix, you call that out?
Mm-hmm.
Strike does not respond, but he has his eyes locked on Peria. He doesn't even seem to acknowledge you.
Cool.
I have my shield, but that's it. I don't have my
you're breathing
sword.
into your mic.
Oh, sorry.
I don't have.
Sorry.
I don't have my sword out yet.
Your Kusarigama, you mean? Or
yeah. But
whichever weapon you're using.
I do have my shield out.
Oh yeah, I feel like shields are. Strike has a shield too. Yeah, real quick before we go forward, I guess I'll what you guys can see. Strike standing in front of you. You guys have met him before. He is in plate armor. He has his sword drawn, which you have seen him turn into like a blade whip before, but it is currently just a sword. And he does have a shield. You see Sting, you do just barely see up in the trees, which just seems to be wearing primarily like leather or cloth armor. You're not sure. Very tribal looking. Looks like somebody who's probably lived in the wilderness for a long period of time, and does have a longbow. You do see there is a dragonborn, a green dragonborn, that just kind of came out of the ruins from behind you guys. And he does seem to be wearing very minimal, maybe like a gi, almost like a martial artist uniform. but not much else equipment-wise. And you do see the massive armored figure coming out from behind. You're not quite sure how this thing snuck up on you. You imagine it must have some extra capabilities beyond just being quiet, maybe like invisibility. But this thing it's impossible to discern race from this thing's appearance, as it is just head-to-toe armor. Q, however, looking at this thing's weapons and armor choice, you feel like this thing might be samurai in terms of abilities.
Oh.
As you look at it, it is in what you would call fire stance at the moment.
Fuck.
Oh shit.
Okay.
It has 2 katanas?
2 katanas, yes. You don't see whatever the 5th member of the Verdant is.
The air.
Perhaps. And you do see the child.
You know, it's funny that you guys say you can't ally with her when you're allying with that. She points to the kid. Do you even know what that is?
Q. It didn't respond to Felix, but you see Strike's eyes do kind of dart over to you. Q, give me a persuasion check real quick.
Sure.
Another one of your best checks.
I know. I'm asking for all of Q's greatest hits.
Charisma, for sure.
Here's my -1 check, guys.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yep.
Yep.
I love
He
it.
does have the sword in hand if
Yeah,
matters.
you almost look like Strike is looking between Q and the sword and wants to speak, but just sort of instead cracks the blade and you see it segment into the whip.
Ooh,
And if
intimidating.
nobody else has anything to say or immediately like perceive, we will. Yeah.
Can I say something? I don't know if
Yeah,
I use
talking's a free
my
action.
Okay.
We can't talk forever, but
No,
you
no,
feel
no,
like
yeah,
you guys can get a couple words in edgewise before they attack.
I guess I'll look to Strike and just be like, I guess the only way that we'll be able to talk is through clashing blades, right?
That, or you can stand down. If Paria dies, the rest of you will live. That is your one chance. Strike, Paria will look to you now that you've kind of spoken to him, and he's kind of... You realize he's trying to almost tune everyone else out. He's got this like singular focus on Paria. You strike me as a patriot, a lover of your people. That's why you came all the way to Susail. If you truly love them, you'll fall on your own blade. I'm surprised you haven't by now.
I am a patriot. Just larger than just Susail. And I'll look to the rest of you guys and be like, can we try to do non-lethal?
Of course we're doing non-lethal. I'm not going to kill any one of them.
I'll try.
Are you saying that out loud?
Yeah.
I
Strike.
can't whisper to everyone.
As to what Q says, Strike replies, well, that's why you're going to lose. Because we're only going to be trying to kill you. And I will need everyone to roll initiative.
Yeah, buddy.
Can we do Aurora on our initiative?
No, because I don't want them to.
No, this was discussed before, though.
Actually, that's sort of a thing that I wanted to mention, because I was thinking about that, and I am house ruling Aura cannot be used on initiative, because otherwise I was going to do that as well. And because this is the party's real first battle against a group of skilled Aura users.
Yeah, it is.
So just for the sake of not having every battle for the rest of the campaign be initiative advantage bullshit, it just can't be used for that.
Gotcha.
Can I use my 14 that I already had?
No, because I'm gonna have to reroll Sting as well. This is the beginning of combat.
All right.
Fuck.
If at any time I need a good initiative, it's now.
Remember that whole...
Okay,
Okay, at least one of us rolled decent.
I know.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna
Good.
You
That
know,
means I
go
can take
away.
reactions.
I like that roll, Morgana.
do. Zane has advantage because of his rage.
We got the
Yay.
same.
We did.
How cute.
Zane rolled well. Okay.
Sorry, natural 1 for 22?
That was a natural one. That was a. What the
Holy
fuck?
shit.
No, it's advantage.
Oh.
Oh, advantage. And it, okay, I just saw it
No, I
in
didn't
red
show
in
the-
22.
I
That's
don't know why
why.
I didn't show like the split. That's weird.
It's the roll keep higher. It's not like how it does
Oh.
advantage.
I mean, if that's what Pi
okay.
Zane, I'm
Toggle
cool with that.
thing.
Oh, it's the
I see.
macro.
All right. All right. I'm gonna have to. Okay.
I don't want to die today. Mm-mm.
Nobody wants
Nope.
to die.
No poisons.
No, I don't say no one wants to die.
Right. First initiative.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
And all of them are 20 plus.
I mean,
I'm
if
gonna
there's
say
a god, it won't be the
14
case.
plus.
Oh, look!
Oh, strikes first.
Yeah. That's fine.
Ding.
That's
Oh,
fine.
20!
That's
Oh no! Okay,
No!
okay, hold on. All right.
Michael!
fine.
Michael, we're gonna die, Michael!
Oh, what am I doing?
Well, I mean, they all have X's of +5. What did we expect?
Oh no. Oh
That's
no.
okay.
Oh,
Easy.
And this one has advantage.
oh, man.
Oh no.
Rolling.
We're dead.
Yep.
Can I get like an inspiration for that?
Everyone get an inspiration.
Can I use it?
Sorry, what did
It's
you
like,
say?
I
I couldn't
y'all,
hear you
but,
over the laughter.
Yeah. This is bad.
Nope, we're just doing this. Okay.
Initiative
this
is
is very
really
fucking
important, guys.
This
They
is
all go
fine.
first.
We bombed.
I'm used to this. It's
The
very
dice said it is so it must be.
I didn't even I didn't do that. That was the.
Yup.
For reference, I will be rolling most of my rolls in Roll20 today, just because I don't want anyone to think that I'm just getting 20s or some shit. For the
I would
sake of
prefer you rolling.
maybe.
It's fine.
Okay, let me check my notes for my.
Maybe all those good rolls got out of the way on initiative.
Literally everyone.
Right for the
Pizing
crit.
goes in the middle of them, but other. Oh Jesus Christ. Okay,
It's
well.
okay. Bringing up the
let
radar
me-
real good.
Let me look at my notes for battle theory for this
All
fight
right,
for them.
guys. I have advantage on death saving throws.
Fantastic.
Primary target.
Which is good. Which is good.
That
let
doesn't
me pull
matter
up-
when they attack you and you automatically fail twice.
Mm-hmm.
Fine.
And they have
Can't be
extra
crit.
attack.
Jesus.
Fine.
And that's
We're
4
not
failed
fine.
saves.
Nothing is fine.
Fine.
This is bad.
This is bad. I'll admit this
It's
is
fine.
bad. Okay.
Totally fine.
You see, Strike is going to he's going to crack his blade again against the ground, and you see the segments between where the blades, like it's blade and then like chain and then blade and then chain as like a chain whip. The segments where there's chain ignite into green aura, as I put into miscellaneous. Megan,
Yeah.
you immediately realize Peria recognizes Raish, the legendary aura blade,
Or a blade.
one of the ones you studied.
Yeah.
She's like, I want it.
No.
As he does that, as part of that, he's going to activate his channel divinity champion
Ooh.
challenge. I need all of you to give me a wisdom save.
Is this a charm effect?
Nope. Not a charm, not a possession, not a domination, not a sleep.
Alright.
Can
Just
we
a.
use our aura?
You may use auras for this. I will allow auras
Oh,
for
for the
this.
love. I'm probably gonna
And you
need
said
it.
wisdom?
Wisdom save.
Wisdom save.
Oh,
Oh,
whoops.
God.
I didn't even give myself advantage.
Come on. Oh god, that sucks.
Okay.
I failed.
You?
I'm gonna spend 3 to reroll that.
Sure.
Actually, I can just use the inspiration, right?
Yes. Reroll
I
once.
might have to. I don't know. I might do that too.
Not with advantage. Just reroll once. Remember, 13. Okay.
I'm
I
just
might do that
accepting
too.
my fate.
I 8,
Good thing
10,
you
11.
Okay.
I'm gonna do the same thing he does.
Using inspiration. Camille?
Yeah.
Okay. Reroll one more wisdom save.
Oh, come on. Oh, God.
All right. It's not that bad. It's not the end of the world.
11.
Camille, Q,
And me.
Felix. Yeah. Perry and Morgana saved. Camille, Q, and Felix. You are champion challenged. You cannot willingly move more than 30 feet away from strike.
Okay.
This only ends if he dies or he moves away from you willingly.
Fuck.
So you guys are locked within 30 feet of strike.
Okay.
As he snaps his weapon and challenges you to face him.
Now is this? It doesn't no more saves. Just it's active till he
It
goes
is
down.
just it until he dies or moves away from you.
Static for the rest of the game.
His move. Okay.
I mean, that's pretty
And
cool.
then that's
That's a
his
cool ability.
bonus action. So his action, he's going to use Spirit Guardians.
Oh
He's a
shit!
cleric.
That's it.
He
What?
is a paladin.
Oh.
I don't like this paladin.
It is his Oath of the Crown ability. Spirit Guardians is his one of his spells.
Okay.
I see what you're
So he's
doing.
going
You're
to-
making us get close to you, and then
And
you're
then you
using
have to take
Spirit
damage.
Guardian.
So he holds his shield up, and you see he bangs the weapon against the shield, and spectral Kenku assassins appear around him, like kneeling and standing, and they all have spectral blades as his guardians are his servants, basically. He's going to designate all of his allies to be unaffected by it, obviously. An affected creature's speed is halved in the area, so within 15 feet around him, I'll put an aura up for him.
Oh, thank you. I have goosebumps, guys.
Should. This is a fight. This is a fight.
Yeah, goosebumps, but
Um,
also. Oh,
Oh,
God.
I need to put C on. There we go. So he's then going to use his move action to step up. And I guess so. Who failed was Camille. So everyone but Perry and Morgana. Okay. So yeah, Camille's outside of it, but Felix, Q, Morgana, you're in it. All right. Yeah, he calls up spirits to protect him. Your speed is halved in the area. When you enter it for the first time or start your turn there, you will make a wisdom save or take damage.
Okay.
So
Oh, fuck.
that will on your turn. Next. Oh dear.
Good boy.
No.
It's
It
his
is
something
Hidden
else. with
guy's
him.
turn.
Oh.
Hidden guy also rolled 20.
He rolled a 23.
He's in the fucking fog,
Not
guys.
surprising.
He has to be.
Camille,
Hi.
apparating out of invisibility next to you, you see a tabaxi.
Ow!
Oh, sorry,
Hi.
that's unexpected. What happened there?
You deleted it? Question mark.
Nope. Somehow set it back to
Blake.
the wrong layer. Stepping out of
Hmm.
invisibility is a tabaxi with wicked-looking blades. Who is going to
Shit.
roll? Hit you.
Ah.
Now who is the heir?
So first, he has advantage on this because you haven't acted in initiative yet.
Oh no, it's an assassin.
And because he hits you with a 26, it is a guaranteed crit because he's an assassin and you haven't acted in initiative yet.
Oh, shit.
So
Uh-huh.
he is going to fuck
And
you up. I'm gonna have to check this real quick.
I'm assuming
So,
I can't
sneak-
parry because that causes a
You
reaction.
haven't
and I don't
acted
have
yet in
that.
the
You have
initiative,
no
which is kind
reaction.
of the point.
God.
So he's going to roll.
This is when it really
Alright.
matters. It really sucks.
Give me a con save.
Oh, goody. Can I flare aura?
Yes, sure.
I need to flare as much aura as I can. This,
Okay.
like,
That
You
is
said
his
con-
sneak attack plus normal hit on a crit.
con save, you said?
Oh, plus, sorry. 39 plus 6, so it's 45. All right, you made the save. You only take half poison damage.
Okay.
So you take 45 first, because it's 39 plus his normal damage. So 45 first for slashing, you know, just assassin damage. Now I'm going to roll the poison.
Alright, guys, I'm down. I'm gonna be down.
You will take half of this. You take 24 poison damage.
Yep, I'm down.
As his very deadly poison.
I take half of that poison damage, or
you take half of that, 24. So on top of the first 45, I said, plus 24, you take 69. Huh? Wow,
nice.
You take 69 damage first round from this guy's hit.
Okay, I'm down.
You're down?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
don't have that many hit points yet.
Yeah.
Guys.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like Camille, I think has close
I only have
to the
60.
highest.
No, it's Felix.
Okay. Well, Scratch, the Tabaxi, he only has one attack, thankfully as a rogue.
Yeah.
He is going to lean over your body and hold the blade to your throat and look to Peria and say, "Do you really want to be her death too? Sting! Aim for her!" Pointing to Camille.
Nope, you're threatening my sister. I don't care about their lives anymore.
It is now Cut's turn.
Cut. Big boy.
Big boy.
Big boy, aka Cut. Is it Cut or Cuts?
C-U-T, Cut.
Okay. He cut good.
Okay.
I'm gonna get cut good.
He is going to use his Shogun ability as a samurai. Use Commanding Boost.
Oh, damn.
His bonus action, choose a number of allies equal to your... Yep, so all of his allies. Alright, for the next round, all of his allies gain advantage and a +2 to hit.
Oh, God.
And then he's going to move down. And I think that was his action to use Commanding Boost, so he's just... No, that's a bonus action. So he's just going to attack Pyzane then. Right, 22 will hit Pyzane. So now I get to roll damage. It's only 12. He doesn't hit much. Because he used his first thing to do. Not bad. Pyzane takes it, not a big deal. It is now Bite's turn.
Bite. How cute are these names?
He is going to run up. Step of the Wind. Morgana.
Oh, no.
Stunning strike.
No, well, sort of. He is going to run up and he's going to use 3-point strike on you.
Oh, worse.
Oh,
He's going to make 3 unarmed attacks. And he has advantage on each of them.
Oh, no.
With a +2 to hit.
Oh, no.
Okay.
So, first hit hits. We're just going to do all 3 right now. Second hit hits. Third hit hits. Okay. So, all 3 hit. So I'll roll damage real quick. What was 2? Okay. You take 15 bludgeoning damage, and you are stunned until the end of his next turn.
Oh, God.
As he comes up and totally Tylees you. Just bam, 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 3 pressure points, and your body goes limp. Bite then calls out to Peria again and says, "How about this one? Care about this one's life?" It is now Pyzane's turn.
Oh, look, we have
looking
turns.
around at Camille and Morgana next to him. Sees Cut in front of him. Peria, can you give me a quick insight check? As kind of you guys are looking around at this combat.
Insight. Yeah.
10. You just tell Pyzane looks worried. You don't glean any more than that.
Can I reaction say anything?
You can free action. Reaction speak. The initiative was really important in this fight.
Yeah, I know.
I noticed that.
This isn't a fight. This is a slaughter.
It is.
I was worried about it.
I know.
You are.
I'm asking Pyzane to stop.
He's got his, like, you could see, like, the muscles tensing on his weapon. But as you say it, Peria, he stops. But he's gonna hold an action to attack.
Yep.
Hyzane's gonna kind of like, as he's like eyeing Cut Up with like a bit of a con, he's fallen back. Strike, we can work this out. You don't have to do this. It is gonna be Sting's turn.
It's a little shit.
The way this first round went changes Sting's turn. He doesn't necessarily need to do what he was gonna do before.
Yeah,
Sting.
Parry, right?
Well, he was gonna do something, but now it's not needed. Sting is going to call out, "Last chance!" As you see him readying an arrow for Camille. Okay. Sting is gonna hold an action to attack Camille. When he has 2 attacks because he's got an extra attack, which you know that if both hit. May not instantly kill Camille because it's only coup de grace at melee that do guaranteed crit, but there is still the chance as he has advantage to roll crits, which could kill Camille.
She's unconscious. A hit is 2 failed saves.
No.
No.
A hit in melee is a guaranteed crit. Crits are guaranteed 2 saves.
Oh.
Ranged attacks against people unconscious are not guaranteed 2 fails.
Oh.
It was melee.
Also,
basically, it's when you're in melee, you're doing coup de grace. You're holding your weapon up and just slamming down on them.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Advantage would cancel out with disadvantage because she's prone.
Right. So it would just be a normal
straight hit.
So
I'm not risking that.
Right. So there's still the chance that he could just get a crit and kill Camille, or he could at least do 2 death save fails.
Right. And then that sucks. So I don't want that to happen.
I mean, you can always make another character, but
he is holding an attack. It is Camille's turn next. You feel like if Camille gets up, he's gonna attack, or if you guys continue fighting, he's gonna attack. So, Camille, I need a death saving throw from you. If you roll a natural 20, you stabilize and get up and have your turn.
Okay.
You go to 1.
I don't have anything for that.
No, it's just a D20.
Alright.
It's basically a con save.
Basically, but
there's a death save button.
Right.
Yeah, there is.
There is a death save button.
Oh,
nope.
That's a fail. All right. Camille, you have 1 fail.
Guys.
Felix, it is your turn. You see Morgana is stunned right next to you on the ground, basically just a limp noodle.
Yep.
Camille is unconscious, bleeding out. They have issued orders for you guys to stand down, or they'll kill Camille and potentially Morgana. But I'm asking, what does Felix do? Because there are still actions.
You're threatening my sister.
I know, and your lover.
You're threatening my lover.
Right.
It's just verbal and I whisper, right?
It is. It is.
I'm using the first level. I'm using yeah?
Felix, I just want to make sure you know, it will still take at least a round for him to arrive.
I know.
Or her to arrive. Which, if they see a Stormbird appear, they're going to probably double down on their "I'm gonna kill your friend if you don't call it the back off" thing. I'm just letting you know so you don't regret the rash decision later. It's also Felix. If Felix would do this, then do it. But I just want you to know it will take at least a round for Zaphanatal to get here.
Man, Jing could be talking to me right now. That'd be great.
Jing doesn't exist in this plane.
This initiative really just
fucked us.
Yeah, it really.
Clutch.
Mike, my next character better have a cool weapon too. I'd like to have a cool weapon. I'll have to make one first.
Yeah, we'll see.
Fuck everything.
I'm not gonna rush you, Felix, because I understand this is a tough one. You can take a bit of time if you need to, real quick. We'll say Felix, time has slowed down for you.
Man, if only I could have done the crow law.
Well, see, what I want to I can't call it down and healing word Camille.
No,
because it's 2 spells.
It's a spell.
It's a spell. It's 2 spells.
It is a spell.
If you had Aurora burst.
Because even if he takes a shot at Camille with me healing, if his shot goes off first at my movement, He has to get a crit for her to instantly die.
Correct. Correct.
But that's a 5% chance I don't know if I'm willing to take.
Yeah, I am also trying to help. I don't know, what the right thing to do here is, but Camille won't get a turn until they've all also gotten another turn.
Yeah, I know. Peria, what are we doing?
I'm saving your lives. Save Camille.
I hate this.
Join the club.
Join the club.
I hate putting you guys in this position. I really actually do. Like, I don't feel any joy about this. It's just...
I thought it was funny. I'm like,
I really thought the initiative would be a little bit more staggered. I really thought it would be. At least, like, one of them would be in the middle or towards the end.
Okay.
A +5 to initiative isn't that dramatic.
Well, when you roll a 2...
Roll good.
Yeah.
And when I'm
Roll
rolling
good,
a
we roll
17
shit.
plus 5 times in a row.
Yeah.
Alright. I am going to use a first level spell.
Okay.
I am going to use Windspeak.
Okay.
But not to the flying thing.
Okay.
I'm going to send it to, Quill?
Quill. Okay. It's about the same distance, so you know it's going to reach about, like, within a... It flies a mile a minute, so it'll be there. Well, that is...
No, it won't.
Felix would know it's a mile a minute.
We're not.
It might take a few rounds before. I mean, it might even take at least a round before it gets there.
But I don't.
It's not sending.
Yeah, I know.
And you are on the edge of town. But granted, the library is not far from the edge of town either. So.
I don't want.
Felix, give me a quick intelligence check to see if you can figure out like the distance you are. This will be the best way I can do it.
I mean, we did walk from the library
did walk.
to there.
Just a check.
Straight. Tell it 21. I think Felix would know that it would take a round or two to get the message to Quill, and then it takes a round or two for him to reply back because it has to travel back along the way.
Yeah.
Not a full minute, but it will take 12 to 6 to 12 seconds.
Stall.
Well,
if you can stall.
It technically wouldn't be 4 rounds if, like, the message you send, we need help, get here now. And then, in which case, they might just move out while the message is still coming.
You mean their reply is still coming?
Yeah.
You could basically word it so, like, don't reply, just come. And then you'd save a little bit of time. But either way, I mean, they'd probably just reply and then immediately start moving anyways.
Yeah.
You also do know that from a walking standpoint, it would take a while to get here. Even, like, they might be able to teleport.
That's true. We don't know what they're capable of magic-wise.
You don't know. You know, at least one of them can fly.
Yeah, so I'm gonna send a message to Quill.
You have 50 words.
You have 50, yeah, it's pretty much whatever you want to say. I have a stomach ache right now.
I'm sorry. No, I'm just remembering something from last session.
Sure.
What was the idiot's name?
There's a lot of those.
Evark.
E-V-A-R-K.
Evark. And he really fancied Peria, right?
He did. He seemed to actually like her. He seemed kind of into her.
I'm gonna send a message to Evark.
Okay. Evark.
Evark, this is Felix. Sorry. Your love Peria is about to die to the Verdant. We need your help on the edge of town. Hurry.
Your help.
I whisper that, great. And then I just kind of, alright.
Put your hands up. Okay.
Fine.
Okay.
That was not smartly worded, Chris.
No, I think it was fine. I think that your love Peria really was a good way to sell it.
Yeah, that was short. Short and to the point.
Short and to the point, so it won't take him long to listen to it, so he'll get here quicker.
But knowing his egotistical ass,
he'll fucking come here because of it.
might.
He will.
All right,
Just him.
Felix, you whisper that. I'm gonna say that nobody picks that up, just for I'm not gonna be a dick.
Cool, small victories.
Small victories, small victories.
We need it right now.
Is that your turn? Are you gonna do anything? You're holding your hands up, signaling surrender, or
I will ready my attack action. Or no, that was my standard.
That was an action to just cast a spell.
I can't really do anything else in this situation. Then that would not be hostile.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's also at the beginning of your turn. I completely forgot. You need to give me a wisdom save for the spirit guardians.
Sure. Wisdom.
Should have used that time bandit when it was
No.
my turn.
Okay.
Oh wait, it can't.
We'll
I was
take...
down. Oh my god.
You take 18 radiant damage as one of the Kenku assassins, spectral Kenku assassins, whips out with its own Kusarigama, and it just strikes with light.
I'll step up out of that. I'm still within 30 of him.
You can, yeah, that's true. You can move as long as it's within 30. That's fair. Okay.
I could move.
That's a nice
about
Kusarigama.
Yeah, that's where you got yours.
So I'll move up beside Morgana, and then that'll be turn.
Nice.
Morgana, unfortunately, you don't have a turn.
Yeah, I know.
So it is now Q.
Q.
This all has happened around you. Camille has dropped immediately from basically an assassin came up and slit Camille's throat. Camille just dropped. Cut ran up, inspired all of his allies with the Shogun ability, which you recognize, Q. This is a samurai. You fought many of these, and is now engaging with Paizane. The monk, Bite, ran up and just 3-point striked Morgana's key spots, and just Morgana just dropped like a sack of potatoes. And Q, you need a wisdom save. It's the beginning of your turn.
Yep.
In Spirit Guardians.
Yummy. Oh goody.
Okay, you'll take half. You will take 5 radiant damage as one of them just nicks you. He's this basically surrounding strike is just this whirling dance of spectral Kenku assassins. Q, what do you do?
Just looking around, at everything else.
You see Peria holding her hands up. Felix is kind of taking a submissive stance. Paizane hasn't even drawn his weapon yet. Morgana and Camille are down in one way or another, stunned or unconscious.
Oh, just for effect, her aura's already been flaring, she hasn't put it away since the start.
Yeah, all of theirs have too. All of their green auras, all of their true verdant green auras are out, 100%.
I gotta say, I am really surprised as she looks at
Strike.
I'm down.
The Verdant clan, they're supposed to be some of the most clever and careful clans in Sicily. I mean, you have to be when you deal with deadly poison on a regular basis, right? And yet here you are claiming, that Peria's something super bad, and you'll never team up with her when you're teaming up with a fucking aboleth. That, newsflash, no matter what it promises, it doesn't end well for mortals.
Strike looks to you, Q, and just says, "Make your decision, Arcus."
My decision is I'm going to tell you all, you need to wisen up. Set your weapons down and work together to make my wait a minute. Do you know I'm Arcus?
Seems to.
Then what the hell is wrong with you? How am I supposed to protect you
Q,
and her?
give me an insight check with advantage this time.
Mike.
Yeah.
Real quick, could I swap my aura to... Oh no, wait, green doesn't help with that. Damn
No.
it.
You don't get any extra aura abilities from any of the colors that would help with this.
We need orange.
You can just,
See.
yeah. You'd need orange, which would give you the ability to take 10. Which I really was surprised nobody took, because I know it sounds boring, but God, that's so useful.
I can't use orange.
I know, unfortunately.
Oh, come on!
Speaking with advantage. Damn, Q.
Can I spend the 3
You may spend 3 to re-roll. Yeah,
okay.
I know you don't have much for insight, but you gotta roll higher than like an 8.
Hey.
18! That's better. Q, as you're saying all of this, Strike does have like a helmet, but you can see through the slits, you can see his eyes. With an 18 insight, Q, actually this goes beyond looking into the eyes. You feel something from Strike, this weird connection, maybe it's through Arcus and a member of one of the clans, you're not sure. You feel desperation from Strike that you stand down. You're not sure what that means, but as you're kind of admonishing him, you know, to put your weapons down and work together, and he just says, make your choice. You don't know why, but for a moment, you almost feel like he has a plan.
She takes a moment, looks to the others.
Wow.
She bends the sword away.
Okay.
Just stand down, guys.
I'm not even standing.
That was a good insight. Q, that's your turn?
Yep.
Alright.
I'm dead.
Paria, I am going to cut the music if you're giving up.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you your wisdom save first to see how much damage.
Okay, you do need to, yeah.
Yeah.
See if...
Okay. Sure, it's fine.
Whatever, insult to injury, right?
Whatever, it's fine.
13 damage.
Sorry, Mike, I wanted to swap my aura to green, by the way.
Sure, you can do that. It still looks purple to everyone else, but you have the green effect.
Okay. I will, like, go to my knees, I guess? And put my hands behind my head, sort of, in the most, like, non-threatening way that I can.
Okay. Strike will step up to you, Paria.
No, step back! Well, can I step to you instead? So I don't kill Camille accidentally?
Right. Yeah, as he goes to step forward, you're like, no, crowd, no, Spirit Guardians, and he's like, right. Yeah.
But I will approach him, and I will kneel, hands behind the head, sort of thing.
He will take the blade and retract it into a longsword again, and hold it down to your throat. You've done the right thing. This is for the best for the clans. Do you have any last words, Paria Knight?
Just know that the child will bring nothing but death and ruin. If I am to die, make sure it dies as well, and let them go.
You can give me one more insight check, Paria.
Yeah.
I want it to be my turn.
Hold on, use my inspiration.
Go for it.
I want baby.
Yeah.
Nice. As you look Strike in the eyes, you've had experience, very few, but some experience with the Strike so far. You've met him in the church, and you've seen him angry, and you've seen him composed. There's a look in Strike's eyes where you feel like what you've just requested of him is exactly what he's planning. And he takes the blade and drives it into your heart. And we're not going to roll damage because you are surrendering and you are giving into this as he holds you firm until you die.
Not again.
Fine. I'll show you guys the art later.
And as Paria falls, he withdraws his blade, nods to Scratch, who pours a healing potion down Camille's throat.
I wasn't even here.
And as that happens, the child steps up. Well done, well done. You are the best pawns I've had in some time. See, it's good to hire help that actually knows how to get the job done. And Strike, without missing a beat, turns to the kid and says, as agreed, you will send us all home now. The child looks to him and goes, oh, yes, that was the agreement, wasn't it? Yes. Now that the apostle is dead, there's no need to keep you all here, so you may all leave. your earliest convenience. You are free to go.
I knew it.
And Strike kind of like looks to the rest of the group, looks to the child, and says, "Where's the exit then?" "Oh, I closed that yesterday. You're gonna have to find a new one, but you're free to leave whenever you find one."
I'm
Strike
waking up. I'm like,
Strike kind of like nods. I had a feeling you'd say that. Reaches up, grabs his necklace, breaks it off, turns to Perry, and casts Revivify.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
And you see the child's face go, "Huh?" And Q, Camille, Morgana, Paisane, Felix, you see all of the Verdant back off of you guys and turn to the child as Strike draws his blade and points it to the kid as Peria, within 30 seconds of having died, he uses the 350 gold diamond on his necklace and casts Revivify to bring Peria back.
Am I at 1?
You are at 1. You are alive, though.
Fuck yeah.
Am I just at 1?
Camille, you are up. You are at 1. You are alive. Right. You guys chose the correct solution to the fight, which was give up. Because if you kept fighting, it would have been really bad.
Mike, I need to send another message.
I know you do. Strike turns to the child. The child now is kind of like, "You can't do that. That's against the rules. She's mine now. She dies here. She's mine." And Strike says,
bitch.
"As I understand it, we're all breaking rules today, aren't we?" The child starts to back off. "No. Oh. You." And you see he starts almost having a temper tantrum over here. Stamping his feet and waving his hands. Strike holds a hand down to help Peria up.
I have a question.
Yeah, by all means.
As I'm getting helped up by Strike, can I paradox inversion that bitch?
Give me a roll.
Alright.
Give me it's the thing. It's that he has to make a save, right?
It's a DC 17 save. Con save.
Holy.
Jesus. Yeah.
The child bursts like a balloon into a spray of decay.
Oh.
And Strike drops his aura. I'm gonna have to. Camille,
what the hell just
as you're
happened?
standing up, Scratch next to you, like kind of holds you up and puts a hand on your shoulder. "Sorry about that. It was sort of part of the ruse. Are you all right? Here, have another potion."
Hit hard.
Camille, I'm gonna heal you.
You guys were very convincing. That's gonna be a scar.
I knew you guys had a plan to avert it.
I almost called the fucking Thunderbird on you guys.
I'm very glad you didn't.
Yes, however, there's something else I need to take care of. I need to
Camille, heal 15.
I need to cut somebody off at the pass. I'm gonna kind of like go up here and be like, "Okay, where's the idiot? Where's the idiot? I shouldn't have done that."
Morgana, after the round ends, you regain. Actually, Bite is just gonna lean down and re-hit those spots, and you feel like your body like re-lock into position, and the monk helps you to your feet. Sorry, I didn't mean to get into your personal space there for a moment. Are you okay?
That was different.
Yeah, sorry about that. And Bite just kind of steps away. Cut just like sheathes his blades and just like takes a step back, not saying anything. And Paisane's like, "Right, yeah, this is normal. This happens."
They are the most polite, deadly assassins.
They're very polite
They're
assassins.
so cute.
You see Strike sheathes his sword and turns to Perry. I'm going to put some music on that more accurately fits the more relaxed mood. I was really worried you guys were going to double down on the murder them thing because it would not have gone well for you. They are very strong.
Yeah.
No.
Once I got him down, I was like, "Oh shit."
Becky getting down in one fucking turn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Well, that was if the assassin went before any of you, he was going to target them. Like that was just how that was going to be.
Yeah.
This whole thing just like hurt my heart.
I know. I'm so sorry. That's why I said whatever happens today, please trust me. I have a plan.
Fine.
I almost said it out loud, but like when you said he has a plan, I was like, wait a minute, he's a cleric in my head.
Paladin, but technically, yeah, but still.
But I was thinking that in my head. I should have said it out loud, so I could be like, I knew it, but nah.
Yeah. Strike turns to you guys now in this moment of calm after what was certain death. And you see Strike turns to Q and he takes a knee. And he bows his head. And you see he removes his helmet and you see the Kenku face with like the curved beak. Very scarred, by the way, like very like battle wounded over time.
Do you have a picture for him?
It's just
without
the same. No, I don't have it without a helmet, unfortunately. But yeah. He turns to Q and kneels and says, "You have my most humble apologies for having attacked you, Arcus. The Verdant are still very loyal to the old ways of Susail."
Are you kidding me? That was fucking awesome. Because of you guys, the whole shit bag got exploded.
Yes, I don't know if that'll last, but I really hope so. Kid's fucking creepy.
Probably not for long.
No, this is great, because, you know, you're not like everybody else was saying. With you guys, I feel like I could abolish this stupid seat system so now I have to starve again.
Well, when you talk like that, it gives me a bit of hope. You see Sting climbs down from the tree, and is like, "Sorry, everyone, I didn't mean to, you know, scare you there, but, you did give me bacon, so you know, you're all good by me."
Bacon's good.
That's very glad. But the bacon is what did it.
The bacon's what did it. The bacon saved you guys. The bacon was it.
Yeah.
Sting came back to the group and was like, "They have bacon!" And they're like, "Shit, we gotta save them."
They brought home the bacon.
They
And then
send
they were
me
like,
magical bacon.
This could have gone a lot worse if you guys had kept going, because they were only going to be able to revive one person with Revivify. So...
Actually,
done.
Technically, I have
well, if they didn't know that.
I know. But technically...
we don't have any other way. Only they can revivify.
Right.
And what if we killed Strike first?
Exactly.
There
were ways this fight could have gone very poorly.
Yeah.
Very, very quickly.
I think we should probably head back to the Cobalt to discuss.
Right. We will follow behind.
Yeah, I may have called them here thinking you were trying to kill us, so...
You see, leaping out of the ruins, a sword-wielding Cobalt clan, Vark comes out.
Why'd you call him?
Just him?
Yeah, him.
He just pops out, sword drawn.
I'm gonna,
my love, I have come for you.
Grab him as he tries to run past.
Yeah, as you grab him, he stops. What's wrong?
There's a misunderstanding. Calm down. They're actually with us.
Yay.
Things have changed.
Allies, more allies, huzzah.
Why did you yell, Peria, my love?
He looks to Felix like, I'm misunderstanding something, aren't I?
I knew it would get you here.
You manipulative bitch.
Felix, we have words to discuss.
He takes a seat. You see he's like
Especially that
visibly
word.
wounded at the prospect that Peria is not his love.
Right, well...
that's
let's
awkward.
continue this awkward conversation back to the library, shall we?
Well, I'm sorry, buddy, but thank you for coming. I do appreciate that.
I'm gonna group the Verdant so I can just...
I'm gonna come back down and just be like, sorry, buddy, I did that to you. Anyways.
Yeah, smooth that over, Felix, yeah.
I'm sorry, Morgan. Sorry, Peria.
We need to discuss what you said to him.
Well, we needed. I thought everyone was gonna die, and I knew he'd get here the fastest.
This sucks. I bled through some of my armor. Ew. Oh.
You get used to it.
I mean, stabbed in the back. Like, Hope they don't actually
put
do
us
that
over to
again.
the library map then.
Okay.
As you guys walk back through the city, pretty, I don't know, I wouldn't say awkward, but unusual.
I'm just keeping my eye on the guy who stabbed me.
Yeah. You notice Scratch, who is a female, by the way, female tabaxi. She's
it was
like
more than a scratch.
well, it's a very lethal scratch.
You should call yourself Gouge. That really hurt.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't choose the name though.
Oh.
It's assigned.
Right.
Are you?
Well, you're pretty badass to me.
No, but really, are you okay? I really do apologize.
Yeah, I'll heal it out. It's fine.
That's good. That's good. Usually in
I
these
have
rites,
war.
when people die, they just
Yeah.
go back. We're not really used to the actual murder
So,
stuff.
what did the child try and tell you guys?
Oh, Strike speaks up as you guys are walking back. He tried to tell us that Peria was the one who put us all here, and he was actually trying to save us, and this was all her because she was working for some eldritch god, and yada yada. I believe most of it, but also the fact that, you know, he put us here, and he, I do know there is something odd about you, looking to Peria, but I don't think it makes sense for you to trap yourself in here with us, first of all. And second of all, I had no reason to believe that he would actually let us go. We have no leverage on him, so why would he follow through with his agreement? So I figured, just had to make him think we were on his side, and as soon as you were dead, I'd confirm. And much like I thought, he was full of shit, so... I'm very used to dealing with people who are full of shit, unfortunately.
Well, that also raises a point that he closed the exit.
That is valuable information to know as well.
Right.
But we didn't even know where the exit was to begin with, so I guess it doesn't really change much. We still have to find an exit.
Yeah.
Once we find it, we'll be able to get out, though. We'll find a solution somehow.
I'm assuming it's going to be close to wherever this aboleth is living.
He could also
Probably.
be lying, making us think there is no exit.
That is also true. It's hard to say what this thing is capable of telling the truth or not. If it is in fact an aboleth, as you all discovered, that is interesting. Aboleths can be tracked through a few methods. They have calling cards, so to speak.
Oh.
Aboleths typically live within lairs, and they have traits that affect those lairs within several miles surrounding it. If we look out for those traits, we might be able to find something.
All right.
It is good to know.
Yeah.
I'll probably kill that asshole.
Evark's like, yes, I know that too. Aboleths are, you know, a field of study that I've looked into. As a spellcaster. And Strike just looks at Evark up and down and goes, "You're a paladin. Shut up." I am not! I can tell when I'm in the presence of another it's pretty easy.
I called the comic relief.
Basically. As you guys are walking back and talking, Strike kind of keeps close to Q, you notice. You all probably would tell that, like, it almost looks like Strike is like Q's bodyguard as you guys are walking back.
Nice.
And always has like a hand on his blade, like ready just in case something attacks.
She's kind of walking back casually with Arcus slung over his shoulder.
You know what Avark reminds me of? He reminds me of Gilroy Lockhart.
Gilroy Lockhart? Yeah, basically. Yeah.
He's like, I
very
knew that.
similar.
So, I've got a question for you, Strike.
Yes.
I heard that you guys are currently, what was it, 5th seat?
Yes, unfortunately. We've been for the last 10 years.
Up with these
With this right being how it is, I don't think that's going to change until we figure out a new way of ordering.
Oh, no, don't worry about that. I totally am going to get rid of that shit, because I didn't almost die 900 years ago for some of my people to starve.
I think that would be best. I don't know what system would work in place, but we'll find something.
Maybe kind of like the Holy Land. Maybe. I don't know.
I think it's
Maybe you'll have lords and ladies of certain areas.
Something less archaic.
Hey.
The hardest part has been division of resources between 5 lands, each having different ideologies and beliefs.
Well, treaties usually sometimes work.
He kind of sighs a bit.
Mm.
Susail's had a tumultuous history with treaties and wars, and after he looks to Arcus, after your great sacrifice, things did not get much better for some time. We were...
Sorry.
No, it's not your fault. Believe it or not, the Verdant still hold you in very high regard, Arcus. Some of us, the elites of us, know that once upon a time we were your task force, your military, or at least whatever the leading nation was back then. We understand that we were held to a greater purpose than we are nowadays, and a lot of us long for that. Our Emperor is flawed, but he's not a bad person at heart. He just wants the Verdant to be prosperous again.
Yeah, well, if most of you guys are, is what I've been hearing, you know, thieves and stealers and shit.
There are a lot. I won't say there's not. I won't say that the Verdant don't have their fair share of...
Well, I can't blame you. You've been the freaking 5th seat for 10 years. Who wouldn't, you know, resort to that just to eat?
That's true.
So,
let's discuss this further with the Cobalt, I suppose.
Yeah.
Plans moving forward.
And get the next clan on board.
Yes.
You guys arrive back at the library with Evark. You notice, as you guys arrive back, Will has been looking feverishly for Evark the last minute. Where the hell did you run off to? I had to save my... Never mind.
I'll give him dead eyes, glare if he's about to say love. I'm like,
I went to assist them.
I'm not looking you in the eyes either.
Most valiantly, but it was not needed.
As Strike steps in, you see Quill is very confused at seeing the entire Verdant clan here. I'm assuming something must have happened in the last 5 minutes.
I mean, other than being stabbed and almost dying. Good thing!
As you say that, you see Quill does kind of go to unclasp his spell scroll.
I'm
and
good!
Strike holds his hands up. We come in peace. This time, for real. We wish to form an alliance with the Cobalt and the Crimson. There's nothing here for us if we don't work together. You see Tiralay up above, having heard this, is now very curious, and you feel like the whole Cobalt clan was super not expecting the Verdant to play nice. And
Ruth.
You see,
they'll set you free.
Yeah, like I said, Megan, I couldn't tell you whether or not you did the right thing or the wrong thing, but you did the right thing. You did at the time. You see the Verdant.
You've died twice.
Yes, technically, you've died twice.
Woo!
Back from the dead twice.
I just want to let you guys know, the battle notes I had, just in case. If that first round had gone differently, Sting is a Swarmkeeper Ranger and has some spells and had silence prepared to put on you guys, so you couldn't whisper, cast spells, anything. It would have been Morgana and Peria and Felix, no spells. Because I looked at your spells too. You have all verbal components for everything. So, just and then, God, and Scratch has crazy damage if they get assassination off. Bite the monk had 2 beads of force on in their inventory.
Oh my god!
If you fail to save, you're just trapped in a basically wall of force bubble for a period of time. These were people preparing for a rite of ordering. They were preparing to win After a 10-year stretch of being losers, they
they want
came
to
in
win.
here prepared to win.
Yeah.
Winners in my book right now. Oh God, for not.
Yo, we would have lost if this were legit Hunger
super
Games.
Lost if this was just the normal Hunger Games. Well, the difference is,
we didn't prepare.
I did explain this. Well, the difference is there would have been a big skirmish at the beginning, which would have taken out a lot of. It wouldn't have just been one-on-one Crimson versus Verdant. It would have been Crimson versus Verdant versus Cobalt versus Golden versus Alabaster, which would have been a much more crazy free-for-all. The Verdant might have been taken out by the Alabaster or the Golden or something. You know, basically.
A few pieces might have gone.
It's not usually one whole clan versus one whole other clan. That's what you failed with the insight to check, by the way, Peria, is Paizane has never had a full-out brawl between the entire Crimson versus the entire Verdant, and he knew not a good matchup. Very bad. And Felix, your first initiative at the end of last session, if you'd roll higher than 7, it was to note that Strike didn't believe any of what he was saying. He was just saying it for, like, show. But you rolled 7, so
of course.
Like, okay.
Q is actually going to speak up. It's okay, guys. They're legit. I can feel it.
Alright, well...
They got Arcus' stamp of approval.
Yes, well, I'm still alive because of Strike, so they've definitely earned a seat at the table for discussing.
I mean, technically, I killed you first. So
it's fine.
Kind of, right.
Yeah, it's fine.
Quill is like, I don't know if I want to know, but I actually really do. Please tell me everything.
Please tell me
Write it down in my little notebook.
Word vomit.
You guys word vomit, explain. Basically, like, you guys just left, like, 5 or 10 minutes ago to, like, head out of town. And then, like, stumbled back in with the entire Verdant clan looking a little bit war-torn.
It's awesome.
And Krill at the end is just like, okay, well, there's some good in this, I suppose. Yeah. Now we have more allies, and we have at least knowledge, even if it's not good knowledge. So it did close the portal, or the exit, or whatever it would be.
Well, it could be lying.
Could be lying as well, that's true.
It's probably closed.
I would say Strike and Quill both kind of, like, think on that. And Strike says, I believe that it thought in that moment that it had won, with Peria dead. I don't think it had any reason to lie. It's more than likely that it has found a way to close the exit. Which is concerning, but that doesn't mean an exit can't be reopened either. We don't know what he means by close. We don't have a lot of information either way.
Maybe the giant bird might know something.
Yes, Strike then turns to the group. I really am curious about the giant bird. Sting did mention you said it was a friend when he talked to you guys?
It's a bit more complicated than that.
Complicated.
Valuable friend. I'm surprised you didn't call it down to kill us all. I'm very glad you didn't.
Well, almost did. Almost did.
Very glad you didn't.
But we were trying to keep you alive per Peria's wish. So that thing wouldn't have thought of anything that in any kind of manner.
I see. You see, Paizane through all this is like
quite neutral.
Looks a little confused at everything that's happening. Like it's all happening too fast for Paizane.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
He goes and sits down and he's like, I don't really know. Are we enemies or friends or are
frenemies?
We're good.
Frenemies.
We're allies.
I suppose. You see most of the Verdant are sticking together, looking a little bit unsure of like spreading out in this Cobalt fortress, basically.
Who made that that amazing pancake breakfast? Which one it was?
Avosi over by the table, still eating. By the way, like,
Avosi, you. Let's break bread and talk ideas.
Sting immediately runs over, just like hops up on a chair again, clambers up.
Preferably pancakes for him.
Yeah, they can't deny that's not a bad idea. It's just
to
get together and talk.
Yeah.
Even if we're just like they're at their separate table, we're at our separate table eating, talking. You know.
Quill will kind of come up. I think Strike's gonna come up and talk. I think the 3 wardens are gonna kind of sit at the same table.
We're just gonna drag. I'm just gonna start dragging a bunch of like chairs.
We could say there's other chairs here, definitely.
Yeah.
I'll sit next to Paizane.
I'll sit next to the lady who stabbed me.
Sure.
So I can talk with Strike at the table, sort of thing.
You see, Cut just kind of like stands off to the side, not like sitting down,
Big
just like
boys.
He'll break the chair.
Tirale also kind of stays up above, but leaning over the railing, looking down at you guys.
You're not gonna join us?
No, I'm good. Not much for, you know.
Antisocial much.
Well, our plan before we fought you
more members now. Yay.
was to go to the Alabasters.
Right. That makes sense.
We have realized also that white auras will be immensely helpful in here.
Yeah.
I
just show my white aura.
Strike kind of like looks down at his hands. I can imagine so. We were actually wondering the same thing about aura usage in here. Does seem to be a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
Strike.
Felix.
Yes.
Did you pray?
Yes. He pulls off a glove, and you do see the black splotch of murk.
Hey, look, we're merc buddies. I just say we're merc buddies.
The child first reached out to me.
Me too.
I believe, for the time being, you should accompany us wherever we go. I know your allies might not be totally comfortable with me saying that.
They all look to Strike, and it kind of looks more like whatever Strike says goes.
He's the
Strike
heir.
just kind of like nods.
He's the warden.
He's the warden.
The only white auras currently around us are with our group in the Crimson.
That's true.
That will eat away at you every day until you die.
I know. I've heard of it. When I was in Calcifel, I saw some of it.
But it doesn't seem to be affecting Camille that bad.
Well, I have a resistance to it.
It gets worse over time.
You all were part of the Plague Wardens, right?
Yes.
Strike says.
Yeah.
Yes.
Word gets around.
I was in Calcifel for a period of time, if you remember.
Yes.
Right.
We met.
Yeah, that's right. Yes,
under, again,
different
circumstances.
Yes.
Strike, can I see that? She gestures to the black mark.
He holds out his hand, and it's just got this like black splotch on it.
Chew is going to claw hand. Chew's going to put her hand over it if he lets her.
He does not stop you.
And like, I am going to try something. I don't know if this is something you can do.
Interesting. I like when you do
I
stuff
like
that
the
I
smile.
She's going to try to kind of connect her aura to his and take it. Take the black, the murk.
Okay, you mean like control the ether in it?
I think I know what Q's going for here. Oh, this is interesting.
Are you going to make it a roll? A D60 roll? A D100? Do it.
No.
I don't know. If it works, I'm just gonna be like, why did you do that to me?
He doesn't like you as much.
Hold it out. What do you mean?
Give me a...
Never called her.
She is currently green aligned, just as a reminder.
Well, it's not a save.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I just mean, you know, seeing as he's green aura.
Oh, you aligned it with his aura even more so. Oh, God. Okay.
You're gonna get it.
She's trying to take it.
No, you're gonna get it. He's not gonna. He's gonna still have it.
Oh.
You don't know that.
Let's see something real quick.
I don't know.
I agree with you, but we don't know.
I do miss the Pathfinder depth of skill checks that they had. There's no empathy check. I would say just a flat charisma roll with advantage.
Charisma with advantage.
I know you don't have a lot of charisma, so the DC is going to be lower just because it can't be that high. I mean, you're doing a lot of charismatic things, Q, for somebody who has no charisma.
You're good. You're good-hearted.
Only to the people.
Are good.
Only to the people of Sicily, unfortunately.
Do you do anything else?
She's actually gonna try Aurora and try again.
Okay.
Definitely try.
a 19, which is a nat 20 -1. That is the best you could possibly get.
Yes.
You went from pretty bad to the best roll Q can have.
The best of the best of the best.
Okay, so didn't expect you to try anything like this. This is cool. I like this. I like this a lot. Q, you put your hand over Strike's and you close your eyes. You try to connect with his aura. As Arcus, the Blade of the Five Houses, this holy relic of Susail that commands respect and seems to have a connection with people. How do I word this without giving away? Like it's hard for me to not like just give up the whole goose here. Just like give you like a little thing.
I gotcha.
I mean, you could just.
I'm trying to think of how to word it. Is all it is. No. It's not to everyone else. It's to him. Like I'm trying to figure out how to not just like spoil everything.
Yeah, that's fair.
Q, you can feel Strike's blood moving through his veins, and this is very weird. And Q, again, this is on the whole Q not understanding who she really is anymore. You know that Strike's blood is your blood. Whatever is running through Strike's vein originated from you. It is something that was once yours.
Oh.
And as you connect to his aura, you see flashes of Strike's memories, of his past experiences, of his life. You see him being raised as the son of Emperor Takir, as he is the heir and warden of the Verdant.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you called it.
You see him going through, honestly, some hellish training to become the leader of the Verdant Claw. His Paladin Oath is Oath of the Crown, Oath to Susail, to the nation of Susail. And you know that a Paladin's Oath has to be connected to some sort of power. Oath of the Crown is typically to a deity's, or not to a deity, but to a ruler, a monarch, or the heart of a nation. There is still a source of power that has to be drawn upon. It's not just esoteric, like I'm Paladin of the, the township.
The power is you.
There is still a power. There is a spirit of Susail that you connect with. That you realize this is where Strike is getting all of his power from, his paladin abilities. There is some divine entity connected to Susail as a kingdom, and it feels very familiar to you. You're not sure what that means, but you can feel it. And much, honestly, Chris is right. You feel like Strike, his Paladin Oath is to you, almost. And as his patron, basically, essentially, you slide your hand away from his, and the black spot is no longer there. It is on you.
Sweet. Sweet.
And you see Strike kind of like, what was that?
Well, I did my job. And she shares the black spot with her now.
You can do that?
Quill's like, that's a thing?
Up here, that's new.
That's useful. More useful information. Write it down.
I'm guessing I can only do it with the members of the sale.
Oh.
You see, Tirale is like gripping the railing, leaning over, like intensely curious, looking at Q. At that, Strike gets off the chair and goes down to a knee again to Q. I promise from this day forward, I will serve you and all of your tenants. All will know the glory of Arcus. Glory to Susail. And you hear all of the Verdant say, glory to Susail.
Okay. Yeah, great. Wow, I can't believe you're living this. This feels like shit.
Yeah. It does, doesn't it?
Don't worry about it. It's my job to make sure none of you guys die.
You can tell Strike is absolutely worrying about it. He doesn't like that you're bearing his burden, but he is also in reverence of you.
So.
Can I insight?
Yeah, by all means.
I was gonna say gods bear the sins of their children or something.
Peria, what are you inciting?
I'm trying to like that oath. Like when Strike was swearing an allegiance to Q, like I'm trying to see if it looked more than just like a knight swearing allegiance to like a lord, or if there was like a spirit. Basically, I'm trying to get that meta knowledge that we just got of spiritual connection.
You're trying to sense his emotion behind it.
No, the spiritual connection. Yeah.
Peria, as someone who has gone through a few different
packs,
a couple
of
packs,
yeah.
You know, warlock, paladin, back to warlock. It's kind of up in the air. I think you're the only one who could be most acutely aware of. Strike has almost like renewed a pact. He already had an oath to Susail, to the crown of sorts. Not necessarily to Emperor Takir, but to the well-being of Susail itself. He has now not only like redefined that oath, but refocused it to Q, to Arcus.
A true ruler.
And yet, nothing about it mechanically seems to change, but it does deepen the bond, you feel like. It's almost like when you knew Castellus, when you were bonded to Castellus, because you knew him and you met him. It's not just some foreign entity you're communicating through dreams. This is very similarly to when you were connected to Castellus.
So I'm gonna just make those two connections, and knowing that Q is basically acted like Castellus did and took the death merc away from me on the train and just made me resistant to it, essentially. Yeah. Okay.
You do feel like perhaps Strike may have just become a resilient.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Maybe.
Well, seeing as, you know, I've got the Verdant behind my back like so vehemently, I may as well announce to you guys, mainly the Cobalt, once we're out of here, I intend to abolish this stupid seat system.
Sounds good.
And I would really appreciate all of your support.
As you say that, there is like a silence that falls over the table. As it's kind of broken by like Thing going here. And most of like the Verdant seems to be like nodding along as they've been victimized by it for the last 10 years. Like not to say that like they've always been victimized by it. Every clan kind of has their turn of being the shit one for a while.
Yeah.
But they have most recently been for the last 10 years. Cobalt was in second place for the last 10 years. They've been doing pretty fine, and you do see them kind of like not objecting, but you feel like they don't see a problem with the system. And they're just like clearing their throat like, well, we'll see what happens when we get out of here. First, we must focus on that above all else.
Yeah, that's important.
Well, that no longer has the problem of him needing healed, but I believe...
Strike kind of follows what you're saying. Felix is, I will never leave Arcus' side while we are in this place.
In that case, I believe it would be best for the Alliance if somebody from the Kobold comes with us as well.
Sure, okay. This is gonna be pretty interesting.
I personally, and I'm gonna gesture to the dwarf.
Haynar.
Would like
magic missile, bro?
If Haynar joined us. He seems very capable.
Quill looks a little uneasy at the prospect. Give me a persuasion check.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't. Camille does not.
Well, two things. One, I'm gonna do persuasion, and two, I want to do insight on like why he feels whatever he's about to say.
While you're doing that, you see Evark go, I could always come along if you'd like. I perfectly.
I mean, you're the
bad.
heir. You kind of need to stay here. We don't want the heir.
As soon as he speaks up, Quill goes, absolutely.
Oh, sorry, that's perception. That's perception. Persuasion.
Persuasion 15 and insight 7. Okay. Insight, you're not really sure why he's saying that. Quill kind of like sighs and rubs his temples. This isn't a normal rite, so I do understand that things have to be taken a little bit differently here, but we are trying to establish a stronghold, as is our usual method, and I think even if this isn't a normal rite, we need a stronghold now more than ever. A safe house. I can't spare a Vosi, he points to Vosi, like, for, like the runes on the floor. I would rather not spare Kanar, as he is a very, very important aspect to our defenses here. And we were hoping while you were gone to maybe help clear out the town's monster problem. Evark cannot go, obviously, and I am bound here.
Balcony guy.
The one person I could potentially spare, and who could keep in touch with me very easily, would be Tirale. If you were so inclined to take someone with you, Tirale would be the one. Only one I would allow. And even then, I'm not very comfortable with the idea of separating the kobolds, but if it's to protect Arcus, it can be done.
Not only that, but one way for...
We'll need to convince the other clans that other clans are with us. So, other than just by word of mouth, we need people with us. That is true.
Having somebody with us. Is the Quiet One okay with coming with us?
Oh, I have no objections whatsoever. I have things I'd like to see for myself.
Just like probably staring.
Yeah.
And you're very eager.
16 insight. Felix is totally talking about Q.
Okay.
100% talking about Q.
Okay.
There's like no question there.
Well, great.
I suppose that works.
Yeah, I have no objections.
Are we gonna like take a break here for a bit for the battle wounds to be healed?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least a short rest, if nothing else.
With that, Q will look to
strike.
I'm gonna go upstairs with Cheerleader for a moment.
I'm inside.
I am fine if you want to.
Nice.
I'm fine if you want to join us. It's just he's been helping me with something.
Yeah, millions I said.
Strike,
helping
nods.
Me with something.
It's up to you what you would like me to do. I'm not going to obviously be glued to you. I understand. I just want to be near in case you need help.
No, I get it.
Neil, insight.
Yes.
It's definitely not anything weird, sexual or anything like that, but there is something obviously going on between Arcus and Tirale, like private. Although Q did tell you guys in the last session that Tirale delved into her mind and found those memories. So you can infer memory session, basically, memory delving session.
I'd ask Strike if he would stay, anyways.
Stay with you? You mean?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Strike will stay down here, and you can go up with Tirale.
That's cool. I'll be back. Come on, Tirale. You know the drill. You know the drill.
Your trauma. That's what I say.
So, Strike.
Yes.
We've seen some firsthand, but if we're gonna be fighting together, it would benefit us to know what you're capable of, fully.
So, I didn't make a full-on character sheet for all of the Verdant, because why would I? They might be dead. But I do have spell lists and such. Okay, so I'll just let you guys know the dealio on Strike, the Warden of the Verdant clan. He is a 10th level Paladin.
Jesus.
He's a level 7. It's not that big of a difference. I think he's level 9. You guys, the difference is, I didn't load him to the 9s with magical equipment. He's got like 3 magic items. You guys have like a shit ton of other things and magical enchanted this and that, and yada yada, and homebrew powers and yada yada.
I am a magical item.
Yeah, basically. He's an Oath of the Crown Paladin. He has his weapon is the Orblade Raish, which is basically a 15-foot long sword equivalent. It's like the sword whip idea. And he can be infused with aura. He has number of different spells. You can do Cure Wounds, Purify Food and Drink, Bless, Detect Poison, Command, Compelled Duel, Lesser Restoration, Locate Object Aid, Warding Bond, Zone of Truth, Revivify. If you have the component, he is a reviver.
Hell
First
yeah.
time for the party. Dispel Magic, Create Food and Water, Remove Curse, Aura, Vitality, Spirit Guardians, things like that. Other magical item he has, so he has the Aura Blade. He also has Gauntlets of Deliverance. It's his gauntlets. I'll put them into miscellaneous for visual sake. The gauntlets are paladin-specific item only.
That's nice.
The silver gauntlets are inscribed with powerful sigils that absorbs malady and infection. When you magically cure a creature of blindness, deafness, disease, or poison while wearing the gauntlets, you can choose to have the sigils on the gauntlets contain the condition instead of destroying it. While it contains a condition, you can then, as a bonus action, cause a creature to make a con save, and if they fail, they take that condition.
Ooh, that's fucking cool.
He currently has, and he tells you this was his ace in the hole, it has a dose of a very, 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 very potent 10d10 venom in it right now.
Damn.
That was his, if you get him close to death, he's just gonna touch you and you have to make a con save or fucking die.
Christ.
Yeah. So that is his, that was also a possible loot item if you killed him.
I could use it.
You could, yeah. You're the only one. But yeah, he is a 10th level paladin. Look up. I'll have to make an actual character sheet for him before next session.
Yeah, but that's fine. That's fine.
But,
just a general idea of what he can do is more than enough.
He's got his Oath of the Crown, Channel Divinity. He has two things. He can champion challenge. All creatures within 30 feet or enemies within creatures of your choice within 30 feet make a wisdom save. If they fail, you can't move away from him. He basically can compel you to fight him. Or he has Turn the Tide as a bonus action. All creatures within 30 feet that he chooses can regain a set amount of hit points.
Ooh.
So he's got healing capabilities.
Nice.
He also has Divine Allegiance. Creature within 5 feet of him takes damage. He can magically take the damage instead. He can just go, nope, I take it. So yeah, he's as he explains his abilities, you guys do realize this is not what people typically think of the Verdant. This is not like the Verdant Warden is nothing like what people think the Verdant are. Yeah, he has Aura of Protection, Lay on Hands, Divine Sense. He's a paladin, stuff.
Your reputations have been drugged through the bog, it seems.
For good reason. We, as I said, do have our own fair share of miscreants. There are a lot of us who
that's in any nation.
Do not
or
respect
any clan,
the old
though.
ways.
Yeah.
And I understand, and I should apologize for our past run-ins. Your experience with the assassins at the vineyard and with me at Cal.
Yes.
And that was annoying, but we're alive. Mostly, right?
But why?
At the time, I viewed you as simple enemies of my people, of my clan. But since you have gained the respect of Arcus in the trial, I've realized that I was mistaken. And I do apologize.
Was the original plan to strip me of my auras and then the crimson would be forfeit?
Yes. The hope was to make an easy time of this rite. There was the possibility of returning your aura to you after the rite as well. I am not without honor, and I would never deprive someone of an aura permanently if I could help it, but I don't know what my emperor was planning. He may have had plans for it. I'm very glad that plan failed, by the way.
Maybe not why it failed. What I agree with,
that is
but
still a bit concerning, but
yeah. That's why I asked you to stay, is so I could enlighten you what we've shared with the Cobalt.
Yes. Yeah. You explain.
Spew information.
While you're spewing information, Meanwhile,
I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
upstairs. Yeah, I actually.
Give me a drink, please.
I'm gonna use the restroom as well. Let's take a quick, like 2-3 minute, whatever, just break.
Okay.
I need to use the bathroom.
Sounds good. Bathroom. Bathroom break. Bathroom and or drink. I'm thirsty. Hurry up and do your business. Got games to play. Oh. So glad I didn't die. I'm so sorry that you did, Perry. I can't hear you.
It's fine. What's one more time?
Yeah. But that's the thing. Camille's thinking now that even though the rules can change, I have a feeling that even though you were brought back to life, you still technically died here. So you're probably still going to be staying here. That's my hoping it doesn't happen, but it could.
It's fine. It's fine.
I'm hoping Mike doesn't really think of that.
Think of
I
what?
mean, I'm sure he has already.
What?
Oh.
Perry had technically died here.
Yeah.
So she might still be bound here.
Meta knowledge.
Well,
Meta
also,
knowledge, we know that from the prequel, as long as you revived quickly after dying, you're fine.
Right.
Yeah, because
Meta knowledge.
my character died.
Right.
And then was brought back to life and didn't.
Right.
well, also, she might not be affected by those rules because of who she is.
Right.
Who
So you
knows?
just need to wave your hand and be like, "Here's an exit. I'm an apostle."
I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work like that.
I can still try it.
Easy.
Yeah, we can do like a presto, let's get the fuck out of here.
Or more like a Morgana, like you can use your staff. That
I was thinking that too, actually.
Third.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe.
Your powers combined.
We need to find a weak spot.
I mean, you're the apostle of truth. We
Use
need to find the truth.
my staff to shatter
the whole place.
some like dimensional portal.
I was like, if you use that thing, that thing's done now. It'll be done. It'll be a pile of dust.
I like that Peria fucking Paradox inverted the child. That was fantastic.
Just as a big fuck you.
If I wasn't still groggy, I would have went up and tried to restrain that bitch.
It didn't really do anything, I don't think, but it was definitely a big middle finger. Like that was the best. Like just.
Nice.
Oh yeah, no, it was so cathartic.
Yeah.
But like, here, you feel like how it dies.
Yeah. This is awesome. I'm so glad that went so well because I was so scared. I was terrified.
As soon as the thingy popped up and Camille went down, I like messaged Chris. Was like, I gotta give up. I gotta do it.
And
that was like the big thing is if Scratch went before any of you, I knew that he was gonna go after Camille if possible because all he had to do was hit somebody who hadn't acted in initiative yet, and I was like, oh no, that's bad.
Everybody.
I could have survived a hit from him.
Yeah.
Oof.
It was a lot. It was like 70 something, 69 damage, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fun fact, he also knows burst.
Oh,
if
of
he
course.
had gone down, he would have attacked again.
Yep.
And assassin lasts until the person takes a turn, so if he attacked again, it would have been another crit.
Yep.
He's a true assassin. She is a true Scratch is like the true that's why her name is Scratch, is all it takes is a scratch.
Yeah.
Dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Done.
Like I said, gouge. Your name should be gouge. It shouldn't be scratch. Scratch is like,
be
I
dead.
scratched myself with a little bit of like a paper cut. And I was more
Right
like
thing, bite, cut, scratch.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah.
Code names.
Yeah.
Like even though she almost killed me, I admire that.
Oh yeah, I mean,
admire
there's definitely a bit of warrior respect amongst the group. I think.
I was like, I'm glad you didn't kill me, but
Bless you, Megan.
That was really nice.
I didn't even notice. Sorry, Megan.
Oh, it's fine.
Like
I muted
headset almost
myself
came
right
off.
before.
I didn't expect you guys to recruit Strike and a member of the Cobalt. That's cool though. It makes sense.
Bacon.
It does mean that I'm going to have to make every encounter from now on a lot harder.
Oh my God, you got Becky. You got Bacon Becky.
Yep,
I got some of our sushi.
Oh, she sounds so good.
I'm eating random shit right now at this point.
Do you have magical pancakes?
Don't have that.
Stop! I'm hungry. I'm actually hungry. All right.
That's what
I know. Yeah, what I was saying is like I can't believe you guys actually got like Strike to join the party. It makes sense. It totally does. But I'm gonna have to make everything a little bit harder now because you have a reviving Paladin, level 10 Paladin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine. We might need it for fighting the giant freaking Leviathan.
That's what I'm thinking. Is if you are gonna go after the beast, this makes sense then. Also, Tirale is a great party member because he's a diviner.
Yeah, it's like no. Yeah. Yep.
He rolls 2 dice and can use those at any time.
Yep.
Mr. Super Great DM.
Yes.
Can we level up?
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, we need to be closer to the NPCs levels. Come on.
Nah.
Keep things even,
I know it feels like it's been forever since you guys leveled, but
not anything.
Yeah, that's the other thing is there hasn't actually been as much like you've had the Dullahan
You
fight
had
and
a
the
boss
fight against you've had like the Aarakocra stuff, and you didn't even fight the Desert Kraken or the bird because you befriended it. So the only thing you really had
fought
is
the Desert Kraken.
No, you did not, Paria. You put it into a hypnotic daze immediately.
Yeah, we beat the fight.
Don't we get like bonus XP for beating it but not beating it?
There is. You guys are accumulating invisible experience points in my head. You are close to a level, but there does have to be like one big threshold event or something to level you.
Yeah, the Kraken or whatever.
Yeah, something. There's a lot more still in Zazant. I know
We can go back and kill the Kraken now if you want.
Sure. Yeah, go for it. I know you guys have already gotten 2 of the clans to unite, plus Crimson, so 3. But there is still a lot in Zazant. Like uniting the clans is just like step 1.
Yeah.
You still have to find a way to get out of here. So there's plenty of potential.
Yep.
So Camille would ask when we're eating. So
yeah.
Any of the heads of the clans. I know I'm not much into this, but what would be the next person that we would go for in terms of clans?
We already know. Yeah.
The only 2 left are the Alabaster and the Golden, and the Golden are hard to pin down.
I have a
question. Kobold actually suggested Alabaster.
So. I mean your relationships with them.
To Quilil and Strike and Pyzane, what does the Alabaster Warden sound like?
The Alabaster Warden, the Warden is, you notice the 3 of them kind of share like a little, almost like an inside joke, like a chuckle, and Pyzane speaks up, the Alabaster Warden is, weird.
Does he have a
very
deep voice?
That's very rude. No, actually, I don't believe they have a very deep voice at all. It's a very wispy voice. They're an air elemental, I believe. It's very unusual. The Alabaster like to bind planar entities into their service. They don't like to throw people into battles. It's questionable ethics, but you know.
I know the Warden's name's what, Suvali or something?
Suvali.
What's their heir? Who's their heir?
Suvali, I believe. No, wait, hang on. No, that was the Warden.
That was the Warden.
The heir of the Alabaster is Inrias, an Asamar cleric. I'll put it into NPCs. Just put Inrias.
I swear to God, if I spelled this right, I'm gonna be so happy.
Not even gonna try.
No, it's an A instead of a U. Damn it.
Oh, that would work too, I suppose. Inrias.
Looking to Strike, did you send me a message?
No.
Yesterday?
No, I not that I can remember. Why?
Letting people
well, I got a message yesterday saying they were blah blah blah, because Megan didn't write it down.
I'll just let you know, Megan, they never identified as the Warden.
No, they didn't, but I'm going to say that I got a message from someone saying I was to be safeguarded by the order of their Empress, and the only other Empress is the Crimson and the Alabaster, right?
Right, yes.
So I'm assuming it's someone from the Alabaster, and that I shouldn't trust the Cobalt, and that they were on an island off to the behind by the thumb.
You see the Cobalt, like Quill, just like almost like wounded, like what?
Just like pat his wing. I'm like, it's okay.
Stuck up pacifist prudes. Well, I don't think you should trust them. No. Unite.
We need to
being cautious.
Yeah.
Gain trust.
Just relying information, not passing judgment on
what
was said.
If you were in talks with them, did they know you were going to be talking to the Verdant?
Oh, that might be it. They might think that I was right. Okay.
Oh, I
you
did
see,
tell
you
them.
see Strike kind of holds his hand up, is like, sorry about that. I know that we have a bad reputation. No, it's not your problem. Alabaster being judgmental bastards.
We all want out of here. Nobody wants to die.
I did let them know that we were already aware of what you were in dealings with the Verdant. So all the cards are on the table.
Seems
and
to be the
bacon.
running theme, at least.
Beautiful.
So I guess when Q is back, we'll continue to the Alabaster, or should we look more around the city? There were 3 other places that...
I suppose the bird can wait. Why don't we help explore this town before heading out?
It's a good idea.
There was some interesting locations.
Yes,
At least then, too, we can fortify everything around here more.
Yes, we can help to make this, to clear out some of the trash.
Well,
on that note,
at least put something up here.
On that note, Quill kind of like looks over to Felix and goes, now that we have some united forces here, I do want to ask, and I'll respect your judgment on this as much as I can. Do you think it would be prudent for us to kill the giant bird now?
I have something that I haven't been telling you everything about the sword.
Oh, really?
Yes, I know.
Jeez, Felix hiding information from everyone, including his sister. Yeah, who would have thought of that?
He has a good reason.
Oh, and he told Morgana. Even better. Oh, right, his beloved. I forgot.
Camille shovels more bacon into her mouth.
Yeah. Angrily, yep.
When I was talking with the beast, I came to some realizations, as well as if we don't find a way out, we'll be able to make one.
How so? Why didn't you tell us this important information?
Camille, shut up.
No.
Quill does kind of like gesture to Camille. I'm kind of on her side, but please do explain. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
In order to keep this bird helping us, even if it's just for now,
be right back.
Taking out these primordial beasts is not going to be an easy feat. It wishes to become a pseudo-god of this world.
Oh, that's always great.
It is, isn't it? Yes. Made me realize some things. However, whoever does use this, as I said, well, I can't remember what whoever uses this, whoever attunes to it, if they have the opportunity, will become compelled to slay said beasts.
You did mention it was cursed at one point, that's right.
That is true. Some compulsion will take over if you're attuned and you are in the presence of one of these beasts. It will compel you to kill them.
Question. Compel.
I believe question for Mike.
Yeah.
Green aura. Can I stack it multiple times and burn a shit ton? So can I use its ability twice to give a +10?
No.
Okay.
You cannot do that. That would be
broken.
Interesting, but broken.
Okay.
Though you do know there are members around you who possess a true Verdant aura.
Yes.
Which has additional things that you can't do.
Yes.
I will just let you know. You know what? I'll just let you know, since you're allied with them now, what the true Verdant aura does.
Hey.
It grants unparalleled resilience to status effects and allows one's body to be fueled with adrenaline to narrowly evade deadly strikes. While a true Verdant aura is active, all saves become a flat +10 regardless of their base stat. Additionally, you gain 1 legendary resistance per day.
Jesus Christ.
Holy shit.
That fight was not going to go well for you guys. Each of the true auras at their level, like Peria didn't have the true power of the true Crimson aura. There are different like stages of how much you can use it. That is their like peak. Is they become pretty much immune to status effects or dex saves. Like even like a fireball dex save, they can just pump +10.
Yeah.
Basically. But yeah.
And this next part, I need all of you kobolds to take a moment and reel this one in.
Okay.
If all of the beasts are slain with this weapon, it can grant a wish spell.
There is a moment of silence. Then you hear Kanar go, "Holy shit!"
Yeah, I'm like, excuse me?
And you were gonna give that away?
You see Quill's kind of like, I do have to admit, I am not happy to hear that, but, well, okay, that does present some Opportunities.
If we don't find a way out, it's possible we could make a way
Make
out.
one.
Even
So that's like our
if
fail-safe.
we only use this beast for a short time.
You see Quill begins to think, and he looks like the members of the Cobalt, and it looks like he's kind of formulating an idea. So, interesting. I think uniting the clans may have been a better idea than we thought. I think that if we can get all the clans here, we might be able to do something interesting with that. I know for a fact that the members of the Alabaster possess planar magic, as they bind planar entities. I possess spatial magic with my gravity. You possess the prospect of a wish spell. The Verdant can resist negative effects. And the Golden, I'm not exactly sure what they could really offer to this, unfortunately, but still bring them along anyways. I think, with our abilities combined, opening a rift might be a possibility. He just goes to his spell scroll armband thing. He flips a second latch that has a smaller compartment, and he unfurls a second scroll. The other one was his spell book. This is an actual spell scroll. You see the back of the scroll is like shimmering reflective gold covered in blue ley lines of light enchantment.
I'm back. What happened?
Oh,
I'm revealing things about the sword.
Felix revealed the sword's ability.
Okay.
And Quill has revealed that he believes that through the unity of the clans, they could potentially use the Wish spell, plus Quill's spatial magic, plus the Alabaster's planar magic, plus the Verdant's ability to repel like harmful effects, to basically create a hole, a rift out of this place. And Quill is just now revealing he has a spell scroll, not his spell book, but actually like a spell entombed into a scroll, and it is a like gilded golden scroll with magical runes covering it. He says, "This was granted to me by my emperor for this right to ensure victory if needed. This is a very powerful spell, viewed out." He pulls out this this scroll, and he tells you guys that he has a ether smithed scroll, which is like the Cobalt specific ability to imbue items with even more magic than usual. That can cast a 9th level graviturgy spell called Ravenous Void. This is his ace in the hole that he was planning on saving in case he needed to kill you all, or something to that effect.
Yay! Total trust.
He thinks that with this spell basically creates essentially a black hole. It's a 20-foot radius sphere of destructive gravitational force. He thinks that if he combines this spell with a wish, a plane shift spell from the Alabaster, and potentially maybe somebody from the Verdant is involved in this to help resist any negative effects. And hell, maybe the Golden could speed things up with their aura. Through the union of the clans, it is possible that maybe we could punch a hole out of here.
Now,
be nice.
I'm hesitant. The one reason I was hesitant to bring this up is because I don't just want to escape. I want to kill that thing. It has been affecting our world in horrible ways.
You speak of the Aboleth. You want to kill the Aboleth.
It needs to die.
I agree.
And I agree.
I like killing things.
I don't simply want to run from it. This is something that needs to be taken care of.
It is evil.
From the room above. Yeah, fuck that guy.
Quiet, you. We're in the middle of something. Your memories. No.
This is the easy out. This is running from a problem. It'll probably work. I imagine the power of a wish spell will be able to do that, especially with all of your true auras. But that doesn't solve the problem. That doesn't make things better.
Okay, counterpoint. Would not be more prudent to escape, alert the clans, and then unite a task force to take care of it from the outside? We could always re-enter the Crucible. Why should we risk our clans now? You don't feel like he's saying you're wrong. He's just trying to prompt
getting out
possible
first
discussion.
Yeah.
But you do feel like he can see the logic in what you're saying.
If we leave now, more people than have ever been in here, more powerful people than have ever been in here in a long time, to my knowledge. Because from what we have learned, the primordials have not appeared in some time. And for the primordials to appear within the world means that there is a lot of power. If we can unite, take him out now. If we come back, he'll be ready for us. He'll put people in places and put tons and tons of creatures in their path. He tried to make it easy for you guys to get to us, to kill us. Things weren't set in place to kill everybody at the moment. Just us.
True.
You have your best weapon against it.
Then, if we're going with that, and I'm not saying we are, we have to discuss this further.
Yes.
But if we go with that idea, then I suppose the plan would then be to use the wish to locate this creature.
Strike suggested that we might be able to find it on our own as well.
Yeah, Strike kind of leans over and is like, Quill, I'm surprised you didn't think of this yourself. Aboleths have lairs. They have signs. How do you not know about this and I do? And you see...
Y'all are different.
You see, Quill leans over and is like, I don't know, perhaps it's because we don't deal with aboleths like your clan does.
Hey.
Insight!
Yeah,
Wow.
give an insight.
My character's like, hey, well,
Peria, it sounds like Quill is implying that the Verdant clan has dealt with aboleths before.
evil things, yeah.
You see Strike kind of like leans back.
Well, you know, different areas of expertise. You guys are books, they're more outside worldy, I guess. I don't know. So, maybe we should just... We need to kill this aboleth, obviously. So we're just gonna go do that. And then find a way out.
Right.
I'm okay with that idea. It sounds evil, it's disgusting, and I hate that child so much.
Honestly, fuck them kids.
Yeah, fuck them kids. Basically. Yeah. That's what she says.
Strike seems to ignore Quill's kind of comment and just like goes on. Here's what we know about aboleths typically. I will let you know the regional effects of an aboleth lair. The region containing an aboleth's lair is warped by the creature's presence, which creates one or more of the following effects. Underground surfaces within 1 mile of its lair are slimy, wet, and difficult terrain. So, like, surfaces are all slicked within a mile surrounding its territory.
Yummy.
All water sources within 1 mile of the lair are supernaturally fouled, and enemies of the aboleth that drink such water will vomit it within minutes. And this is not as... This isn't as important to know because you can't really track by this, but as an action, the aboleth can create an illusory image of itself within 1 mile of its lair. That's pretty much it. Its lair is typically a wet, slick, sticky, bad, awful place with foul water.
So we just need to go around this whole area and drink some water.
I think it'll be fairly obvious by appearance, if nothing else. You see Quill kind of nods, like, still only a mile, though. We'd have to get pretty close within the lair. Who's to know how deep underground the lair could be? And Strike saying, I didn't say it would be easy, but let me say what we're all probably trying to avoid. We could be here for a long time, and it doesn't feel like we have a time limit. So, I guess we should just start looking.
My dad knows what time
And as Strike kind of says that, it kind of settles for like the first time that like, you guys have been here what, 2-3 days in Zizant?
Yeah.
Could be 2-3 weeks.
Yep.
Could be 2-3 months.
Could be 20 years.
3 years.
Yep.
Who knows?
You don't know how long it could take for you guys to find this exit.
Yeah.
Just go and grind, get to level 20, and then.
You guys step out, wall coming back into Susail, like see like Zivadona just smack her down.
I am World Dragon
Farm.
Yeah.
Well, if it's 2 to 3 years, Zivadona already won the war. There is no world to come back to.
Step out into chaos.
Oh god.
We're back to save Susail. Oh, Susail was destroyed 20 years ago. Oh no.
Shit.
Susail has sailed.
This is Zivadona land.
Anyways,
yeah. All right, yeah. So yeah, let's
We wait for Q to finish having her dream
Yeah.
sesh.
which is weird.
I guess I'll shift the music over.
Something spooky.
I wouldn't want somebody invading my mind. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you, you dick.
We're sorry, the
I love
child
you,
you have
Iowa.
reached has been exploded. They will resume form in the next 12 hours.
Good. I can pray. She prays anyway. She doesn't give a shit. She don't care what happens. She's praying.
Can't get double murked.
Yeah.
Or can you?
Okay. Q. Sitting in the room with Tirale. He sits you across the table again. And gestures for you to let him lean forward again to touch your temples and cast the spell. As he does so, though, he says, now, before we get into this, last time was a bit of a jumbled mess. I would like to try something this time.
Yeah,
Focus on whatever it is you're trying to learn specifically. I don't know if you have a specific, but some direction will help me refocus your mind.
Alright.
What would you like to learn about you? I still have something I'd like to show you, but I don't know how to find it in your jumbled brain.
I want to know more about my relationship with the Purple Emperor.
See.
Would it help if I shift my aura's alignment to blue?
I don't know. Perhaps.
Well, she's going to try to and then realize she can't because she already did it once a day.
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
you can't just do it all the time.
Why can't I do this? Oh, this is another freaking limitation. Damn it.
Alright, well, I don't know what you're doing, but I'm going to continue.
Yeah.
As he shifts forward and begins to reach out to your mind, everything goes dark again as you begin to fall back into your memories. But this time you focus. Q, can I get an intelligence check? No, a save. Intelligence save.
Yeah.
I don't trust Tirale at all. I'm just saying. I really don't.
You don't have to take him with you if you don't want to.
Yeah, Becky just says it. Camille doesn't care.
Did it roll?
Yeah, it
hasn't shown up for me yet.
It's 5.
5.
I'll refresh. There it is. Okay. 5. Okay. Hugh, as you try to maintain focus on this memory, it becomes harder and harder as all of these thoughts slip by, and so trying not to just give up everything right off the bat so hard. Hugh, you're focusing on your relation to Violet Emperor Andorius. You fall back into your memory of being captured by the Cobalt, of yourself being escorted back towards their land. You can remember being cold and hungry and scared. You just recently watched your parents die. But no matter what these people who are taking you where they're taking you, they won't answer any of your questions. Over time, you hear them referring to you as a subject of some sort, test subject.
Cool.
You get the feeling that they have some form of experiment planned. But before it can be carried out, you do see the Violet clan intercepting them. This time you are a bit more focused on the memory, and you can hear a bit of what happens. There is some fighting, and you eventually hear the Violet soldiers call out to the Cobalt, telling them to stand down, that their indiscretion against the treaties has been noticed by the Violet Emperor, and they must surrender. Their goods are forfeit to them. The Cobalt clan stands down, and the Violet clan saves you. Specifically, you see Violet Emperor Andorius, who takes you in, and as he does, he notices something in you, something unique. You're not sure what he's seeing in you, but he takes you to his home, and he has you cleaned up, freshly clothed, and fed. And we are going to jump into a memory where Q, you are. This is interesting to say. You're there, like sitting at a table with the Violet Emperor.
Oh.
But you know how, like, you know, when you're dreaming, you don't really get to control what you do. You're just kind of like watching.
Yeah.
This is not that. Q is at that table.
Oh.
Sitting across from Violet Emperor Andorius as you are sharing a meal, and he seems to just be going over. He has some papers on the table he's going over, and there's a couple servants around. What do you say?
She's just taking a moment to realize that she's, you know.
You are, yeah. You're currently standing in one of your memories.
Excuse me?
He just keeps eating.
She thinks for a moment. Dad?
He stops for a sec and looks up at you. He gives a slightly warm smile. You can call me that if you'd like, but we don't have to rush to that. Take your time.
Why did they hurt my family?
I don't know. I'm sorry about that. I really am. The clans have been in turmoil lately. So many people dead, it just changed things. I believe they were... This isn't really a conversation for a child. They were bad people, and they've been taken care of, and you're safe now. Please, eat up. It's good food.
I really want to know.
kind of like looks at you, and for a moment, it almost feels like he can kind of like see through what's going on here. Like, it's a memory, but there's something weird going on. All right. Recently, I believe, according to my reports, the Cobalt have been experimenting with my father's gift to them. They've been trying to find a way to implant it into other people to make new members of the clan, but as I've told them, that's impossible. I think they were going to try to turn you into a Cobalt member, since you're Baron, which is a very rare and very precious trait in Suseo.
Precious? I thought Baron people were looked down on.
Unfortunately, they are, but that's because very few understand your true capabilities. You are unburdened by responsibility or by expectation, and you are an empty vessel, one that can become whatever you'd like, and I find that to be very valuable. That's just my way of seeing things. The clans don't agree with me. Are you really sure you want to talk about this? You could go and play with your new siblings. I'm sure they're interested in meeting you.
Siblings?
But yes, my children, of course. My actual children. Not that you are a child. You are bad at this.
It's okay. Thank you.
Of course. Of course.
I have an odd question. Can a person without an aura get one?
That's not something we should talk about. It's not something that I'm supposed to talk about. I think it's time for bed. And he just stands up and begins to move away.
Okay, I guess you will follow him.
As you follow him out of the room, the memory shifts. And you find yourself in a very nice bedchamber. Surrounded by servants helping to tuck you in and get you ready for the bed. Something Q at this point in her life had never experienced, which was any kind of luxury. As you're being tucked in, you hear all of the maids and servants kind of like gossiping slightly about you. Like, did you hear? He adopted another one. No, when will it stop? All these little urchins off the street. Really bringing this place down. Like, oh dear, no, don't eat the soap. That's for washing. Not that you've ever done that. And it just kind of like, they keep like trying to get you clean and dressed, and you can tell that they're all very upset that you're here in some way. And as you're kind of starting to feel a little self-conscious about, being a burden to these people, eventually there's a knock at the door, and you see your new father, Andurius, step in. They all immediately snap to attention. He goes, I wanted to wish you good night. I know it was a very trying day for you, but just know that things will be better tomorrow. Get some rest. You're safe here.
Oh, is this? Can I actually talk here too?
You're still in this.
Thank you. So I'm not the first you've adopted.
He like looks to the servants, and they all just kind of like look away and like usher themselves out of the room. We'll talk about this in the morning. Please, get some rest.
Okay.
Good night. night, Q Carillia. And he leaves the room.
Are the maids still here, or did they just leave?
They leave. They leave
Okay.
you to, and you find yourself alone in this like 4-poster bed, just like in this big, empty, dark room, surrounded by things you don't know, in a place you don't really know where you are.
Sorry.
She's gonna go to the window. Is there a window to look out?
Yeah, there are windows.
Alright, she's gonna go to the nearest one and look out to see.
You see a sprawling city in every direction from this window out. Large rivers and waterfalls. Q, you recognize this is where Kalos is nowadays. This is where the city of Kalos once is and was. But before the terrain was dramatically changed. You remember that there was a city here where the city of Kalos now stands, and where the Crucible is now was where the palace of the Violet Emperor stood.
Looking at the city as it is, does the architecture look familiar to back to the first memory where she was killing people? Like the surrounding area?
You were killing people on a battlefield. You weren't in a town. You were
I
on
wasn't sure
a
who was
field.
in town or not.
No. You were fighting soldiers.
Okay. Do I notice, like, any sort of symbolism on flags or anything? Like,
You do. I need to. I think I actually have to do this soon. Hold on a moment. Way back there. Look at this. It's over into Discord. So. So, what you see is a flag with this symbol. I'm going to put it into miscellaneous. A symbol of which Q immediately recognizes stands for basically the House of the Three Moons, which was another way of naming the Violet House. This was the ancient heraldry of Susail, which does not exist anymore.
alright. Also, while she's looking outside, does she see does she see anybody about, like, is it bustling, or does it look like people
It's nighttime. You're getting ready for bed. So it's night out there. You do see the 3 moons in the sky. There is activity, nightlife, but it looks like a city. Nothing particular to note.
Okay. Alright, with that, she returned back to the room.
Okay. Q, you do feel like you could move from this memory or linger on it. It's up to you. Like, you are somewhat in control of how this progresses.
Last thing she will do, she'll go to the door and basically put her ear to it and listen, see if anything's going on outside.
Make a perception check. You you can hear activity through the halls. There is some mutterings, but it's hard to make out.
Okay. I guess with that, she will move on then.
Okay, you feel your mind recede from that memory, and it rapidly moves to another one. Hugh, give me another intelligence save.
Because I am great at these. Oh shit!
Oh, you're great at these. Just say that with every save.
All right, Hugh, what are you trying to focus on still? Just give me an idea, and I'll fill in the blanks if there's something specific.
She's now trying to focus on why she hates him.
Why you hate him?
Like, now she understands a little bit more as to why she liked him, but now she wants to know why she hates him.
Your mind races forward in time, and you feel like a few years pass living with Andurius. You go from being a small child to still a child, but about the size Q is now. Maybe like a 10 to 12-year-old girl.
This is where she kept at her height.
Basically, this is like the latest. Actually, yes, AJ, this is to the point Q looks like exactly right now.
Oh.
And you jump forward, and it is the most jarring, painful moment of going from this very comforting, like in a nice bedroom looking over the city, to a sudden, very bad memory. A very, very bad memory. You are looking up at Kalos, the man you at one point thought was your father. The one that you really thought was your wielder, so to speak. And you don't recognize where you are. You don't recognize how you got here because the memory was just a leap in time.
Mm-hmm.
But you see him impale you on Arcus, the blade.
Oh!
He stabs down onto you. And in that moment, there is a pulse of energy between you and the blade. And you hear him say, "It is done," as you are joined with the blade that he has forged to slay your father, Andurius. And you immediately feel this rush of emotions come through you as Q and Arcus join. And the sentient blade of Arcus melds with the child that is Q, the empty, barren vessel. And the 5 auras that have been pumped into this sword pour into the empty vessel. And you immediately register, you are not Arcus. You are part of Arcus, but you're not Arcus. And that's why you have this feeling towards Andurius. The sword was crafted to kill him by the 5 houses rising against the Violet Emperor for one reason or another. But you were the Emperor's adopted child.
So I have no particular qualms against him myself. It's the sword.
Yes. That's why it's been such a conflict since you first saw him. That first memory.
Okay. Great.
I will say you got a natural 20, so this is technically a good thing that you saw this. You wanted to see this. So you will not be shunted out of your memories right now. But I will say Q is in a very painful memory. One that, as you're in it, you do not want to be here anymore. So what does Q do?
I suppose at this point her mind would go to why Why would they do this to her? Why would they?
Give me one more int save. I'll still keep the nat 20, but I just want to see if you can get like another really good one, or if we're just gonna.
Why you do this?
And why do I want him dead so badly? Int.
Come on, another 20.
Nope.
That's fine. It just, if you got another nat 20, I would have done something fucking crazy, but.
Gotcha.
Just gonna cut music there. As you shift to why is this happening? Why was this done? You get a flurry of different images, of different memories, and you see a few things. One, you see almost like a perspective of from when you were a child, before you were taken by Undorius, in your home in the Crimson.
Right.
You are watching. You're out with your father, on the fields, working on the fields, and you see suddenly 1, 2, 5, 10, 50 people, farmers and other people around, suddenly burst into aura and disappear.
Oh!
And it begins to happen more and more and more, and their auras race off into the sky to some far-off distant destination. And your father grabbing you and running inside and terrified, screams erupting around as he witnesses the great tragedy. I move forward a little bit in the next memory, and you can see, while you're living with Andorius, you can see him in like a council meeting with some of his advisors. You hear them talking about the uprisings happening throughout Susail, the sudden disappearances of leaders of the clan, of very important members of Andorius's power power system.
Right.
Basically, gaps opening up all across Susail of these power vacuums. The great tragedy opening up this opportunity for rebellion. You keep asking why. Why is this happening? You see Kalos, leader of the revolution against the Violet Emperor, going to the other clans and gaining their trust and forging the Arcus blade. This sword designed with the 5 auras to slay your father. You ask why? The most simple explanation is, why not? There's a chance to become the new emperor, to take over, to change things. You immediately get this sense that these weird memories you've had of the Violet Clan being this evil, dark organization is something from Arcus, this sword created to destroy them. Your first sense is that you weren't created to protect the clans. You were created by the clans to destroy one of them. But the sword didn't want you to feel that way. It had a different perspective. To the sword's perspective, to Arcus's perspective, it was protecting the clans from the Violet. And you ask why. And your last memory before this all collapses around you is you on the battlefield, leaning over Violet Emperor Undorius, blade in hand, bringing it up, and your adopted father just nodding as you bring it down. And then Q passes out.
Well, I have a fucking paragraph of notes now.
Well, you did not hear any of that.
I'm gonna go for Becky, because I forget shit.
Hello.
Holy fuck.
That's more tragic than I thought it was.
Still haven't told you everything.
Boy, this.
I can take the key. She can take the remote.
You should probably mute yourself, honey.
No, Dad, are you?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. I love that lore, man. I love knowing shit.
Still so much
Yes.
more.
I mean, Becky.
It's meant to protect everybody. Hi, Dad. You're so fucked.
I can take one, Becky can take the other.
I can do what now?
Oh, Chris is talking to someone.
Yeah, Chris is on the phone.
I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Yo!
That money was helpful.
Yo! This is wild.
Sure.
Holy crap.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
So
No
how do you
offense,
feel right
Adrian,
now?
But like, Tyrion's backstory kept nothing. This is so much
Nothing,
juicier.
yeah, exactly.
See, what happened is AJ gave me a blank slate with Q.
Yeah.
There was
Yeah.
nothing. It was just like, oh, no real memories, just like this.
Perfect.
To kind of discover as you go along. Oh, the DM has the free reign to create whatever.
Go
That
for
is
it.
like that is awesome and interesting. And I think like maybe one time we should do a campaign where none of us have backstories and the DM
I would
decides it all.
love to just like create.
Like you decide like all of our fates, all of our backstories and everything. We don't know if we're meant to die or not. Like all of that shit. That would be great.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Holy crap. That's just wild, man.
I mean, so the Arcus sword existed before Q. It was going to be in the campaign just as like a relic that you guys could find. And then AJ was like, I'm not going to play Tyrburden. Like, I'm like, okay, so
How do
AJ
I
was
tie you
gonna,
to the tail?
yeah, AJ was going to play, I think you were just going to play Q, but you were just going to be like a child of Yeah, I think you were going to be like in the Crimson was the idea. It was like Q was originally going to just be like a Crimson like cousin to Peria or something.
Cool. Oh god, I would have hated you.
Right, but the problem was I needed a way for Q to be resilient to the Merc, because you can't be in this party without resiliency, which is like some unique effect that makes you not die immediately.
Yeah.
And so I was sitting down with AJ and I'm like, hear me out. What if for a sword?
Yeah, I actually told Mike Q's original origin, and he was like, oh wait.
Yeah, I was like, this fits.
Word.
So, Arcus was originally just supposed to just be a weapon that had this like backstory, but then like Q made it better.
Dope.
I mean, I didn't hear half of that because of
no,
parent.
it's all right.
You should unmute yourself, Chris.
I didn't hear half of that because of parents, but I wasn't there anyway, so.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
It's recorded.
Yeah.
It's recorded. You can watch it later. No big deal.
Rewatch it.
I heard most of it. But yeah.
Great.
Bullshit.
Fuck.
Yeah.
After like I think like you guys have been talking for a while, like 10 minutes passed. Tirale comes out from upstairs and goes, "She passed out again."
God damn it.
It's an intense experience uncovering memories.
Right, what memories happened this time?
I don't know if I'm supposed to be the one to tell you that.
That's fair. We'll ask her when she's awake.
Right.
Or she just might tell us. I mean.
She just might, but that's going to be her decision.
Yep.
Not mine. You see Tirale like goes over the table to like think about what he just saw.
Yeah.
He got the juice, man.
He's got all of that too.
He's like, love that information.
So, you guys are down there. You guys are kind of discussing moving forward. What next do you guys want to do? Are you guys
to the forge?
Yeah, I think exploring the town sounds good.
Okay.
Because we didn't get a chance to do that.
Make sure it's safe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, we know you have that content, Mike.
Okay, great. Yeah, I do actually have that content. I didn't want to say anything last session, but you guys just like, yeah, we're just gonna leave, and I'm like, Somebody promised me they were going to explore, but okay.
I did say we would explore, and we
You
totally
absolutely
forgot.
were like, it's absolutely
It was
happening.
like, nah, fuck
It
it.
just took another session.
Peace out.
Can we take like a 30-minute break so I can eat?
Yeah, sure, that sounds good.
Yeah. We'll reconvene like 8:30, 8:40. It'll say 8:30 for right now. If we need more time, I'll extend it. Okay.
All right.
See you guys.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh.
See ya. Camille's back, bitches.
From outer space.
Are you back in black?
Yeah.
Back in black. Also, I realized, aka Chris realized that last session we didn't do the 3d12 for the toy.
Oh,
yeah. No, you haven't done it for like a couple days.
A toy, I forgot.
Every not session, but every in-game day you can
Yes.
do.
What's in the Barney bag today?
252. I'll look.
What happens on doubles?
Sounds like you said
2.
nut session.
To my understanding,
Potion of healing, dust of disappearance.
So what
Potion
of healing?
times 2. Potion times dose.
Regular ones?
Yeah.
Okay.
50 gold pieces. I mean, it's all like 25 to 50 gold pieces or something.
Yeah.
Whatever each thing. So. But.
How much money do I have?
I have money.
I'm good because
we need it.
We don't know how long it's gonna take us to get to the next place.
Yeah. And these only last 24 hours, so
yeah.
I'm gonna say nah, it's okay.
What was the other item? The potion?
It was 252. So it was, 2 was potion of healing common, 5 was the dust of disappearance.
Dust of disappearance isn't bad, but
yeah, I was thinking about like it's free invisibility. We might need it.
Scratch had that.
Coming up on the child and shanking him. He ain't dead. Yes.
Maybe we'll just throw it on him and make him disappear forever.
We're gonna have Scratch or whoever that is deal a blow, man. That should hurt. That was great. That was painful.
It was nasty.
Yeah.
Strike has officially a character sheet now, so.
Nice.
Alright, so what's our plan?
Wake Q up.
Right.
Wake Q up.
Yeah, Q is still passed out upstairs.
I'm gonna get some bacon. I'm gonna go upstairs and wave it under
Bacon
her
solves
nose.
everything. That does not wake you up.
I smack her.
That wakes Q up.
Bacon! I just go. Solves all of our problems.
As a knee-jerk reaction to being slapped, does Camille get punched?
My dex is 20, or my armor class is 20.
Okay. So she's
Whoa,
barely misses you.
What trauma have you brought to us today?
That's
what I just... I'm joking. I don't say that. Becky says that. Becky says it. She's like, so what'd you find out from your memories?
A lot.
I don't say that. I don't say trauma. Becky said. Yeah.
A lot and not as much as I'd like.
Oh. Well, I guess come on downstairs and enlighten us with your memories. If you want to share them, that is. Not trying to be insensitive. But we need to know things. Alright.
You just come out and join the others.
Yeah, so as you come out and join the others, Quill will kind of notice, you know, Q. So, I didn't touch on it earlier, but you're having memory unlocking sessions with Tirale, is what I'm understanding?
Mm-hmm.
He looks up to the balcony up above. Tirale, was I ever going to hear about this? If anything came up that warranted your understanding, Warden, I would have absolutely said something, but we were still in the process of unlocking things. Right. Okay.
I figured, seeing as he was offering, any memories might
Tirale
help.
offered it to you?
Oh.
Yeah. Quill looks up. Is there something I should know? And you see the dark elf above, kind of. Well, I
He likes mind
at the
games.
time we were keeping secrets from each other, if I recall. So I didn't want to say anything back then, but I suppose since we're all one big happy family now. Q, I have not reached the part that I wanted to tell you about, as I mentioned a few times.
I'm curious to see what that is. What do you think?
I was hoping that it would be more organic, that we could develop it, but when I used legend lore on your blade, I saw something interesting. Are you aware of what a Kirin is?
No.
At the mention of a Kirin, you all can notice that Paisane, Quill, and Strike all seem to, key in a bit more to what Tirale is saying. A Kirin is a celestial, how do I put it, protector, a guardian, a very powerful spirit. There's one in your sword.
Kind of like my Kusarigama.
Perhaps I haven't legend lored your Kusarigama, but the sword is a vessel for a very, very powerful creature, one that has ties to our history. As Tirale says this now, Quill kind of nods. Then I see why you were interested.
My shield, sorry.
How does this tie into Susail?
Peria, give me an insight check, real quick.
Please have a good one. Have a good insight check, please.
Can I give myself guidance?
Sure.
Okay.
20.
Insight. 15.
15?
15. There you go. Guidance.
You look between, especially Paisane, who's been extremely open and very sharing with you so far. You feel like the three wardens here, none of the others seem to notice. The three wardens kind of share a knowing look. And
they have one.
It feels like none of them is sure if they should speak.
I'll put my hand on Paisane's arm, give him the big old eyes, and be like, Paisane, what are they talking about? Why is this Kirin so important to Susail?
It's a bit of a secret, actually. Something that he looks to the rest of the clansmen here that aren't the wardens. Something that only the wardens and emperors are supposed to know about. And he kind of looks to Quill and is like, "It's a weird situation, man. I think we kind of have to, break a few traditions here."
I can plug my ears.
Strike kind of nods. Honestly, at this point, traditions have been broken. The rite is useless. If we're to survive, we should know everything. Especially if what Tirale says is true. You notice Quill as being the most reluctant. She's like, alright. Face whatever consequences come from this later. Susail has, as you know, unique arts to each of the clans. The Crimson have the Vulcanists, the Cobalt have their Aethersmiths, the Golden House has their Gold Weavers, the Alabaster have their Light Chanters, and the Verdant have their Venomists. These unique arts are integral to the culture of our people. But we did not create them, technically. We were gifted them a long time ago. When Susail became a sovereign nation, before the Great Tragedy, long ago, I don't even know exactly how long ago, it's said that we were under the guidance of a celestial envoy brought here by Kite to watch over us. One of her initiatives, I don't know. A Kieran.
Oh, Kieran. Oh, okay.
It's a very powerful celestial creature. There are texts, although some of them are a bit outdated. But there is actually a poem relating to the Kieran.
All right.
As Quill is about to speak, Strike speaks up and begins to recite the poem from memory. Kieran, proud and strong, divine arbiter of light, his people in peace. Kite, wisdom above, her foresight without equal, a mandate of love. Union of heavens, a child born of their power, their reign eternal. This is the Kieran of Susail. Supposedly, this Kieran divided its body amongst the people of Susail. The Vulcanists of the Crimson were granted its horn, and from it, an unbreakable steel could be forged. The Golden of Susail gained its hair, its golden hair. From it, garments could be crafted that were light as a feather, but strong as iron. We of the Cobalt were granted the eyes of the Kieran, so we could see the true nature of magic. The Alabaster was given the breath of the Kieran to breathe life into others. And as I understand it, the Verdant received the blood of the Kieran for life everlasting. Paizane kind of chimes in now. That's the legend anyways, but a bit more complicated than that.
The Kieran of Susail, that implies there's other Kierans.
We don't really know much about that. We imagine that long ago there may have been some guardian for each of the lands. But Susail's always been very, closed off. Even before the Great Tragedy.
Would Camille even think about Castellus?
Castellus?
And how similar that, I guess because Castellus was he was a violet, right? He was a violet.
He has a violet. He had a violet aura. Yeah.
Yeah. Would she think that he connected in any way to this this Kieran or whatever?
Maybe. It's hard to say. You know that people outside of Susail have violet auras. Violet aura is just supposed to be like the mark of the divine, of like, the Kite aura, the Invilis aura. Susail seemed to have an entire culture surrounding aura, but you don't think... Camille, give me a history check.
I was going to say, would Castellus have been from Susail?
Give me a history check.
I personally... Okay, history check, sure. It's probably going to be garbage.
18?
Okay, good.
Camille would know that Castellus is from the Holy Land.
Okay.
Castellus is from the true Elkin royalty. The bloodline that King Ormond sits on the throne now. the throne of Elk is supposed to be the throne of like the High King of Elk. Susail is its own entire separate thing. You don't believe Castellus is from Susail.
So this Kirin is Arcus, basically?
Tyralay's like, I don't know. That's what I was trying to sort of figure out. If that's the case, then like I said, you are the most important creature in all of creation because you have a divine envoy in that blade that made the basis for all of Susail's governance.
See.
That's powerful.
Well, to that point, everyone, I thought, seeing as you're so curious, I was not made Arcus. I was just a regular Sicilian, except I was barren. I had no aura of my own to speak of. And apparently I was born in the Crimson Clan. And...
You changed?
Well, yes, I was essentially turned into Arcus, or at least a part of it.
Now you're really cool and can do, like, all these auras.
Yes, the thing is, Arcus was formed of the 5 true auras of the clans that exist today. And those auras were poured into my body, my barren,
Oh, that raises a question.
What about those?
Are all of your auras true?
No, I cannot. Well, I don't know if I could use the true abilities of each aura back at my prime, but at the moment I can't.
Q, you do feel like once upon a time you may have had all true auras.
Wow.
You OP as fuck.
Oh yeah, I mean, at this point, with things that you guys have learned about Q, it's pretty reasonable to say that when she was at her prime, she was like Castellus level power. Prime Castellus level power.
Yeah.
Not current Castellus.
No,
Who knows what he is?
That's true.
What I don't understand, though, is how my aura came out as violent. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Tyrlay, well, that's the other thing I wanted to discern is so with the legend lore I did on your blade, I learned 2 things about Arcus. One, that it bears a Kirin within it, or something to that effect. And 2, and this is what I was originally more curious about, but I'm realizing now I may have misinterpreted. The sword is a phylactery. I thought it was yours, and I thought perhaps you had uncovered the secrets of lichdom, and I was a little curious, I won't lie. And you hear Quill go, "Oh, not this again!" I'm just saying, if we could find a way to become liches without the whole, dark metamorphosis thing, and Quill says, no, we've discussed this, and that's not happening. See Shirley like...
Fine.
And,
Wow.
Peria, you remember when you revealed you were undead, Tyrlay took a bit more of an interest.
Yeah.
You leaned over more. You sense now that Tyrlay might have some aspirations.
Dark aspirations
Yeah,
for good.
Immortality, for good,
A little twisted good.
But since clearly you are not a lich, like I maybe thought at first, there might be something else in that sword. Or should I say, someone else.
Have you ever tried talking to your sword, Q?
Have I ever tried talking to myself? No.
No, think of the sword as a separate entity from you.
I get what you're saying. Remember, I didn't used to believe I was separate from it.
It might take some time, Camille.
Gotcha.
I will mention The Violet Emperor was my adoptive father, and I loved him very much.
That makes things a little.
I sense there's a but.
But.
Megan, your fucking screen is always so delightful to watch.
I know. Her reactions are the
visceral
best.
Reaction to everything.
Arcus
DM's delight.
hates him. I don't know why. It seems to believe, and this is why I believe, we're meant to protect the clans. But from what I saw, the Violet Emperor wasn't doing anything to hurt them. But for all I know, there's more I'm not aware of yet.
More memories to uncover.
As you're saying all this, Strike would speak up and say, to be honest, the existence of a Violet clan is still something I barely hear of anymore. Hearing it confirmed is interesting. There's always been rumors that the Violet Aura was considered a curse or a dark omen in Susail. Now I'm wondering if perhaps that was just some sort of propaganda.
I don't know, but the one who I previously thought was my father is the one who turned me into Arcus by essentially killing the other person of me.
That sounds awful.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine being killed by my dad.
Megan, does Perry want to say something, or?
Yeah.
Biting the bit.
I'm gonna like pat Q. I'm kind of rubber back.
Everyone's talking and Perry is just like shaking.
But
I want to try two things. I'm gonna cast Sending.
Okay.
And I am going to attempt to talk to Arcus the Kieran.
Oh. Interesting.
I'm on the same plane, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, and technically, actually, Sending works between planes.
Oh shit! Yeah, it does.
It takes longer to get there or something, or
sure.
There's a chance or something.
Okay.
Alright. Jazz hands. Thinking.
Great Arcus. Why did you seek to destroy the Violet clan, specifically Emperor Undurus? I think I said his name right. Undurius.
Undurius, yeah.
Did they do something to put Susail in jeopardy? That's it.
I like this thinking face.
Yes.
Oh
my.
Wow.
Roll the 30 and a D30, the fate die crit.
Oh.
Gotta love the fate.
Well then.
We just call you Apostle of Fate. You're the Apostle of Fate. Screw the other guys. Your fate, truth, and everything else.
You can't deny the dice, Michael.
We're gonna find out things sooner than we're supposed to again.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck am I, you know?
And we'll still
yeah.
somehow.
How can you deny a natural 30, Michael?
On a fate die.
We're gonna learn things we weren't supposed to for a long time.
In the past have absolutely fucked me over, but I love it. I love it. It's just such a... What is it, like a 2.5% chance or something?
Yeah, 2.5. I think.
Just tell us how much you want to tell us. I mean, you can still leave out tidbits now.
No. I'm not gonna tell you everything, but I'll tell you in relation to what's.
She also only has 25 words to get back.
Well, kinda.
Interesting.
Okay.
The sword just starts talking. Q becomes a puppet for Arcus.
I am curious if like she's gonna end up hearing that, like, as part of this.
Probably.
DM is processing.
Okay, so
Buffer over
you
Mike.
send the message to Arcus, the sword. What you get back is not a message, not in the strictest sense, not a return to sending spell. You receive a vision back from the sword.
Fuck yes.
Ooh.
He's like, I hate you all.
You know what? Fine. Fuck it. You know what? Hold on. Fuck it. Natural 30 plus creativity. I cannot not reward that. Incredible luck with incredible thinking. Peria, what was your question again? Remind me.
I was asking why were you trying to destroy the Violet Clan, specifically Emperor Honduras? Did they do something to threaten Susail?
Let me check some notes real quick.
Yeah. Making the DM question his own lore. Ooh.
No, he's making the DM think on
I know.
how it would respond or what vision it would show.
I'm telling you. Castellus is the mastermind in all this shit.
He's not,
He's
Becky.
involved, but I don't think he's in Susail's shit.
I don't know why I think he is, though. I'm crazy. Even though you guys say he's from the Holy Land. Yeah. I know.
Peria.
Yeah.
You receive a vision of... It happens in like an instant, but it's a long stretch of information you're seeing. It's almost like when you have a dream that feels like it takes hours, but it only took like a 5-minute nap. It's just a great rush of information all at once. You see the great tragedy falling over Susail. What Q basically saw. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of souls being taken to form the Cortis Matrix to trap the Pleroma at the end of the, or in the middle of the Aeon War. You see in the potential power gap, the other 5 houses meeting in secret after they spend a good year or two fighting between each other, trying to take each other's land, and the Violet Emperor steps in every time and stops the skirmishes, stops the fighting, tells them, you know, go back to your land and stay there. We'll figure this out. You see one individual, the Crimson leader, the leader of the Crimson household, Kalos, seeking to unite the clans to take over Susail, to stop the Violet household. You see him gathering ore from the heart of Mount Levitain that came from a fallen star that supposedly came from part of one of the moons. And he forges a blade, and then is combined with the power of the other houses of Susail. The images you're getting from this vision are fragmented, so you'll see part of this, and then it like jumps back in time to explain things you're seeing. You see that the true auras originate from the Kirin. This Kirin of Susail gifted the 5 clans part of its soul, which amplified their auras. In this moment, Peria, can't believe 30. Peria realizes that while this is the best example. If true auras were just the most undiluted form of aura, you know, like as you've been explained it, then Camille would have a true white aura right now. Because she's completely pure Elkin. She has no, her bloodline has no aura dilution. So why wouldn't Camille have a true white aura right now? Because she's just getting it from Invilis. There's no other colors mixed in. Technically, Felix would have a relatively pure, as like half of Felix is from Dad. Basically, it doesn't make sense. The kids of Travelers should have true auras if they're just a undiluted form of aura. What Peria immediately realizes is true auras have a secondary component, which is what makes them true, which is a connection to the divine. This Kirin. And all of the auras are part of the Kirin. Kalos took the auras, put them in a weapon, and perverted them somehow, turning them into a weapon against the Kirin. A weapon created from itself to destroy itself. Basically, you know, what's the saying?
Fight fire with fire?
Fight fire with fire, etc. You could almost say it took the darkest parts of this creature and turned it against itself. So Arcus is a weapon designed to kill the Kirin. Andorius is the son of the Kirin, is the child of the Kirin and Kite.
Oh.
Andorius is yet another, much like Zivadona, unknown child of Kite.
Huh.
However, no warrior among the clans could wield Arcus because they already had a true aura. They already had part of the soul. They couldn't handle the other four energies. They needed a barren vessel.
Oh, poor Q.
And they specifically chose Q because she was close to Andorius. Someone that could potentially get near him. They kidnapped and forced it on Q. You asked why the sword was hateful towards the Kirin. You get the sense that the sword was not hateful. The sword did not want to do this. It was turned to this. The sword is made of the Kirin. It did not want to destroy it. But it was forged to do so. And when it fused with this child, Q, there was a attachment to the negative emotions within Q, which is why she became a rageful, angry, short-tempered, petulant child.
Short and tempered.
You also know the last thing I'll give you, because
I'm writing all this down.
When Q killed Andorius, and you actually see more than Q saw. You see the fight between Q and Andorius. You see the Violet Emperor could not bring his blade against Q, and just gave up. And tried to reason with Q, but saw what was happening and knew what this was. And so, instead, surrendered to it. And when Q did kill Andorius, part of his soul returned to the Kirin inside of the blade. So you do feel like what Tirale said is true. The sword is holding a fragment of the Violet Emperor's soul. And you feel like that might be part of why Q had to sleep for a long time. There was some reaction there. This all comes to you in a flurry of images and information as you make contact with the sword. I'm also going to say this only could have happened with Peria because of your aspect of truth.
Word. I was gonna try to truth whatever it. Anyways.
Yeah.
Did you want to do that?
I mean, I don't know what else I would ask. I don't know what I would ask.
80% of my lore that I've had hidden on you. So why not? Let's just ream out the rest of it.
I'm trying to figure out what the last 20% is.
Do you how do?
So juicy.
So juicy.
Oh, the juice.
I got nothing right now. I'll have to do it later until I think of something.
Nice.
Sarah, you got like 100-yard stare going on right now. What's going on?
I feel like I know how you felt these past couple times when you just passed out. Oh. I tried something weird. I tried talking with the Kieran.
Hey, that's what I told you to do. Q, take her advice.
And had a lot to say. I'm just gonna word vomit. Basically what was said. And I guess that the last part before saying that, Hondurius just surrendered, and just kind of like look at Q and like reach out for her hand and like squeeze it and try to comfort her, and then say, this wasn't you, this wasn't your fault, and then blah.
Q, as Peria gives you all these insights, a couple of things start to suddenly make sense with Q. You remember earlier when you tried to connect to Strike, and you felt like the blood that flowed through his veins was your own blood? Knowing what they told you about the gifts of the Kieran to Susail, this all sounds right. This all sounds accurate. To summarize it, because I know it was a lot of information, Q was just a child, just a normal child, who was fused with a sword formed from the essence of this celestial creature and turned against itself, turned against Andurius, who is himself the child of the celestial creature. The resulting trauma of that sent you into a 900-year-long coma, memories fractured and scattered. You are not necessarily created to protect the clans, nor were you created to destroy them. You were created for greed, but you are no longer that, and it is up to you to decide what you are at this point.
So, at that, like, she just kind of, like, standing there from, like, as she's kind of just processing what she just blurred out.
Yeah.
In tandem of what she just saw herself, and she just kind of, like, she stumbles a bit and pushes the chair next to her out of the way as she steps over here.
Sure.
I need a minute. And, without even going to the stairs, she's just gonna activate Aura Flight, fly up, and go to this room again.
Shirley's not going to follow you this time. He's processing what Peria just blurbed as well.
Wow.
A lot.
Yeah.
Perhaps we should
take a day.
Take a day and just relax.
Yeah, the wardens, Paisane, Quill, and Strike are like still a little stunned as well. Yes, I think that would be for the best.
You guys suddenly hear Q yell very angrily, very loudly, and stuff starts just getting broken.
Yep, it's about the imagination I expect.
I'm gonna
negative emotions.
I'm gonna
barricade the door.
I'm gonna send a message to the bird. My apologies. Things have changed. We're going to be here for a bit longer than expected. My sincerest apologies. I truly thought we were going to be leaving today.
Oh, great and powerful one.
You receive a reply not terribly long after. It says, I have waited for centuries untold. I can wait a few more days.
Yeah.
Okay. It's good enough for me.
Okay. Cool. Let's scope these places up.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, oh my god.
Oh my god. Andurius,
you try to make like a subtle plot to like envelop over several sessions, and then you roll a natural 30. And
Hey, can we all just say that it was
wow,
my idea
second
to
one was a
talk
26,
to the
so I just wanted
sword?
to see how it would be.
Okay.
Damn.
It was my idea. I told Q to do it, and then she was like, "Hell yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do it." Talk to the sword.
Well, I was gonna actually try to contact Andurius.
Oh.
Yeah, I figured, because I was trying to confirm if Andurius was the phylactery portion.
Gotcha.
So I was like, the Kieran definitely is in there.
This is so cool.
Holy shit balls! That shit's wild!
Yeah?
It is.
Fuck?
Oh, Peria.
Yeah?
You would have seen the Kieran in your vision.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, what is it? Oh my god, I want to see how badass this thing looks.
How do you spell it, too?
K-I-R-I-N.
Oh, it's like the Karen from Monster Hunter.
It is literally the Kieran. It's based off of an actual,
thing.
mythological creature. Yeah.
Cool.
Cool. Whoa, it's a...
Oh, yeah.
You can write it. Oh, that's
It's a bit of a...
If anyone would like to give me a religion check.
Please.
I can't help but notice you have it in token form.
Religion. 23.
Religion, I will definitely do that.
I would like
23?
to do that as
Even though
well.
my religion sucks.
14.
Religion?
That's a good
Nope.
religion, Perry.
I skipped that course.
Only the one who saw it. Perry.
We skipped that course.
All I did was take that course.
Are noble celestial creatures in the outer planes. Kierans in service to benevolent deities take direct roles in the eternal struggles between good and evil. In a mortal world, a Kieran is celebrated far and wide as a harbinger of destiny, a guardian of the sacred, and counterbalance to the forces of evil. They are the embodiment of good, and simply beholding one can evoke fear or awe in an observer. They look like a muscular stag the size of an elephant, covered in golden scales, lined in some places with golden fur. They can have multiple horns or single horns, sometimes even going up to antlers, depending on the power of the Kieran. And they have luminous violet eyes. When they move, or when there's a breeze, the scales flutter to make it look like the Kieran is ablaze with holy golden fire. You know that Kierans are typically attracted to the worship of deities of courage, loyalty, selflessness, and truth, as well as the advancement of just societies.
Almaday would like this.
Many who seek a Kieran's guidance end up pledging service to the creature. They can study as monks under its tutelage, or priests. They might travel incognito across land disguised as a person, seeking champions. They are bringers of boons. They can... seeing a Kieran fly overhead is often considered a blessing, and events that happen on such a day are especially auspicious. Kierans are basically harbingers of goodwill, luck, fortune, and everything holy and divine.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because a Kieran is renowned for its wisdom, other creatures would naturally seek it out with questions and requests if they could. For that reason, among others, they make their lair atop a forbidding mountain peak or some other equally inaccessible location so that only those who have the tenacity to complete complete the journey can prove themselves worthy of speaking with it. On the celestial planes, their homes are in lofty, elegant areas filled with luxurious objects. But in the material plane, they usually choose something atop a tall pinnacle or in like a solidified cloud by their own magic. These are like legendary deific creatures. They have lairs. They have the ability to just create matter, just create raw matter out of nothing, controlling weather, curing diseases and poisons and all things. They can resurrect the dead. They can just use true resurrection.
Oh,
they're just,
of course.
Yep.
They're just angel horses.
Level casters.
Yeah. Cool.
Lords.
We got one and a sword.
Exceedingly powerful, super powered divine creatures.
Cool.
Yeah.
So, how much of that does Camille know? Because she's gonna be asking Jing in her shield. She's gonna be like,
"Oh, you asked
Jing? These kind of people?" Yeah.
Well, if you ask Jing, you get most of that too. Jing would inform you
like,
of Kieran's abilities, and Jing would tell you that a Kieran would be one of the most steadfast allies a champion of good could ever make. These things are just good through and through.
I need to find all of these guys. They're cool. They sound cool.
They're probably dead.
Good is never dead. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no.
So,
Perry is processing.
Kierans are dope. They're dope.
Holy shit, that's cool.
Yeah.
That is cool.
Damn, why did it have to be the Crimson Leader that did that? Damn, what a dick.
Yeah, all of the wardens, especially, are like, because they knew some of that. They knew about the Kieran at least, and they were kind of keeping that a secret because it's big hush hush. But they didn't know a lot of that, and there are some things that have to be considered now.
It's like, they didn't want that passed down through time.
Yeah.
Kind of puts,
things in perspective.
Yeah. The clans being greedy motherfuckers.
Haria.
Yeah.
Actually, anyone here, if you'd like to, you can do an insight check real quick.
You know it.
Ooh, I love insights.
Am I aware of making an insight check? Can I guide myself?
I'd say in this moment, sure. Like, this is like you guys pondering afterthought.
Alright.
Of course. The one time I have decent insight, but I get shit.
It happens.
I really wanted to get that. That's fine.
I'd say all of you except for Camille kind of get this. Obviously Paria and Morgana kind of get it a bit more, a bit quicker. With all of this revelation about like the true nature of Susail and the histories of these clans, there is a question that does come up: is where does the chromatic order fit into all of this?
Yeah.
I told you they're manipulating everybody.
No.
And Paria with the 21, especially with the things they specifically said to Paria before.
Yes.
Things.
They're fucking.
You feel like they knew you were going to succeed the Arcus trial somehow, and they sent you in there with the intention of waking up Arcus.
Yes.
For some greater purpose. 21 insight. Yeah, just from insights, I'd say Morgana, Paria, and Felix can pick up on this. That there's, with all of this, the one thing that was never brought up was where the chromatic order comes in, and it definitely registers that they're up to something.
Their ass has never been mentioned once.
Nope.
Well, they were probably newly founded, and then they just destroyed all their history. Like, to be like, oh yeah.
Or their purple auras.
Or the remnants of the Violet clan.
Yeah. I told you that like 5 sessions ago.
Yeah.
And I hope I get a giant I told you so.
Or they could just be like Kieran's and then just fucking with us.
Alright.
I mean.
Well, Fuck.
We've never seen their faces.
Shit.
They hide.
No, but they're an aspect of each house. There's 6 of them.
Yeah.
They're just a different aligned purple aura, perhaps. A white aligned, a blue aligned, red aligned. But they're purple, but they hide it. And because they have these hard to get containers that can contain an aura, who's to say they don't put their aura inside of these containers to hide the fact that they are truly purple auras?
Oh, you know they got a bunch of those in like compact. They compact.
Who's to say they're not? They haven't been collecting auras to try to make another Q.
I mean, why wouldn't they just find somebody who's barren then?
Plenty of those to go around.
Maybe not in Susail. Susail, it might be hard to find a baron. They weren't exactly.
I don't think they're. I don't know that they're bad guys.
I just know they're sneaky and they're hiding something.
Obviously. But either way, that doesn't matter right now.
No.
Yeah, this is all very much tomorrow's problem.
Yeah,
tomorrow's problem.
Yep.
For now, I think we should rest until Q has calmed down, and then explore the rest of this town. There were a few interesting locations on the map that we hadn't gotten to.
Camille's gonna flip open her book.
Good.
Like, well, considering how she brought me down, I just look at the Tabaxi woman. I need to get stronger.
I'm going to read.
I hate this so much. I hate every
It's about noon of the same day from before. So, you guys have all day if you're gonna just let Q kind of cool off for a day or so.
Cool off.
Pretty much.
Anything you guys do during this cool off rest? Because you guys are not on a time crunch. There's nothing.
I want to go to
5 hours. 5 hours of reading.
God.
Oh God.
Strike.
Yes.
During this time off, whoever we happen to be, I'll put myself next to him as representation.
Sure. Yeah, you don't sit at the table for the whole day, but that's for
eating pancakes all day.
Right over here.
Sure.
I know that this isn't something that would happen easily, or some of it might not even be possible, but I've never had training with my particular green aura. I've used it in the ways that people have mundanely, how you would expect. But would you be willing to help me try to expand on what I can do with mine?
I don't think you would enjoy my methods. The Verdant's methods, that is.
Indulge me. What are those methods?
He kind of shares a sort of glance to his other claw members, and they all just kind of shrug as if it's his decision, and he reaches for a glass on the table, puts it in front, tosses out whatever was in it, puts it down, and pulls out a small knife, cuts his hand, and bleeds into the cup. Hands it to you. See how you handle this. And then you can tell me.
It's a little grotesque.
His blood, as you look at it, you know how oil has that slick, multicolored surface to it?
Yeah.
This has that with hues of green and yellow, sickly colors to his red blood. There's on the surface of the blood, there's shifting colors of green.
That's not
poison
gonna
blood.
give me anything.
He's got poison blood.
You're not gonna drink that, are you?
Yeah.
I'm morbidly curious.
Wait. Felix is drinking blood. I gotta watch
You drink the blood of a true aura, and
it's our method. I'm not saying I'm going to turn you into a claw of the Verdant, but it's the only way I know how to train. Looking to the rest of the claw, To become member of the Verdant Claw, the elite force we have, you train your green aura through repeated inoculation of a very deadly venom.
Yeah. You injected yourself with poisons.
As
right?
we've just had the conversation, so I suppose it doesn't matter, you should know, as he taps the glass, this is Kieran blood.
Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Alright, well...
Don't die, Felix.
I have spells, I can help if you...
yes, I was gonna, Peria. Would you be willing to bless me to help me through this?
Well, that isn't doing it by yourself,
sure.
is it, sir?
I mean, I feel like, you know, you kind of agree with Camille. I mean, if you want to really test, I'm like, sure, I'll bless you if you really want.
Yeah, give me a D4.
Alright.
You gotta test those
I'll bless
blood
you,
waters.
myself, and...
Can anybody do it?
Morgana,
I
for shit.
don't think it would have the same effect without the ability to resist it.
This is not going to kill him, is it?
Oh, that small dose? How weak are you?
You'll be fine. You got it, buddy.
You might need to dump out some of that, Felix.
Well...
Just do it.
Oh.
It's not a good idea, Felix.
You'll be fine.
Thumbs up. Oh.
It is...
awful.
A sharp, disgusting, like drinking battery acid. It goes down hard. I need a con save.
Alright. I am expending 3 aura for... Can I expend... Yeah. 3 aura for green, and an additional 1 for advantage.
Go for it.
And you said this is a con save?
Con save.
Con.
You didn't need blessed.
Hashtag blessed.
Oh my God.
Damn blessed.
That's the only way that I... Whoa! Whoa!
That's
a 32!
Yeah!
Bless plus 5 plus good rolls.
On a 32 save, you feel like you just barely made it.
Fuck, it was a 30?
A 30 to take no damage.
A
little bit lower, you might have taken some damage.
Okay.
As you down this, your throat feels like it's on fire. And your body feels like it's about to heave to reject this, but you flare your green aura, and you feel your body acclimate slowly. Strike is like just watching you, like sipping a drink the whole time, just like watching you go, like just fire, like green fire around you. Strike's just casually just drinking, like, okay, not bad. The other like members of the claw are just like eating and drinking and just like glancing over, like watching almost like a new initiation. Felix, after a moment, you slam the cup down. You don't vomit it up. You don't explode into blood. You're fine. You're not like, great, but
awful. Please tell me that wasn't a practical joke.
Back at the bar.
This won't kill him later?
You're not all vampires, are you?
If you survived that, honestly, you have the potential. That's impressive. It's a shame you don't have a true aura. You could be a claw for sure. But I will do my best to train you all the same.
Thanks. Is there gonna be more of that?
Maybe.
Okay.
See, the way to train a green aura is to use it repeatedly.
I guess that makes sense.
Yes, it's like a muscle. Aura is very much like a muscle. You have to use it constantly.
Right.
And the best way to use a green aura is to save yourself from dying from a horrible poison.
Oh, is your blood poison?
My blood... He gestures to the Verdant. All of ours is.
Oh.
That's how you become a claw.
That's why I said you drink it poison.
Actually, yeah, it's interesting. They each have a different blood venom. So, Cut cut, he actually has gaps in his armor where he can slash his wrist with his blade, which coat his blade in a frenzying venom.
Jeez.
So
the venom Scratch used to kill Camille basically is from his own body or her own body.
That's so cool.
They are immune to all poisons and diseases as a result, and their blood is caustic.
That's cool.
Interesting.
According to legend, the blood of the Kirin once made Verdant warriors eternally young and incredibly powerful, and one day it curdled into venom.
Wow, that's interesting.
Oh, now you're done drinking blood. I'm gonna go back over here and read my book.
Felix, there are no immediate effects, obviously, of empowering your
that's
aura, but
fine.
you feel like if you train with Strike, you might have to drink a drop of his blood every once in a while. But if you keep making saves like that, Felix will absolutely empower his green aura. Eventually.
Water.
Feels like I wish I could do something like that.
I don't like this at all.
It's a different method than I was hoping for. I mean,
it's better than reading a book, at least.
No, I would much rather read a book than drink literal blood.
Drinking poison blood is better than reading.
Yes, for her,
That's amazing. I love Camille.
You can always find other ways.
There are certainly subtler ways, but if you want, and you see Strike kind of looks around at the environment, if you want to quickly increase the strength of your aura in this type of environment, that's going to be your fastest solution.
Yeah.
This is like the anime training arc level of training your aura in like 2 sessions.
It's
not encouraging, Strike.
He came to me of his own volition. He can stop whenever he likes. But I'm also not going to withhold training from a promising.
If it means that I can protect you better, then I'll do what it takes.
Wow. True.
On that note, Strike says, on that note, does anyone here have any diamonds to spare? I used my last one, and this would be a much safer training method if I could revive you in case you...
We used to.
You don't know. You don't know. And we do actually still have one in there.
Still have one.
Diamond.
Yes, we do have
liege.
a method of that if necessary. In fact, you saved Peria. I think it. I'm gonna go into the bag and pull out the remaining one. The party thinks there's still another 500 value diamond.
You will take it and nod.
Let him have it in case you kill yourself for drinking poison.
This will be a safety net in case you do. However, I would like to say perhaps we should try to find more. I don't think anyone else here has that ability.
No.
Wizards, for all of their unique skills, just can't seem to grasp the idea of raising the dead. And you see, like, Tiralay up above go, "Oh, trust me, I am working on it."
I'm trying.
I'm working on it.
Well,
Quilow's too stiff over here.
So, it turns. It's interesting. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I like this group. I like this dynamic.
I like them.
What's
Avosi doing? He's just like sitting in a corner.
Yeah, Avosi's kind of just been like off to the side reading while everyone else is integrating. Seems very uncomfortable.
Well,
anyone else do anything during the day?
My character's just reading 5 hours. And I'm like, at the end of it, I'm like, manual of bodily health, more like manual of stiff shoulders. Oh, God. Like, I gotta get in more positions when I read.
I will, sorry, go ahead, Felix.
Oh, no. aside from that, if there's any mundane training, he's willing to do as well.
Sure.
Yeah,
I mean, Strike could. I mean, you technically Felix and Strike are both paladins in some way. So.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, well, that's something I want to do whenever Q comes out.
Okay.
But aside from something whenever Q comes out, aside from training, no.
Okay. I have a little less than halfway.
Nice.
I'm gonna whisper to Paizane and be like, "Hey, I'm really bored. Do you want to go smash some masks?"
You should a reply that says that is incredibly irresponsible, but yes, please.
I figure we could blow off some steam.
We'll stay close to the library.
Yeah, just we're advancing the perimeter of the library.
Sure.
Yes.
So, Paizane and Peria at some point during the day go out and,
Last day. Oh.
Nope.
At some point throughout the day, Paizane and Peria head outside the library and just go and, I'm not even going to do any rolls or anything. You guys are strong enough to smash some masks.
Yeah.
If a horde starts to develop, you just run back inside. And, yeah, no big deal.
Yeah. During the mask smashing, I'm gonna use my what's it called? Inner Flame ability, and I'm gonna try to, if I can, like extend it for like 1 round.
Okay. Yeah.
Might be a little push because I just learned it, but
arc. Yeah. I feel like for like Felix and Peria, the things you guys are trying to do, again, there's no time limit here. Yeah. If you guys wanted to take a couple of days or like a week to like fortify this town and do training, that will have better results if we do like a small time skip.
I'm
session
good with
to
that.
session, there's not a lot I can say. Like you don't suddenly master. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
anime.
Well, maybe we just, every day do a little bit, and then we go explore a building, and then we train, then we explore a building. Maybe take a few days here.
That's what I'm wondering is, the group can discuss this. I'm going to go use the restroom. If the party wants to just take a couple days, like to shore up your defenses.
Camille, finish your book.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Because at this point, with the child having revealed that he already closed the door, whether or not he's lying, there's no longer really like a rush to find anything. Y'all are just kind of here now, so
and maybe he'll think we gave up.
Yeah, I will be right back.
Okay.
I think I have to do the big business. So I'll be back.
Good to know.
I mean, I'm fine.
I vote yes.
Like, I want to explore the town, see what's in all the other important buildings.
Yep, I want to see all the buildings.
How can I train? By giving people...
Reading your book.
By reading your fucking book.
Finishing your book, bruh.
I can only do it a few hours a day. I die.
It's what?
Yeah, that's why we're doing a time skip.
Yeah, what do you get,
we
con?
do like 5 days. Yes, you get con.
Yeah,
which is
you know what you need? More fucking health. That'll
More
give
HP.
you 7 hit points.
Yeah.
At this
all
level.
This book reading. Ugh.
Yeah. Your con saves will go up.
Yeah, con saves, hit points.
22 hours left.
Okay, well, divide that by 5. It's like 4 hours. Okay, we can take 7 days because Camille probably can't read 4 hours a day for 5 days in a row.
I read 5 today, thank you.
You're like, I can't do it anymore. I'm done with this.
Fucking, god damn, I can't believe.
Her eyes are just bloodshot. She's like, they're all running together.
That bless.
Well, I mean, because everyone could also practice the inner flame too.
Whatever that is.
I'm gonna be training my aura.
You do your
I'm doing
aura.
my thing.
Yeah, I'm just saying, everyone else could do the same.
How do I do my training?
And also, if we do training sesh and a little bit of battles, who's to say we might not gain a lot? Or get progress towards it.
I think we'll just more get
other development.
Homebrew shit.
Yeah, which I'm totally awesome with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totes. Totes. I mean, our homebrew powers are more powerful than levels.
It's shit we'll never obtain through leveling.
Exactly.
It's cool shit.
More cool shit.
Yeah.
It's the good koosh we want to be smoking.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not that skunk weed cheap shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Chris, you've never done that in your life.
No, but I know words.
Yeah, I mean, we know the bad smell. We've smelled it before, okay?
We passed.
Smells like
we
skunk.
passed. We passed a
It
blunt
is,
before. We never did it, but we passed it.
Yeah, because we're goodies.
I mean, literally, we had two people smoking it in front of us and offered it, and I'm just like, nah. We were just kind of like, nah.
We never did the weeds.
Yeah, I never did the weeds, but I passed the weed.
I've only done the alcohols.
Yes.
The
That being said, I would, if it becomes legal, I would try it if it's legal, just to see what it's like.
I'd probably try it even if it isn't legal for medicinal.
Honestly, I think
so
if I would have tried it that day, you probably would have. I feel.
Probably, yes. I caved to peer pressure like nobody's business.
Oh god. Try it. It makes you look cool. Everyone else is doing it.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. That's why I didn't really have a crowd in school, because I didn't want to be peer pressured into anything. I was like, nah, no thanks, bro. I don't want to die.
I got offered more stuff because I was in sports than by people who weren't in sports. Like, I could have had Coke. I could have.
Have you
people
gone to the I'm Not Here Anymore stream?
Nope.
Are you okay?
Nope.
Yeah.
Right.
Story time.
Didn't know if you wanted to or not.
I don't care. This is high school. Like I had like people on the cross country team who I won't name, like try very hard to get me to like pop pills and like OD on like Vicodin. So like I could have done stuff, but in high school I was so much of a goody fucking two shoes. So pure.
I did ecstasy in 11th grade, and that was fun for a little bit, but
for a little bit.
It made you do weird shit. Like, I earned the nickname Mole Man by trying to dig a hole in my 11th grade Algebra 2 class. I went under the desk and I was trying to dig a hole.
Okay.
The weird half of a conversation?
Yeah.
We veered
into drugs. Don't ask how.
I heard while I was in the toilet. I was like, oh, okay.
It's become a story time and we're sharing our drug experiences. Chris could have been a coke
I have none.
Oh god. So anyways, I think the consensus is like kind of time skip, but also exploring these different buildings.
Well, yeah. When I say time skip, I don't mean like we just jump ahead 7 days and nothing happens during that time. You can explore the buildings just like if you guys wanted to take a set period of time to do off-camera, basically, stuff, we can do that.
So maybe we'll do on-camera going to all the things, but it happens between, I think we're saying a week, is the consensus?
I'm fine with 2.
Is your bird guy gonna hold on that
He
long?
said he doesn't care about a few days.
He waited centuries.
Yeah.
What's a few weeks?
Yeah, I'll share that with everyone. Like, he's okay. Like, what's a week to somebody who's been here for millennia? Or centuries.
Sure about that. As long as he doesn't come down and electrocute us all.
As you guys are talking about that, you see the wardens are like, well, if he comes down and electrocutes us all, we'll just kill him.
Yeah. I have a sword that, you know, will help kill him.
Yeah. Let's not forget that we are holding the weapon that can kill it.
Yes.
I think that it's as intimidating as we are, you know?
Because
like
we're 5 more stronger.
Yeah. Double our power from before.
Yep.
I mean, seriously, if the Cobalt and Verdant and Crimson clans united against this thing...
Oh,
no.
If we wanted to, and I called it down and was like, yeah, psych, you can't fly ability.
Yep. Sword has the power to ground flying creatures. So.
I could just be like, haha, lol, you're dying.
Monk will punch it, freeze it, and we'll gank it.
It would,
dead.
Even though it is a super powerful being, I feel like, 15 or 16 on 1 would be a slaughter.
Yes, 100%.
Grounding it, like, it would get a few shots off, but turn economy.
Yeah.
Alright, Alright, so you said a week. I say 5 days. I don't want to wait a whole week. That's
I'm in for like a week or two.
I'm fine with 2.
I'm saying 1.
Okay.
Q?
Q's not here.
Yo,
no, but we're asking you.
Be.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah.
Well, that depends because I actually want to try something on my own for a moment.
Okay.
Lost Becky. There she is.
I think sounding really shitty right now.
Yeah,
It's
AJ,
not. It's
AJ.
AJ.
Your mic is
Yeah,
sounding
you're
really bad to
staticky
me.
as hell.
Is this better?
You might want to like leave and join back Discord.
Yeah, rejoin.
I mean, you guys sound a little robotic for me.
No, it's just AJ is like.
AJ was just for me. Like it was like
static.
Static.
Yeah, I heard the static from AJ.
I wasn't sure who it was at first until he started talking more, and I was like, oh, that's.
That's.
I heard it when he unmuted himself.
I can't believe I gave up like all the lore in like one session, pretty much. Hey.
Like I said, you could have not told us some of this.
Yeah, I could have not, but I like to respect the incredible luck.
That's true.
Hello.
Hi.
Well, much better.
Yeah. Okay.
Discord was just being dumb.
Yeah.
So yeah, what would Q's opinion be? Because after you settle down, we would talk to you.
You'll come out of the room eventually, I imagine, over the course of a week.
Well, yeah. That actually depends on something. Like,
okay.
As you would eventually just like stop breaking stuff in the room.
Yeah.
You'll run out of stuff to break eventually.
Yeah. As she's sitting there for a moment, she just kind of stares at the sword, both hating it and knowing that it's not also its fault for being what it is.
Right.
And a sudden thought occurs to her, and she is going to try to reach out mentally to her father, the Emperor.
Okay. Give me a...
Some more fucked up shit.
Roll a D30.
I'm gonna ask you, AJ.
Yeah.
Do you want to give me a charisma check, or do you want me to roll a D30?
Oh.
I can do advantage with charisma, but...
You're not charismatic.
Yeah, no.
It's been rolling well in the 30s.
Fate die.
Yeah, let's go 30.
Okay.
30.
I swear.
Yes.
God.
230s. 230s. Come on, baby.
Fate die, baby.
Still pretty high.
Yeah.
Not a 30,
that,
but
that,
24.
Yup.
That's better than a charisma check, I can think.
Still really high.
How much time does Q spend on this?
Oh, a good, like, solid hour, maybe 2.
No. How much over the week of downtime does Q focus on trying to contact Andorius?
Every day. Wait, every time we have downtime, she will try.
Okay.
That's curious. Discipline.
I would say it takes like 4 or 5 days of constantly trying to connect and like suss out, is there actually something in there to connect to. So it will be at least a week wait, probably, to make sure this happens. As to whether or not you guys take a second week or whatever is up to you guys. Perry is really pushing for the 2 weeks.
She really
have
is.
to make a,
I wanna see what happens with the other buildings first.
So, seeing as she's got nothing right away, she will eventually, exit the room and find out what's going on with everybody.
Right.
Her opinion on exploring the town at the moment, she's not entirely caring which direction we go.
When you come out, I want to use this on the sword.
Divine sense.
man. Oh, y'all caring about your swords.
Powerful celestial.
Okay.
Everything.
Powerfully celestial. Like, comparable to Camille's weapon and shield.
Okay.
Her
That's what I
shield has
figured.
an angel in it. This sword has something comparable in it.
Yeah.
I just rub my shield and I'm like, you're more special.
Okay.
It's okay. He doesn't care about divine sensing you, but I sense your divineness. Like, I just shine it.
You don't have to. You can just feel
with that in mind, I want to use another charge of that on Strike's weapon, because he has an ancient blade.
Divine sense on Strike's weapon?
Yeah.
You do not get any hit on that.
Okay. Okay. That answers some of those questions. I pretty much knew it was going to be celestial for her weapon, but just wanted clarification that it wasn't turned to like fiendish or anything.
Right. No. Good to know. Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, continue. I gotta go.
How long are we staying here? All right. Perry said you were trying to persuade. Camille's like, I want to get out of here so I can find more of those, disgusting Rovagug shards and purify them.
Well, that's getting
like
out of Suzanne is a whole other thing.
I think we have the time to
That's the thing.
use our resources. I mean, we're not getting out of here. We need the other two clans.
Yeah.
So we have a safe place to train to better ourselves.
Right.
I see you reading your book. Very good.
I hate it. Yeah.
Right, and
it's
taking
terrible.
some time.
The first week you can finish the book, and then the second week you can focus on another aspect of training.
I could finish this in 3 days. I'm the daughter of Dior, okay? I just don't want
And you've had this book for how long?
We didn't have a lot of downtime between killing things and
now
getting killed.
Did you read it while we were in Susail for the first only day? No, that was downtime, Miss Camille.
Well, I'd rather be swinging my Kasarigama at things.
Exactly, and we have a town full of masks ripe for the smashing. It's the perfect opportunity to do both. Train your mind and your body.
You're discouraging me.
You might be the daughter of Dior Fluenti, but you are nothing like him.
You want to test that? You want to test that?
He's already drinking poison. He doesn't need cuts on his body.
I can take
self-destructive habits have to stop.
I can take Camille anytime I want.
Oh, Lord.
I can stop drinking anytime I want. Oh gosh. Okay, so we know it's at least a week. Peria is trying to make her case for a second week, and it sounds like Morgana's in support. Obviously, I mean,
Camille's probably going to point out, my dad went to the Invilium, and time didn't work right there. He spent a very long time there. This might be the same kind of thing. I don't want to stay here any longer than we have to. And I'm going to make a persuasion check.
Okay.
That's kind of up to us as controlling our
for the NPC's
people.
sake, but yeah.
What is does Q have any opinions?
Like I said, at the moment she doesn't seem to care. That could change depending on.
Okay, so after the first week, essentially.
Camille, with what you say, I will say that there's no guarantee that things haven't changed, because obviously this is a different rite. But in the past, all of the previous rites in this realm have been a one-to-one time ratio. Where you spend a day in here, it's a day out there. Now, you don't know, Camille could be right, it could be different. This is obviously a different situation. But,
rules
Quill
change.
Right, exactly. So, they're not saying you're wrong, but they're just letting you know, well, for the last 900 years when we've used this realm, it's been a one-to-one. Not saying that's guaranteed, but if that gives any peace of mind, probably. Yeah.
Camille, I guess if we're eventually going to bed for the first day, because we're still in the first day, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
She's gonna take out her chronometer and look at it and see if it's like doing anything.
The chronometer is moving erratically as usual. It's hard to use it to tell time or anything.
Right. I'm just making sure it didn't change from
right.
when we first came to Zazant before going to.
Nothing too particularly different.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's just at nighttime. That's what she does.
Right. Any other thoughts or discussions on this piece? We will have to take a vote at some point as to the exact amount of time you guys spend.
Neil says 5 days. She says 5 days. But I know how you guys are.
I will push
me like you
for
always
10
do.
days.
I want at least a week.
I'm actually going to agree to the 2 weeks because there's something that I want to do particularly, but I don't know if like just 5 days would be sufficient enough to try it.
Oh.
Well, we could always I guess we could always do stuff within like a week, and then if you needed more time, take more time, I suppose.
Gotcha.
Q, what's your opinions? Because it takes you about the first week to make contact with Endurius, I will tell you that.
So just to, help in this all, like right now she's very uncertain of how she feels about a lot of things, in that the current clans clearly cannot be blamed for what became of her and her adoptive father. And at the same time, because the Archon is in, the sword, and that she is part of the sword, like, I feel like that's where her protection, wanting to protect the clans comes in. At the same time, she's extremely, angry, depressed, and everything.
Yeah.
At the clan. So it's like, she's at this weird impasse of like, until she can really get some sort of closure, aka talk to her dad, she's really not here at the moment fully.
Sure. So we'll say she doesn't really have an opinion until she makes contact, which takes at least a week.
Yeah.
So, for right now, we have the first week. I know you guys also want to explore the locations. We can do that. Morgana, you said you wanted to do something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, go for it. What's in mind?
What I have in mind is, well, I want to ask some questions. With the like protection we have like around the library and like that glyph.
Yes.
It's just for around the library?
Yes. Avosi works very hard to make sure it's as airtight as possible for like one building. There was probably discussions as soon as you guys came back with Evark of like moving to the castle potentially, and Avosi was like, "Sure, if we have a year for me to ward it." It's with him being the only abjurist, it would take a long time to ward like a larger area. So at the moment, he only has the library warded.
Gotcha.
But with more time, maybe he could expand it.
Water.
My idea was exactly that. Try to maybe like expand the radius of it outwards, with my good old crook.
If you wanted to try to help Avosi using the crook, that's certainly a possibility. I would say give me an Arcana check.
Can I roll with advantage?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh boy, that's
a 1 and a 2.
Can I use my inspiration point?
You may.
Oh no! Why do you have to use your inspiration?
7. Okay,
Yay,
17.
Better.
Much better than that.
So, over the course of the first few days, in your off time, we're just gonna say, for the first couple days, you guys do your training. You, along with the help of the Verdant and the Cobalt, start to clear out some of the masks around the town that kind of you might like lure some masks using like the Verdant setting traps, and then the Cobalt and you guys helping just annihilate waves of them. While that's happening, Morgana and Avosi, Avosi tries to kind of explain like the theory behind warding, which is redundancy of layers of runes and sigils that like alert to the presence of motion of unwarded and unmarked creatures entering going. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's like a barrier, like a physical wall around the library, but the runes, kind of like a forbidden spell, make enemies and entities not want to enter the area. They just like feel like this aversion to coming towards it. Which helps with like wandering creatures, and Avosi kind of like trying to quickly give you like an Abjuration 101. Your staff, the Crook, as he tries to explain these things, you feel the epiphany you had with the staff before, the ability to like bend ether and magic around it. Over the course of a few days, Morgana, you help Avosi. He puts down like a simple like ley line around the library, and your staff somehow manages to bend the wards outward. It's confusing to Avosi. It's hard to really understand, but Morgana is taking the ambient magic of the land and turning it into wards and protections in the same style that Avosi is drawing them. So like he'll draw like an example and then you'll just like replicate it outward instantaneously. Oh. And he's watching and he's like fascinated at how, and he probably asks you at one point, how are you doing this so quickly?
She's a prodigy. As I'm reading my book still.
I was born this way.
Really, that's incredible. That's absolutely amazing. You're doing a week's worth of work in a day. And so by helping Avosi, basically just like duplicating the runes he's creating using ambient magic, you guys can. I'm gonna move over to the town map.
I would tell him too that my parents were dragons, if that helps. The magicaliest of all magical creatures. One point,
he's just like, ha ha ha, good one.
Of course they were.
Right.
You know, dragon lady.
Well, I'm dragon boy.
You guys managed to uphold a perimeter basically around the library. Fantastic. Within about like 3 or 4 days, you get to about that size around the library.
Stronghold.
You do feel like that to like make like the castle, it would take probably like a couple
month
weeks.
Or two.
Yeah, like if you were to go to the center of the castle with Avosi and use your staff and do this, if it's just the two of you, it's going to take a while. If you could find somebody else adept at abjuration magic, like with protections and wards, maybe you could cut it down. But just the two of you warding the entire castle could take a while. But for now, you guys do establish a pretty good perimeter around the library. You guys wanted to explore the town.
Yeah.
So the first couple days is spent kind of securing the perimeter, clearing out a lot of the masks. The Verdant and Cobalt clans start to work together in a way they've never done before. The Verdant are like patrolling the outside of the library, taking up posts. Cut is kind of like out by the door, almost like a bouncer in case anything it gets close. Sting takes like a spot on top of the library, just kind of keeping an eye out across. Scratch is in the shadows under like one of the nearby buildings. And then like Strike and Bite are like nearby, just doing patrols around it. And like at one point, like Quill will kind of like look to Pyzane and like Peria and be like, "I must admit, I've never thought I'd see the day of our clans working together quite like this. But it's uncanny how well we fit.
Oh, I mean,
Funny,
we've
isn't
learned
it?
anything from what Q's experienced. Maybe this is how it's always supposed to be.
Maybe. Wish it didn't take something like this to unite us, but that's what it is. Maybe some change wouldn't hurt. After those first few days, though, you guys can head off and explore. You feel like you've gotten enough of a head start with clearing out the town that as you guys head off to like go explore one's part of the city, the jeweler, I suppose. The rest of the clans try to draw the attention of the wandering masks and wipe them out. So, do you guys go for the jeweler, the forge, or the church first? Perry is saying jeweler.
I'm saying jeweler for diamonds.
Yeah, that sounds.
Diamonds.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
jeweler.
Camille would ask a few things, or I
Sure.
would ask a few things.
Absolutely.
How bad is my merc getting? Is it still the same?
For over the course of 3 or 4 days, it's the same. You take 3 or 4 a day, but it's been taken away every day. Your mark is the same, but it's again being taken away.
Can I heal decay in that time and put points in the PPE?
Absolutely. You guys, it's 3 or 4 days. You guys can do your stuff every day. Technically, you could use the merchant every day, but it goes away the next day, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
I got 12 decay. Everybody post.
Well, we're
David. This is up to Morgana to use, but just for reference, you haven't used your staff's divination at all, and I think your staff's been on full charge for like 2 weeks in game at this point. I was just gonna say, if you don't use it, it doesn't like overcharge. So if you wanted to start using that, I just wanted to give you, while you have this time period. I know it's up to you if you do or don't, but I didn't want you to feel like you were wasting the potential days of recharges.
That's a good point.
Anyone else who has recharging items, same principle, applies.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Hey.
I have some questions for my mirror.
Yeah, that's what I figured as far as mirror and such. So, real quick, this isn't really an exploration thing. The jeweler has some loot, the forge has some stuff, the church has some stuff. There's not really there's no maps for any of them, so I'm just gonna run through those real quick. At the jeweler, Tirale noted there was a magical presence there, and I was gonna devote more of like a session to searching these, like session 2 ago. You guys didn't go. It's fine. I'm just gonna kind of cliff note them. The jeweler looks like where once upon a time this may have been where the masks were made, as there's a lot of like broken masks littering the ground there, and through pathfindering the place and detect magic and such, you do discover the enchanter of this jewelry store of this place was in possession of a ring, and I'll put it in all players.
Rings. Y'all gotta love these rings. Hush ring. Ooh, hello. Oh, I'd love that. I don't want to be spoken to by that dickhole. Sorry. Oh. Never mind, I don't want it.
Yeah, you do.
Here's unable to speak.
I don't want it.
I mean, it's for the casters, it's not good.
Oh, it looks like lips with like... That's cool.
Yeah. It'd be good though.
What is it?
So it creates an arcane field around you that prevents certain modes of communication. While wearing this ring, you cannot be spoken to telepathically by creatures other than the ones you choose to be spoken by. In addition, while wearing it, you can use an action to speak its command word to create an aura of silence around you.
That's actually really useful.
As you
Mm-hmm.
guys find this on the person's body, you do find scrawled notes from the person who the jeweler. It seems like in their final days, this was used to keep out the voice of the emissary.
The emissary.
No, we've heard that name before.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Aboleth, I think, or the child. The child was the emissary. I wrote it down somewhere.
I'd like to not hear that when I pray. But
yeah. And it
no.
doesn't even.
It was sealed by the emissary. So the emissary tries this. No. Tries this. There was a grave coast. Or on the grave coast, it was the grave of the blank god of blank who was sealed by the emissary. So whatever god existed here was sealed by the emissary. Just context for where we've heard emissary before.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only place so far it's come up.
Yeah.
Oh, Becky, do you want that?
I mean, other than I have an emissary in my shield, whatever. I mean, if no one else wants to take it, I mean,
do you have an open attunement slot?
I actually don't know what everyone's attunement slots are like anymore.
What constitute is that?
I think Q is the only one that doesn't have full attunement slots at this point.
Because I have my chronolometer,
which requires attunement, I think.
Yep.
I have that. I have my Celestial Nova.
Yeah, Celestial Nova is also attunement, so that's 2.
The shield?
Does the shield
I don't think the shield's attunement.
I don't know if you made that or not.
I don't think it's an attunement slot for the shield.
I think that would be it. As far as I know.
Do you have any cloaks or anything?
Not that I know of.
No, I don't think so.
I just have my armor, but that's not.
Yeah, I don't think. I think Camille has an open slot. I'm trying to look through it. I don't see any items that I'm like trying to remember.
If anything, we can just pass this around when we don't want.
You have to attune, and you're the one who hates hearing it the most.
Yeah.
Well, there might be someone else in the group that does. Other people who have a god they pray to. I have a little bit.
Nope, you froze.
Yeah, a little bit of froze there.
Oh, there you go. You're back.
Cool. Yeah, my thing's been running really laggy.
We're pretty much offering it to you, Becky.
All right, I'll take it. She'll take it. Pop. She'll pop that vigil. No,
write it down.
My head.
Yeah, write it down on your character sheet.
Oh, okay, not bad.
Ooh. Those are good rolls.
You also find some loose gemstones in the jeweler. The first thing you find is you find a you find a huge red zircon, ZIRCON, worth 1,000 gold pieces.
ZIRCON.
ZIRCON.
Okay. I'm adding it to the bag just for reference.
You find that 2 purple amethysts, each worth 250 gold pieces. What's the last one? 9.
How do you spell amethyst?
I'll just put it in general.
Okay. I got it. You put it in there.
The final one, you find a pale blue lapis lazuli for 75 gold pieces.
Better not spell that.
75 or 750?
75 gold pieces.
Okay. You said lapis lazuli?
Yep. And it looks like anything else that was in here of note has been kind of cleaned out.
Oh my god, I can
precious gemstones.
I'm so happy. I can use hushed ring on myself to make it so I can't hear Felix being bullshit.
I'm sorry, that was 75 or 750?
75.
Okay.
That's
so happy.
Again.
Yeah.
You can shut people up around you.
You can read better. Read more efficiently.
Who cares about that?
Yeah, no distractions. Finish your book.
I will in the course of how long we're taking, guys.
Alright.
I'm on a time crunch.
So that's the jeweler. Moving your way around to the church. You would note that the church is all boarded up. like all the entrances, all the windows, everything is just barricaded.
Busted open.
We make our way inside.
Okay. You guys dismantle the barriers that prevent you, and you get into the church. You find that it is a grisly sight of a lot of people that were once worshippers piled up against the door as if trying to escape. It looks like they were all burned alive inside the church.
Oh my gods.
And there is what looks like there may have once been a statue to some god that is now rubble on the altar.
Camille's going to very sternly say, we have to bury them.
Okay.
And
Are they skeletons?
Like most of them.
Either way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Either way, she's gonna like find something.
That's a lot of bodies to.
That could be a period of time that Camille could take over the week or so.
We need another week.
Yeah, you need another week.
I will say that will take probably another week for Camille to do.
And
so
I will do prayers as
that is Camille's excuse to take another week here is to do some rites to keep the dead. That's very kind of Camille. That's very nice.
Yeah.
There's nothing else of particular note in the church other than the lack of iconography of other gods. You do note the statue had an inscription at the base, but oddly, it says blank god of blank. And like as in it not like it was etched away, as if it was never carved to begin with.
Like the book.
Something seems to be going on with that still.
Yeah.
Like,
only be one.
Yes.
When we find that on whatever day that is,
sure.
I want to use the mirror to learn what this used to say in the past.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, look at the spacing and then base the spacing on the other gods that we saw, and then try to peg it
Magic.
that way. But that works. Magic.
Magic's better.
I'm sorry, I'm not magic inclined. I think logically, guys.
Right. Camille's logical. Sure.
I thought of this first.
Yeah.
You thought magic will fix everything. Whatever.
I mean, it usually does.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've lasted without it. For the most part.
Okay. So information phrase accurate, random, cryptic. Okay. So looking into the mirror, you see flashes of images of the church being built and the statue being chiseled, and you don't get you don't get like a zoom in on the like words, but you do see a picture of a large male figure holding up a spear with the spearhead pointing down into the ground.
Religion?
Religion 21. It is no god you have ever heard of. This is some foreign entity, deity.
It's a spear?
It has a spear. Yes, it depicts a spear.
It's not a trident.
Not a trident, a spear specifically.
Okay.
And the image suddenly in the mirror changes to show a bunch of people praying in the church and a child stepping out from behind the statue, snapping his fingers, and all the people erupting into flame.
Okay.
And the child just sort of like putting his hand against the statue and it just crumbling. The last thing you see in the mirror is a child sweeps his hand across the base of the statue and picks up the word and takes it with him.
Can I make a perception to see if I can see what the word said?
Sure.
It's a jumble of letters.
If I can manage to squint super hard with a natural 20.
Why not? Why not?
He's gonna put the
Sin general.
Pharaoh's God of Man.
Which you remember, this is technically the realm of man.
Mm.
Whatever that meant for this dimension, whatever this world's depiction of gods were. This seems to have been, and yes, it seems like the god depicted here was Pharaoh's God of Man.
Do you share this with the class?
Yeah, hold on.
It is no god you've ever heard of, though. No, and this is coming from people with, like, traveler parents. Like, no deity you've heard of in other realms.
Well, if the child destroyed it, then it had to be a good thing.
No.
No, I think
No.
she's failing to articulate is that they were good people and he's a douche.
The god was a good thing.
Right.
Oh.
If the child destroyed it, it must have been a good thing
Okay.
before it was destroyed. Like something something good that was destroyed.
Yeah,
So
I'll
I should have said it should have been good.
I will share this with the party.
Yeah.
Pharaoh's God of Man.
Well, I don't know who that
Well,
is, but
neither do I,
deserve
but we
proper
do know
burial.
that he hates any other gods.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a quick. God, would this be history or religion? Maybe even Arcana. Arcana or history? I'll give.
Arcana's better for me.
19. Felix, you know, now that we've established it's an aboleth, the aboleths hate all gods by, like, principle. The aboleths supposedly were around before gods were. And gods came in and decided, hey, we want to control all of this now. And the aboleths were like, no. The gods said, yes. And that was a problem for them. So, yeah, it's not a secret. If this is an aboleth you're dealing with, totally makes sense.
Checks out.
Hmm.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to spend a week burying the dead, saying
We'll get to that.
Yay.
This is still during the first week.
Alright, so that's all that's at the church. It's just kind of a little bit of lore drop.
Sure.
Well done. Well, nice use of the mirror.
A natural 20 perception.
Yeah, that son of a... Okay, last location that was noted as unusual was the forge.
It was still burning fire.
Shirley mentioned it was still running, apparently, by the looks of it. And as you arrive at the forge, you do find... in front of the forge is dozens and dozens and dozens of suits of armor just in piles outside. And every once in a while, like, as you guys are approaching, you see something gets thrown out of a window and added to the pile. And you just hear the sounds of like cling, cling, cling. Something getting thrown out.
There's someone inside?
Yeah, there's still like a smoke coming out of the chimney and like a fire roaring inside.
We're staying busy.
Make our way in.
As you guys are stepping through, you have to like step over piles of armor. You see, it's all like really crappily made armor. It's like very hastily made from what looks like very poor materials.
It's Wish armor.
It's Wish armor, yeah, from Wish.com armor.
Oh.
As you guys step inside, you see the foundry, the forge here. There is a stack of like raw ore that is like being smelted into ingots on like an automated machine almost, it looks like. And there is at first you're like, oh, a man, there's a guy here. But it looks like a warforged or a construct just hitting metal, forging it into a shape, and then just tossing it out of the window. Some of it's still like molten hot, it just throws out the window. And it just keeps going. It grabs raw ore, sticks it into a furnace, waits for it to melt, grabs it with its hand, turns it into an ingot, takes the ingot, turns it into like a blade for a sword, and then just throws it out the window. And it's just in a constant loop. You can see that it is enchanted. It does have like magical markings. It looks like maybe before this kingdom fell, somebody enchanted a blacksmith construct, and it just never had orders to stop.
Excuse me? Hello?
Ping, 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 just keeps going.
Is it connected to anything?
No, it seems.
Or by. Okay.
It seems freestanding, but it doesn't move from its spot. It just like pivots. And like after a bit, it eventually like runs out of ore. It stands up, moves to the window, reaches out, grabs the already made armor, and puts it in the furnace to remelt.
Oh my god.
Even I know that's not how you do it.
Stop?
It completely ignores you.
I order you to stop?
Give me an Arcana check.
Yell stop.
Hey!
Languages,
Do you feel like Felix? Do you feel like there's like either like a specific keyword or like a key specifically? People who make constructs typically don't let them be controlled by anyone.
Yeah.
There's something you'd have to have or do or say that is like the trigger word.
What was the name of the king?
You never found out the name of the king. I don't think.
Fuck.
Can we look around the forge, like for notes?
Is this another day?
It is another day. Camille, give me an investigation check.
I'll assist. Have advantage.
Yay.
And guidance.
Okay, Jesus. Okay, that's guidance.
Take all my things.
Investigation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Succeed.
Wow.
Wow.
Boy.
How does that even happen?
Reroll. 3 or
10
do
plus
it.
4 and a 10 plus 4 is 14. 14.
That's it.
Well, yeah, that's fine. 14's not bad. While you guys are interacting with the construction golem, Camille, you start sifting through. Like there is like a pile of like papers and materials, and there's like a very cluttered desk off to the side, covered in dust. And as you're sifting through, you do find there are some rolls of blueprints. You find a set of armor in blueprints called Armor of the Black Executioner. And it looks like the armor the Dullahan was wearing. And this gives hints on what the Dullahan's stats were if you came here first.
Hey,
it does specify that the Dullahan, the armor, it makes you take half damage to all physical means of damage. And it curses the wearer to extreme violence. Like extreme violent tendencies.
There we go.
Yeah, there were downsides to the armor, 100%.
What was the name of it again?
Armor of the Black Executioner.
Black Executioner.
I think I found what that guy was wearing.
You mean the tin can that she crushed? Yeah. Whatever a tin can is.
Yeah. you traveler, you know some technology.
Yeah, might have been heard about
soda.
Yeah.
Pop.
Soda ne.
Oh, I thought it was just Coke.
No, that's illegal.
No, I'm from a different part of the world. It's called Coke. All sodas. Coke.
It's called.
I'm sure it's not pop.
Yes, like
pop, soda, Coke.
Spritz.
Yeah, the Forge just seems to have an eternal working construct and blueprints that may have given hints before, but now just give insights to what the armor did.
Is there any notes by the person, like with normal paper or whatever, like them scribbling on it? That's not blueprint.
Sure. There's a lot of of notes of ideas. You do see a list of like fly ? And then fire resist ? Like looks like ideas for like what the armor could have done or should have done. As it looks like there was a commission made for some suit of armor to be worn. You do note that it looks like this was meant to be worn in conjunction with using the crusading blade.
Mike.
With the idea of creating a warrior that could stand against the primordial guardians.
I cast detect thoughts.
Okay.
Does it have any surface thoughts?
First, Morgana, you said something?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to check something. Can I tell if the fire in the forge is magical or just naturally kept going from the construct?
Give me an Arcana check.
a disadvantage?
Sure.
It's fire.
Yeah.
Well, she can expend Aura for a crit.
Natural 20.
Or a nat 20.
Morgana, there is like a normal fire, but inside the fire, you detect the presence of some sort of magical item. That might be keeping the fire going.
I want to takes it.
Okay, Morgana.
Can I manipulate the fire to go around
you
my
absolutely
hand or
can.
just?
You with pyrokinesis, you actually can. Yeah. So you reach in and you grab an ever-burning coal. It's just an enchanted coal that will never go out. It just always has fire.
There you go. Problem solved. Take fire.
That's cool.
Can't do it anymore.
Yeah. Felix, you detect thoughts.
Yeah.
On the construct.
Does it have surface thoughts?
I don't think you can. Can you?
Have thoughts?
That's a weird question. I know.
I think it's immune to like mind effects too. Like,
here's, in case I need to dig deeper. Here's my wall of text.
Okay. Just check constructs real quick.
Intelligence of 3 or lower, or doesn't speak any languages. The creature is not affected.
Constructs have an intelligence of 1. So I would say if you get anything, it's less of like weird. It's less of like hearing like someone thinking, but more of like a sense of like duty, of like work, like must work.
Okay.
Yeah. You do not get a someone help me! I can't stop working. None of that.
Okay.
Oh gods, I've been doing this for centuries.
Okay. That's what I was more curious about.
Yeah, no. This does seem like a mindless construct that was designed to pump out an army's worth of equipment as quickly as possible. You do from the way this town is really coming together. This king was really preparing to just wipe out everything that wasn't here.
Okay.
So, yeah. You guys do anything else at the forge? Look for anything else? Do anything?
Does it, so is it still doing this even though there's no fire?
Yeah. The fire is dying out as there was still other kindling in there, but like it is getting like weaker. If you guys linger until the fire goes out, after like the fire is gone, the construct like stops and it's just staring at the fire, like at the fireplace, like where the fire was.
Error.
Yeah.
And like after like a minute of just staring, it goes and
there
just stops.
Oh, he can rest now.
He can rest now.
As he realizes it cannot continue to forge. Components missing.
That's good to know.
But yeah, Morgana, you can add an ever-burning coal to your inventory.
Warp.
Alright, so with that, you guys have explored the 3 locations that were of note. At this point, we're just going to move into the downtime, what do you guys do over the course of the week, or I guess now 2 weeks. I know everybody had certain things. Q was trying to contact her dad. Felix, what are you doing during the
training montage?
Okay, yeah.
I don't know if you want like a handful of saves for drinking more blood.
Just give me 3 con saves.
Okay.
As if you were trying to with aura and everything. Just give me the full
so like I did before with being like, "Hey Peria, give me your bless real quick." All right, so three of my best saves.
3 of your best. Just give it your best shot.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
Nice.
The lowest of
25.
25, and then a 34 and a 30. Damn. Yeah.
Nice. Only because of bless.
Bless helps.
Yeah. You do feel after the first week of training, your body is starting to acclimate easier to using your aura more quickly. You have like a quicker response time to the incoming pain of poison. And as the days go on, eventually Strike starts like adding like a little bit more blood to the cup each time, and it gets more disgusting and more awful. But on the last day of the first week, there's like one point where he fills the cup like half up, and you see like the other like claws are like watching, and when you drink it, they're like, "Holy shit, he actually drank it!" Whoa. And you feel like a genuine sense of camaraderie forming with the Verdant, who start to treat Felix with like a little bit more like respect as the time goes on, and start kind of like giving more tips of how to use the green aura. We'll see how it goes after the end of the second week.
Yeah,
but
that's
your
fair.
First week. Peria, you are training with Inner Flame.
Yes.
I need some sort of check, but still, I mean, repeated use of Inner Flame is one thing, but it's pretty easy just to kind of maintain it. But you want to learn how to maintain it longer.
Yes.
There's no endurance. There's no like fortitude in this, unfortunately. So I guess con would be the only thing as well. Yeah.
All right, I'm blessing myself too.
Oh, actually, concentration check sounds like it might make more sense too.
They're con checks.
Concentrating to hold it, which is a con check. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
All right. Can I hashtag bless myself? And
yes.
While I'm using Inner Flame, can I use Inner Flame to make the con check? Okay.
You may.
And I'm gonna advantage myself.
Sure.
3?
Yeah, 3. 3 just like Felix did. Ooh.
Damn. Ah.
Okay, first week does not go so well for Peria.
Not go so well. Oof.
Towards the end of the week, you start to feel like you're kind of picking it up, but it's also harder because like Felix just has to drink something and survive it. You are actively trying to learn how to extend the length of this ability you just learned. So, first week for both of you, Felix definitely did better. But Peria, you did improve towards the end. Camille is spending time reading and then burying the bodies and giving them last rites. Camille, give me a religion check.
Garbage. It's garbage, but that's okay. I need to have something like that. Because, well, hey.
23.
Oh, never mind. There's no bless.
No, it's still 22.
22.
Camille, let me check something real quick.
Okay.
I see, it's because of intelligence, right? Camille, at the end of this time, you know, as you're burying these bodies and doing your rites, your prayers, you feel something unique. Every time you pray in this realm, you get that weird, slimy feeling of something else watching, and usually that wards people to stop doing it, but Camille just keeps going, and she's kept going. Yeah. This won't happen until the end of the second week for Camille. This is like the full Monty of the training period. But Camille, at the end of that second week of like you've been consistently praying and burying these bodies and doing what's right by your deity, on like the last end of that week, as you go to pray, you kind of feel like that sensation crawling up again of the child or the aboleth, you know, peeking in. And you also then feel your deity step in and stop it and just basically dismiss that feeling.
That's a nice feeling.
You feel like you've, by taking it upon yourself to actually. Yeah, by taking it upon yourself to bury the worshippers of a different god out of pure just respect and pious faith, you feel a connection form with something very far away. And as you're praying, at one point you swear you can hear the sound of someone saying, "Help me." And you feel it coming from the coast.
Out. Oust! Gotta go there now. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's save a god.
Yes.
That's Camille's 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Can I finish my book so I can get more?
Yes, you may finish your book.
I will be doing that.
Finally.
It only took like in-game 2 months.
Yeah. Okay. No more on book. I forget what I get. Look at it.
Con, more health. Woo!
Morgana, during this period, you did the thing with the library, and then is there anything else you wanted to do during like the second week, basically? Did you want to did you want to use your staff at all?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that with the divination. I don't exactly understand the mechanics of it to the fullest extent, but basically what I want to try and I guess divine or reach out to would be Kite with the staff and try to see if she would help me in unlocking its potential in the upcoming week.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, so I'm looking at divination now. Your magic and an offering, which you don't need to worry about that, you're just using the staff, put you in contact with a god or a god's servants. You ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity to occur within 7 days. So this might be more beneficial towards the end of the 2 weeks, like for upcoming stuff, or if, like you said, to help you with something over the next week.
My goal being to be more adept with
a specific goal. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, single question concerning a specific goal within the next 7 days, as in learning to use the staff better. Okay. That technically is accurate. I offer a truthful reply, but it might be a short phrase, a cryptic rhyme, or an omen.
Yep.
This does not take into account any possible circumstances that might change the outcome, such as the casting of additional spells, loss of being a companion. You can't do this more than... You can do it as many times as you want before your next long rest, but each time after the first, there's a chance of it being a random reading. Okay, so yeah, once a day, pretty much, to be short.
Yeah.
Okay. Morgana, you use the staff. You use the staff to improve the staff.
Yeah, I know, right?
You cast divination to the staff, and it hovers away from your hand for a moment, just drifting up in the air. And as it drifts up, and you use divination, there's a line of runes that alight along the shaft of the crook, and possibly for the first time since you've had the crook, you notice a strange shape to the crook, which is the runes align and form a question mark along the crook's shape. And activating this asking of a question. Alright. Word your question for me.
Words.
Concerning a specific goal in the next 7 days.
I guess, hold on, I need a second.
No problem. I like how this episode was named Grudge Match, and it was only the first 30 minutes of the entire session. By the way, I just realized, like, man, I went too quick. You guys took the right path too fast.
We took the right path and sucked on our initiative.
Yeah. Yeah.
We didn't realize if it was a blessing in disguise.
Yeah. And 30.
I guess I would go with how can I use it to its full potential?
Okay. How can I use it to its full potential? Your reply through the staff. The next 7 days, and use it to its full potential. Your reply, which can be in the form of a short phrase, cryptic rhyme, or an omen. So I'm sorry if this doesn't help, but it's up to how it's interpreted, is only an empty vessel can be filled with new knowledge. Now that's what you, that's what you get from your first time using divination. You can use it obviously once per day for whatever. If you ask the same question, you feel like you might get the same response, so it's depending on the question asked.
It's saying your cup's too full, it's gonna spill over.
Oh, it's the cups again. It's the cup.
Cups.
Cups.
Darren and her cups. But if there's anything more Morgana would like to do along that line, let me know. Give it some thought. I'm going to shift over to Q. Q, you spend the first week.
Sorry, can you tell me the response again?
Oh, sure. An empty vessel cannot be filled with new knowledge, or an empty vessel. Sorry. Only an empty vessel can be filled with new knowledge. That was it. It was only an empty vessel can be filled with new knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah. Q. You spend some time trying to contact Honduras, and it takes the better part of a week for you to manage to make contact. As you're meditating with the sword alone one day, everyone else is off doing their own individual respective training and trying to improve themselves. Q has been kind of like isolating for a while doing this. Might I ask, does Q say anything, or is just trying to make some sort of contact? Like sense the presence of it, or are you asking a question?
She would probably keep repeating, like, if you can hear me, please let me know.
On the 6th or 7th day of this constant repeating question, there is a shudder from the blade at one point, and as you're just sitting there holding it, and your eyes closed, you open your eyes and you see sitting cross-legged on the ground in front of you is a visage of Honduras. And he's just looking at the blade, he's not looking at you, and he's looking like kind of almost empty, just staring at it.
Hi, Dad?
No. Not quite.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
Not quite your father.
Then who are you?
I'm not sure anymore. 900 years of isolation has been difficult to parse. Who are we anymore? You're certainly not that little girl you once were. I'm certainly not a sword. There's fragments of me mixed in with other fragments.
So, we are neither no longer who we once were, but at the same time, also each other?
I think everybody evolves like that. Everybody's a little bit of who they once were and who they've now become, but we are more literally so.
To be entirely honest, I didn't even know what to expect. I wanted to ask, I wanted to apologize. I didn't want to hurt you. Yet at the same time, I have felt with this rage that isn't mine. Like, I don't understand it.
I do. I understand it.
Could you help me understand it?
I will. But first you have to get me out of here. I can't think like this. I can't help my people like this. I want to restore Susail to the way it was.
You mean out of this realm?
That, and this prison.
She looks at the sword. I don't know how.
You don't have to. Take me to my priests. They've been preparing for this day.
Wait, the chromatic something or other they said?
Yes. I established them in case this would happen. They should have everything ready. It's a wonder they didn't let me out before you went in here, though. Don't understand that. Maybe they thought that it would do you some good to have the time to develop, or it would do me some good, or maybe there's more steps to prepare, I don't know. Anyways, once we get out of here, they will release me from the blade, and then I will help you understand. And I will help Susail return to the way it once was. Peace, order, and stability, and unity between the clans.
If the sword is... If you're not in the sword anymore...
The sword was made before me. The sword was made to kill me. Don't worry. You're still you.
It's not so much me that I'm worried about. How would you be able to sustain yourself?
I don't know. We'll find out. together, I suppose.
I would never, ever, ever admit this in anyone else's presence, but I'm scared.
I know. But it's okay. You have me. You have the others there. They're loyal. Competent. I think you can trust them. And if we think they can get us out of here, I'll do everything in my power to help them as well. I still have the power of a Kieran, subdued as it is. You could command them, you know, if you wanted. They are drawn by the power of the Kieran, suffuses them. But I know that's not your way, and it's not mine either. But if they ever do get out of line, just know you do have me here to help reel them back in.
Thank you. So, the goal is the same then, as you collapse her knees. Get everybody out alive and freaking fix the sail.
Yes.
Alright. You got it. Dad or me or Arcus or us.
Whatever you prefer. Can't really tell anymore. And he never stops looking at the blade. He's constantly looking down at the blade as he talks. And as you go to stand up, you move your head up and he's gone.
Oh shit. Alright then. You would attempt to gather the three in charge of the plans.
The wardens.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can get Quill, Strike, and Pyzane. Strike and Pyzane are busy teaching people at the moment, but
yeah. Essentially, when she has a moment to get them all three together.
Sure.
So, I just wanted to let you all know I've made contact with whatever it really is inside Arcus. Admittedly, I was conflicted for a while. You know, part of me hating plans for what they did to me, but at the same time, I still felt this duty to help you, and I don't regret taking the mark from you. And after talking with Arcus, I've come to the conclusion that my goal is unchanged. I will do everything in my power to get you all out of here alive and fix the sail, so that none of you ever have to suffer again.
Pyzane just nods. Fuck yeah. Quill's like, not exactly the way I'd put it, but yes. That sounds good to us as well. Thank you, Arcus, for sharing all of that, and we will do our best to honor you.
Thanks. And I'll do everything I can for all of you.
Alright. That's Q's first week. The only one who has who has to do all the weeks is Camille. She's got her time cut out for her doing the burying and the reading. So there is the second week of time.
Right.
Felix, another round of con saves.
Okay.
3 con saves.
All right. And here we go. And 1, 2, 3.
All above 30.
Nice.
Okay.
3. How many licks does it take to get him totally plastered with bad poison juice?
By the end of the second week, Strike commends you on your impressive display of fortitude, and kind of explains that among the auras, the green aura is the one best suited to survival and to enduring the elements and the hardships of the world. And by enduring this deadliest of poisons for 2 weeks straight, you have shown that you truly understand how to use your green aura.
Yeah, just wish there was a better way.
Most people
take it.
It's no true green aura.
Oh, for sure.
True Verdant. But, Chris, you feel like
if you need time to think on this, feel free.
This is going to be something I have to take between sessions. I'm going to have to come up with something between True Verdant and what you currently have.
Sure.
You are going to get an improved version of your aura, like an improved power or something.
Okay. That's awesome. That's dope.
Yes.
Yeah, take your time. I don't want to rush you into giving me something over or underpowered.
Exactly.
Totally understandable.
Peria. 3 concentration checks.
I'd like to say Felix took all of the good rolls. So.
You get better rolls. You got
it. It's also the giant pluses from Green Aura and
I know.
Bless,
okay.
Impossible without the aura in you.
Get this. Get this.
Better than last time.
I took all the good rolls.
Better. Peria, you're not so much trying to develop a new skill as you are trying to improve an existing one. So it's a little bit easier DC-wise to do. It's not like a... Chris needed a 30 because he can make it easily with his green aura. Yours are not that high of a DC over the course of 2 weeks of like constant training with the Crimson Warden especially. He's pushing you to your limit every day, like with maintaining this aura. You feel like Peria, you feel like you're not making any progress by the end of that second week. And you get so discouraged. And then on the last day, as you drop your aura, you feel like, how can I not have made any improvement over 2 weeks? And Paizane tells you that you had your Inner Flame active for 10 rounds. Peria, you've doubled the extension, the duration of your Inner Flame. And it didn't feel like anything because it was just this gradual increase until eventually it was natural and you can hold Inner Flame for a minute.
Nice.
Sick.
That's
updated.
Improved Inner Flame.
Morgana, during the second week,
yes.
Is there anything you would like to do with your staff or divination or other?
Yes. Is it Tirale that's the divination guy?
Yes, Tirale is the diviner.
I'm gonna go seek him out.
Okay.
And I'm going to try and get his perspective on what it is I try to divine, see how he interprets it.
Smart.
and see if maybe he can help me with it.
Okay. From my flat roll, you know what? He'll use some aura to reroll. 15. Okay, better. Easier because he's a diviner.
Could he use his portent for the day to? What did he roll for today's portent?
Let's see what he got for rolls today's portent.
I know how that class works.
Roll 2 d20s. Okay.
Yes, you roll 2 d20s, and at any point in the day, you can substitute those for another roll.
The 14 over the 9 to gain an extra +5, making it a 21. Yeah, he'll do that. Nicely done. Good thinking of that. So, you explain your divination, and he gives it some thought. Do you let him see your staff?
I do, but I tell him as a reminder of caution that if he tries to use it and is not of the bloodline, then it'll have dire consequences.
With that grave warning, he will cast Legend Lore on your crook.
Okay.
You realize had an interesting couple weeks here?
Finding out so much shit.
He goes from, like, you know, admiring Arcus and this legendary blade, and, like, this could be the most powerful thing in all of creation. It has a Kieran within it. He casts Legend Lore on your crook, and he just starts crying. And he's just like,
I found the Holy Grail!
This is unprecedented.
Who are you people?
Really?
Seriously, like, what the fuck is going on? With legend loring the staff and with a 21 intelligence check, he tells you that with what he understands about this staff being the crook of Bartoon, and Bartoon being god of magic and mysteries and the unknown, only an empty vessel can be filled with new information. It seems like the only way to properly use this staff might be to forget everything you know about magic. To dive into the unknown of this staff's abilities. To stop using it in ways that make sense to you. From a mechanical standpoint, I am going to offer Morgana a choice right now. And you may decide before next session begins if you'd like to do this.
Oh my gosh.
I think I may know.
Morgana, you could respec into a different brand of school of magic right now.
Cool.
Completely drop your current line of magic, and by doing so, gain a deeper connection to the staff.
Ooh,
if you choose to do this, you would become a wild mage.
Oh.
The signature spell work of Bartoon.
Damn.
But in doing so, you might unlock secret abilities of this staff. You can decide by next session if you'd like.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
need the time for that.
But Kirale kind of tells you that this staff holds incredible potential. But it seems to be designed for people who are willing to step off into the precipice, into the unknown of magic, into the risk. Not that you can't use it, not that any mage couldn't make good use of this staff if they're the right bloodline, but the favor of Bartoon is for those who take big chances. He does not instruct you either way as to what you should do, but that if you wanted to learn the secrets of this staff, you would have to cast aside everything you currently know about magic.
Do it for the culture.
That is going to be a later thing, though. At this point, it is... Yeah, is there anything?
I'll give Tirley the hypothetical.
Sure.
If you were a sorcerer, if you was in my position...
Tirley would tell you, I couldn't understand what a sorcerer is like. I am a wizard. I had to learn my magic. I didn't get born with magic. I had
get freezies.
I
You
had
to do
to
it the
work
hard
to
way.
learn to do everything I have. As a sorceress, I would say that if I was born with a modicum of magic, I wouldn't throw it away. But I also was not considering the staff. I don't know. That's a tough one. If the offer was given to me right now to toss out all that I know of the School of Divination, I don't think I could do it. But I would want to. I would so badly want to. So badly. But it's fine.
So many college hours and courses, God.
So much debt.
I'm gonna go talk to Felix and see what he thinks.
Okay. We are kind of hitting the wrap-up period, so you guys can
Yeah.
just kind of talk for the rest of this. There's nothing else content-wise for right now.
Yeah.
Because we are reaching, it's like 11 o'clock. I do kind of want to I don't want to get into anything big for the
Yeah,
next hour, you know?
That's fair. Maybe like decide our direction at the end, but that's probably about it.
Yes. I'm sorry, Becky, what was that?
I don't have any bad entities contacting me because I have my ring.
Nope,
right?
you do not.
All right, cool. I just go to that and I start praying.
This is on your middle finger.
It has to be.
It is.
Yeah.
Don't talk to me.
I can pray at pace. Huzzah!
Yes.
So for the second week, then can she decide to do something?
Yeah, absolutely.
Essentially, she would spend that week trying to connect more deeply with the other clans. Not so much on just the personal level, but actually more spiritually, you know, connecting to the power of Arcus and the clans that are here with her.
Okay, real quick. Dave, I'm putting into resources. This is the exact class you would become. It's Sorcerer of Wild Magic.
It's from the
So it is
PHP.
technically still sorcery, but it's just a different subclass than your current one.
It's what Chris was for my one shot that you were a part of.
Oh yeah, wild magic. You have the
Yeah.
wild surge if you roll poorly.
Chaos and everything.
Yeah.
But anyways, I'm sorry. Q, what was that?
She would be spending the week to try to connect more deeply with the clans here at a more spiritual level. Maybe help strengthen her own abilities with either Arcus or Aurora.
Sure. How would you like to go about doing that? That's a very vague thing to say, I suppose.
So essentially, she would, you know, watch them. You know, she would spend time with them, watch them do what they do best, and you know, ask questions and maybe using, you know, swapping her aura to their color as she does, and you know, trying to mimic what they do.
Yeah. Okay. I'm so sorry to keep doing this to you, but you're being very charismatic with Q.
I know.
I need a charisma check.
Maybe it shouldn't have been a dump stat, AJ.
This is before he knew Q was gonna be.
True. True.
No, I didn't expect the cube to be this dimensional.
Yeah, it's 3-dimensional.
Yeah.
Can't have a 2-dimensional character in my campaign. I will not allow it. It will not.
He will plot you into having another dimension.
Force you into having depth.
Which is great.
Hey, 16, not bad.
That's not bad.
Yeah, I'd say over the course of the last week, you start to feel like you understand the clans a bit better. The Cobalt value magic not just because they think it's better than everything, but because it's what they're good at. It's what their auras, really empower them to be. It's their connection to their ancestral line in Susail. The Verdant, they get this reputation as being the deceptive and duplicitous and wicked because their aura allows them to use things that others would fear more. They can play with poisons and venoms and horrible things because they're not affected by them. But it doesn't mean they are these wicked, sinister assassins just waiting to poison everyone's food. You get this feeling of connection with them. Even Pyzane, he's the only one of the Crimson, unfortunately, here. But the Crimson have this reputation of being these courageous and honorable warriors because their auras empower them and strengthen them and make them feel courageous. They have this sense of confidence, and you start to sense that the people of Susail are so inherently tied to their aura. Like, it's all of their personality is their auras.
Aura racists.
Yeah, essentially. And
Sorry.
Yes, that is exactly what they are. And this is probably the first time in a long time that the clans have really interacted this heavily for like this 2-week period of trying to work together rather than compete. And I would say, Q, you notice over that week that as they start to work together, they fall into a rhythm very quickly that complements each other, rather than their styles clashing with each other, or like, you can't sneak over there, I'm casting a spell. They actually almost instinctively fill each other's gaps, where one is lacking in this, the other one is better at. And Q can definitely see that these were all made to be parts of the same whole, not divided amongst their own regions.
We are all one people, but live as if divided.
Exactly.
Guru Patik.
And I think at the end of that week, Q gets that sense that you are all one people. Camille.
She would probably, when she was doing the bodies thing, I don't know if that takes 2 weeks.
No. The first week is bodies and reading the book, and then like some of the second week is like the bodies, but then you still have extra time.
Okay. She would have, like, I don't know if there probably is in Iomade lore, I don't know, a way of like showing respect to the church as well, and doing like some kind of incense or some kind of cleaning up because it was burnt really bad. But she lived in a church, basically.
Yeah.
So like she wants to show respect towards the church as well.
There is a sense of like duty to Iomade. I
know there's
think
duties
that,
and obediences, but
yeah.
My obedience I do every morning.
Yeah.
I can't really see ones.
Yeah, the churches tend to act as living spaces as well as churches. So I would say temples are often painted white and feature arched entrances. I think that, honestly, the best thing Camille could do with the limited time is just clean it up. Yeah. Like, show it respect. Yeah. I would think that if you enlisted the help of any of the clans, they would help you just to have something to do.
If any of them want to help, but
yeah,
I'm just gonna shout, I'm going to clean up a church. If anybody wants to join me, go ahead. If you don't, I'll do it myself.
Funny enough, like, the one who might most consistently come to help is Scratch.
The one
who just let you throw. And she does help out as best as she can.
Cool. Yay.
You guys get the place cleaned up pretty well.
And then I guess at nighttime, on I guess any particular day, it doesn't really matter. I'd try to, after I felt that thing felt like close or whatever, I guess I'd try to contact Iomade.
Okay.
But other than that, I'd just be like, glad to know you're still looking over me, and I knew you were, of course. But it's good to have that feeling back of not slime running down my back.
Yeah.
So, just good feelings all around. So.
Is there anything else anyone does over that second week? Peria?
Oh, sorry.
Trying to contact the voice that I heard. So I know the name of the warden. So I'm gonna try to contact the Alabaster Warden and just see if that's the voice I heard. And if it's not, I'll ask the clans and be like, all right, who are the names of the other 4 people with them? And then go down the list, essentially.
You say anything specific, or are you just trying to get this like figured out?
No, it's just who. Hi, did you contact me? Is this who I'm speaking to? And then
you get
over
the
and over
reply.
again.
It's this very like wispy, airy, like breathy. No, we've never spoken before. You know. Who is this?
On another message.
Yeah. You find out that essentially who you spoke to was Orla Nasi, a Loxodon female cleric. So, through communicating with the Alabaster, you find out it is the Warden Sivali, the heir in Rias. Their cleric is Orla Nasi. There are 2 other members. There is a sorceress named Etu and a monk named Enraiden. And they are trapped on an island in the God's Repose with no way off.
Be there in a minute. Be there in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
That's probably who I heard.
They would tell you that basically what you get from them is they would tell you that the Cobalt are working with the Verdant. You can't trust them.
I'd be like, we're working together. Trust me, it's fine. You'll see in like 2 weeks when we come pick you up on a giant bird.
We've missed some context, apparently. It's basically the reply you get.
I'll spend like the whole week, like, waiting an hour, sending my 2 messages, waiting an hour, sending my 2 messages.
So, with that in mind, is there anything you wanted to talk to the Alabaster about? Because you're basically having fucking full-on conversations over the course of this week.
Lay everything out on the table. Just lay everything out on the table. We're on the way. We'll be there in whatever time.
They say that they will try to find some way to pass the time. They're just sort of there.
I'll ask them if they can work on locating the golden.
Yes, they can try that.
Do you share this with us throughout the week?
Yeah.
Ask them why they're stuck there.
Wait a minute. You said there was a cleric?
They don't have a boat.
Oh.
And
they
don't have strictly. They have
coast,
planar abilities, but they don't necessarily have like direct like teleporting the entire group away sort of thing.
Interplanar abilities.
Yeah. They're stuck on an island in an ocean, basically. Which normally for them works fine. They don't mind being isolated. Now they're feeling a little bit lonely. The rest of the clans are meeting up.
Camille would chime in with that. She'd be like, are they at the coast by any chance?
No, they're on the island by the thumb. I shared this already.
I mean,
which is near the coast, yes.
Yeah.
It is near the coast. That's probably who I heard.
Well, what do you mean did you tell us about this?
Just now.
Okay.
You heard somebody on the coast?
I heard somebody say, help me, when I was doing stuff, the burying of the dead and Yeah, it seemed like it came from that way. Don't ask me. I don't know. I don't know how this works.
Okay.
Can I do some kind of check to see if I can put the two together? Saying, okay.
But they say me. They didn't say help us. So that's kind of concerning.
Yeah.
Could be the same person. Sounds like
16.
16. Yeah, I mean, Camille did a week's worth of church work and prayer, and heard the weak voice of somebody saying, "Help me," in the direction of the place where you know a god was sealed away.
Okay.
I think Peria can make whatever connections you'd like her to.
Alright. It's probably the god, the Pharaoh's person.
How about you think on... I've seen their statue.
You want me to send him a message?
Well, you haven't seen them, so can you?
I mean, I haven't seen
You have to just
Flash.
be familiar with the person.
Yeah.
You have to know the name and like a general description or identity.
I can describe what the statue looked like to the best of my ability.
What do you want me to ask?
I feel like you like drawing stuff.
If it's them asking for help? If they're trapped, where they're trapped? I don't know.
Alright. I'll attempt to send a message to Pharaoh's, god of man. Hello.
Hey. Hey, God. What's cracking?
Where are you trapped? We are trying to remove the emissary from power. We could help, maybe? Hope you aren't evil.
It contacted me. It's not evil.
Sorry to bother.
Sorry to bother.
I love it.
Oh no. I don't.
There is no reply.
Great. Sounds good. I don't know. Got nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, I got better luck with the sword.
Yeah, I mean, there could be things preventing magic like that.
Or, you know, like a giant leviathan. Maybe it's the guard dog.
Oh, over the course of the 2 weeks, when I did have extra downtime, which I doubt I did, but if I had some, I would go around and look at people and try to remove some decay.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I needed to eat
feeling
10 decay.
There would absolutely be
constantly,
happening all the time. Like, you get everyone undecayed over the course of 2 weeks. Absolutely. Because there's Morgana, Camille, and Q can use White Aura, and then Peria can eat decay. So
I need to.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're all not decayed
if the
and
PPE
dying.
was not full, I feel like over the course of 7 days of, 15 decay, because each of you can remove 5?
I can remove 30. So it's 45.
Yeah. You fill the PPE. 100% fill the PPE.
Nice.
Oh yeah, it was at 90.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Before we even started the 2 weeks.
Nice.
You guys are fine.
Yeah, so it's full.
The clans are feeling pretty good at that now.
Yeah, actually, I mean, right about now, you guys you have established, I would say, by the end of those 2 weeks, with all the work you guys have put in, I would say that you guys have a perimeter of about this large around the library. And there are fortifications kind of like being built up around the outside, like between buildings and between streets, like walls erected. Kind of like a post-apocalyptic style like fort around a block.
Hey, when did we join the werewolf?
The minute you got here. Hey, did you not notice the similarities being trapped in the city? The masks are slowly culled If there are any left, they're like hiding at this point. There's very few left.
Oh.
And you do feel like between the unity of 3 clans, well, 2 and Paizen, and then you guys, you do feel like you've got a foothold in this realm that is pretty sturdy.
I have something I want to try.
Screw it all up.
No, I have something I want to try for research purposes.
Okay.
I'm going to try and send Windspeak to the child.
Go.
Reaching out to the child, never
And I'm just gonna say, did you enjoy being turned into dust by Peria?
You want to provoke him.
And I'm going to time, if there was a response, how long it takes.
Yeah.
You send the message and you begin counting, like 1, 2, 3. The child appears in front of you.
Oh, fuck, why?
Hey, you dummy. I told
Did
you
you want to talk? By all means, I have some free time.
That's not what I wanted. Peria, get rid of him.
Son of a... It just explodes.
I was like, you're not wanted here.
Damn bastard.
Be gone, spawn of Satan!
Damn it, he's not as...
Gene.
Not as...
Grab Felix by like his ear and like yank him. Stop provoking.
Look, my thought was that he would think about it, he would respond, I could figure out how far away he was, or if he could be reached by air, which means is he underground so far that air couldn't reach him. But he's not that stupid, he's an ancient aboleth.
Exactly, so why did he fall for that? Anyway, I'm not here.
So, there's 2 conclusions. A, he's somewhere in this town. B, he's a dick.
C, he's everywhere.
I know he's everywhere. We discovered that and I forgot. I deserve that.
Just ear.
It was an interesting thought.
It was fine. Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
Just an exploratory idea.
Yeah, no, it was a thought.
Okay.
Are any of the? I got a question.
Yeah.
In terms of the people that are using Kursari Gamas,
Verdant.
yeah. How many of them are actually using that?
None.
I'm superior to them. Using their own weapon.
Better than you.
That might come up actually, like at conversation at one point, where they're impressed that a foreigner of Susela is using Susalian weaponry, and like Strike will kind of like, I think I have an idea of where she got it. Like,
Listen, better.
Yeah, she kind of picked it up and then liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd just be like, I just
those are the signature weapon of the wing, but I'm glad you're putting it to good use.
Well, this is
I'll make it
a
legendary,
better one.
and I'll say I got it from the Verdant and my mom.
Yeah.
As we're kind of entering like the wrap up of the session, is there anything like last minute, you guys? If there's anything you think of over the week that you would have done over a 2-week period, I'll also be willing to do some retcon, I suppose, because I know a 2-week time skip can be hard to like on the fly.
Morgana, you wanted to talk to Felix.
Right. Yes.
Oh yeah, just in regards to like, hey, by the way, I figured out that I could do this, and I'm just gonna be like changing myself entirely.
I want your opinion on that.
I'm sorry, what's happening?
Will you still love me if I go through this change?
Of course. Whatever you decide to do, it's your lineage. If you decide to pick up the mantle of your heritage, then I will support you, and I will, once we get out of here, I don't know, pray to my deity to help me subvert any of those nasty wild magic effects.
What's funny is like luck is an inherent factor of wild magic.
It
bending the luck
is.
a thing.
Ironic.
Like, very weirdly ironic.
You can help me grow.
You can help me grow.
Oh God!
I was thinking it too.
I'm gonna roll wild magic now just because of that.
Well, the penis is like.
Felix turns blue, which you already.
Do I grease myself?
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to.
You're a pervert. Yep. We got
With
it.
that.
With that line, we end this incredibly deep session.
Oh lord.
Yeah,
Actually, if there's
yeah, Felix will
Cool.
support you whatever decision you make.
I also
Harry,
want to
did you
hear a
have-
yes or a no.
Yes. Oh, you want me to like be like yes, do it or no, don't?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm looking for more,
Oh.
more of a straight answer.
Nope. I avoid a straight answer. I just say that I will support you. It's not my choice to make. It's your magic that you've grown up with. It's as much as you might want to lean on me to say yes or no, it's not me that's going to be going through it.
We're talking like horns. Your skin gets all scaly. You start speaking different tongues. What is it?
Hair falls out too for like 24 hours. That happens.
Yeah, there's some weird things that can happen.
There are some.
There's also some really good things like
yes, wild magic can be great. It can
roll
be terrible.
roll a 99 or 100 and you get all sorcery points back.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be like, who's that?
And this only affects subclass. So you would still be a sorcerer and you could still use like fireball and everything. It would just alter whatever your current subclass is.
So you wouldn't have like combustion anymore.
You wouldn't be draconic bloodline anymore. You would become wild magic bloodline.
Oh man, not even a jerk.
Well, you'd still be a dragon, but you wouldn't have the bloodline magic.
You don't get your elemental affinity, so you're 5. You're less blasty. Potentially.
Keep her blasty. She likes her blasty though.
This is not a Michael thinks you should do it. This is just this is what would help you connect to the staff more. I'm not saying it's the good idea, the bad idea. But this is Bartoon's brand of magic. Is he was a wild mage. Some people think he was a druid. Some people think he was a wild mage. Some people think he was a cleric. Bartoon has a reputation of a lot of different things, but as far as sorcery goes, it's all about the mystery.
Yeah.
No.
That's also from a player perspective. I don't want to influence what you play.
Yeah, that's the other thing is like I wouldn't want to be like, David, have fun as a wild mage now or else. Like, whatever you feel like you want to play. You could probably still use the staff with pyromancy and everything. It's fine. But if you were gonna go gung ho on connecting to deep dive with this crook, wild magic would help you be in tune more.
Yeah,
but don't decide right now. Take some time.
Yeah.
I am going to officially at this point say we're stopping though. No more one more thing. We're just gonna cut it here.
One more thing.
We're gonna go to the Alabaster.
Yes, the next direction is to actually go to the Alabaster next. You've had a 2-week period of rest and training and self-inflection and introspection. Strike will be accompanying you, Pizine will be accompanying you, and Tirale if you want. I know there's some people who are still a little unsure on that. And then you guys will go and see the Alabaster next time.
Find out who said help me.
All right, guys.
Cool.
Well, this has been fun and exhausting. Holy shit, has it been exhausting. I will see you guys later.
Thanks, Mike.
Of course,
Thank
my
you.
pleasure.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
See
Night,
you
Aurora.
later.
Everybody.